Pain. Different pain. The answer came easily, though it was nothing but speculation at the moment. The Providence had fed on broken bones, wounds caused by blunt bruises and cuts. But there was so much more when it came to getting hurt. Fire, needles, poison. They all approached the body with a distinct touch, and he had to become familiar with all of them. The thought was enough to make him shiver, but not to falter his resolve. Draven rummaged through the contents of his backpack and retrieved a needle. Its original purpose was to sew, but the stiff piece of metal would know a new role today. "Abyss, take me, man," Eamon whispered at his side. "Did that woman's madness pass over to you?" Draven ignored him and got to work before his mind conjured up excuses to make him stop. The Providence drank greedily as the needle pierced his skin, sharp stings sending cramps forming around the wound. Under his nails, between the joints of his fingers, through the stringy tendons of his clenched fist. He could not hold down the grunts after minutes of the gruesome task, but he could feel it was working, and that alone drove him to seek more. When he unleashed Dyad Vessel once more, something within him buckled. It did not break, not yet. He was close. A vast collection of injuries caused by distinct methods, the only ingredient missing to fuel his breakthrough. Draven did not look forward to it, or so he told himself. But something within him craved the power pain offered. If enduring it was its only price, he would pay it gladly.
Chapter 20. The Three Tenets.
The darkness of the night fell as the torches above dimmed to a silvery hue. Myra sat across from him, the dissatisfaction on her face clear, even in the absence of light that had once hindered his sight in a time long past.
"Care to explain what about all this self-mutilating you've been doing all day?" she said, with a bite in her voice.
"Not really." Draven shrugged. "Just took your advice to heart. That's all there is to it."
"I didn't mean it that way. Are you a fool?"
She fumed, made as if to stand up, then sagged back to the ground.
"You are a fool. The least I can do now is try to mend what's broken."
She untied the bandages around Draven's arms, the red cloth falling to the ground with the weight of dried-up blood. Her eyes widened at the sight of the wounds. Cuts. Punctures. Draven shied away from looking at them. Their throbbing alone was enough to tell him he had done a thorough job.
"This,"
she gripped his arm tightly,
"is amazing."
"What?"
"The minor cuts are almost fully healed."
Myra twisted his arm, the droplets of blood pouring out of the deeper wounds, falling unnoticed by her eyes.
"Only the major wounds are yet to close. You didn't learn overnight how to weave Hexion, did you?"
Her eyes fell on him with the intensity of a child gazing at their new toy, full of curiosity and dangerous ideas begging to be tested.
"No?"
If Draven had done something of the sort, it was not intentional. Myra breathed out, a relieved yet disappointed sigh that echoed with conflicting emotions.
"Good to know even someone with as much affinity as you can't go around breaking common sense. I guess we just gotta add quick healing to night vision. Perks of having a core inside your heart."
"So, you know." Draven looked down with a sigh. "I'm not a genius or anything. There's plenty I can't do, no matter what Eamon goes on spouting." The unbreakable veil around his soul was one of them, for it was only indestructible in name. All his attempts, all the damage and healing to his soul, and the shield had only gotten a little more durable than stone. As for absorbing the darkness into it, he would have a better chance at plucking out a torch from the ceiling. "About the night vision?" "Of course!" The revelation seemed to fill her with enthusiasm. You just gotta learn how to cover your weaknesses, that's all. Speaking of which, what do you say about learning how to become a true Empyrean? A smile took over Draven's face by instinct. Sounds good. Let's cut to the chase then. Her face became serious, her voice beckoning his attention. Every Empyrean worth their Hexion must learn the 3 tenets: channel, imbue, and emit. Sounds simple enough. To channel is to will the Hexion to heed your call, wrenching it away from one of the 6 realms through your astra and into your soul. The strength of your will and the structure of your astra will determine how well you perform it. Think I got that one down. The description of it sounded familiar. It was what he had been doing every time he needed Hexion to heal the tears in his soul. I'm not surprised. She shook her head with a smile. Your will is strong. You even shook off my hold once, given that I had been distracted and drained, truth be told. It's quite something, though. The more hardship one lives through, the stronger their will becomes. Hard to beat a miner when it comes to living a rough life, she whispered. The second tenet, imbue, is as straightforward as its name. Spread your will over the Hexion, slowly claiming it as your own. She paused with a frown, the tip of her finger tapping against her lips in search of better words. Like a drop of blood staining water, your will must meld with the Hexion and create something new, something that belongs to you. And what is yours will obey you alone. Inside his soul, Draven was the indisputable ruler. Imagination became reality at the mere manifestation of his will.
In truth, however, some commands did not go unchallenged. The shield, for once, was not made of unbreakable ecran, and the darkness that stained his soul moved according to his will at the speed of thick ink that was about to become solid. Say, Myra, he interrupted her.
Master,
She interrupted him in return. You're the student, and I am the master. I've always wanted a wide-eyed little pupil calling me like that. Do it. Sometimes Draven wondered what was wrong with her.
Master, I have a question.
Of course, little Draven. Anything for my student. She nodded in satisfaction. Be quick about it, though. Master dislikes interruptions.
Whatever.
Draven coughed to mask the slip of the tongue, as he saw the frown on her face.
All right. You said that what is mine will obey my will, right?
She nodded.
Then that only applies within my soul? What if I'm trying to command something outside of it?
She glanced at him, her eyes scrutinizing him from head to toe.
Is this about your troubles with Unbreakable Veil?
Read like an open book. Yeah, Draven sighed. Don't take Amon's progress as the norm. That little freak is a natural when it comes to visualization. He's a dreamer for a reason, you know. She threw her gaze up at the silver dots that almost seemed to dance amidst the night.
It took me a whole 3 months to master it, and I'm no slouch.
3 months? Why didn't the old man tell me this? That lightened his mood a little. At the pace Draven progressed, it would be lucky if mastery of that technique came after years of practice, but it was reassuring to know that he was not expected to learn it in one go. The third tenet, emit. Well, you just blast people with Hexion molded into arts. Her muffled laughter echoed in the clearing like a breeze of fresh air. It's the most fun part, truth be told. Of course, to know how to mold the Hexion into arts is a different beast altogether. A globe of blood formed above her hand in a flash of crimson light. It bubbled, then its shape became that of a leaf. The details mimicked to such a degree that it would be impossible to tell the difference were it not for the unusual color. The leaf changed into a small mouse. The little critter raised both hands, innocent eyes of red staring directly at him,
and then disappeared in a cloud of red that melded with Myra's skin. "That's amazing. Can you teach me how to do that?" Draven bit his tongue and added, "Please, Master." "I'm afraid that is beyond my pupil's comprehension." She whipped her hair back, and her shoulders rose high with pride. "In time, you will learn all the secrets of the blood manipulation art." She switched her imperious voice to a casual tone. "Might be safer to start at the beginning, though, don't you think?" There was truth in her words, and the skill displayed with such ease added a layer of authority to her wisdom that had not been there before. Whatever Myra was, whoever she was, it did not matter. Before Draven stood a master of the blood path. "I want you to dive into your soul." Myra's voice became a trance-inducing melody that filled Draven with concentration. "Should be easy enough for you. Don't think I haven't noticed you doing it while you walk." Draven appeared in front of his core effortlessly. "You commanded Hexion before, so you've been using your will by instinct, which is pretty good." Her voice reached him even though his eyes were closed, his awareness focused within. "But grasping the full extent of your will is a different matter, and you'll need to do that if you ever want to go beyond the second tenet." Myra's presence surrounded him. Draven's shield cracked, the crooked lines of fractures spreading through its entirety until not a single spot remained untouched. It shattered into countless pieces after 4 seconds of enduring the ethereal weight.
How is this possible? Draven willed the Hexion to heal the wounds in his soul before they stole his focus away. Even Helvin's presence wasn't this strong. That made little sense. How could Myra be stronger than him? The look of respect in her eyes whenever Helvin came along was clear as day. She looked up to him like a kid admiring a hero. The old man was holding back. The realization put a bitter smile on his face. The unseen pressure wrapped around the sphere that was his soul and squeezed. Suddenly, it became hard to breathe, impossible to even move. This was the difference between those who mastered the unbreakable veil and those who did not. It decided who lived and who died. In the gasps of pain, he understood how lucky he had been, how shelter had softened him. If Draven faced an Empyrean in battle, Dyad vessel would be of no use. Nothing short of a shield would help him. If his opponent could suppress him like this, then his life was theirs for the taking. Like the abyss it is. He refused to have his life at the mercy of others. With a roar, Draven let go of thought and pushed back. The entirety of his being condensed in front of him, and a cloud of ethereal red solidified in the recesses of his soul, his will. It poured out from the projection of his awareness like water leaking out of a broken bucket, but the flow did not lessen or weaken. It only grew stronger. With a roar, Draven directed the cloud at the pressure that strangled the breath from his lungs, and he willed it to get lost. "Ah!" Myra's muffled grunt brought him back to reality. Rage fled him, and the cloud of red disappeared without a trace. But he did not despair, for Draven knew where to find it. It lay sleeping inside his being, eager to hear the whispers of his thoughts, ready to burst into action. It was a piece of him. "Cold abyss, Draven, are you even a kid?" The red-haired Empyrean looked at him with surprise written all over her slack jaw.
"Of course not, I'm 16.
Or am I? The days flew by without a sign, so the date of his birth remained lost inside those winding tunnels. Probably.
"That's not what I meant, stupid."
She slapped the ground and stood up. If her muttering did not raise the hairs on the back of his neck, her pacing in circles certainly did.
"You can only train will to a certain extent. You know, stuff like hardships and meditation is only going to take you so far."
Draven most certainly did not know, but he was not about to say it. Interrupting Myra was dangerous when she muttered to herself. Only incessant training over the years can increase the amount of will you're born with. But nobody can be born with the amount you just showed. It's just not wrong. She winced as their eyes met. Her nervous pacing stopped, but her gaze remained just as troubled, if not more. Sorry, but we're wrapping it up for today. What do you mean? It's barely been 5 minutes. Draven stood up and walked after her. What kind of lesson is this? I haven't learned anything. Aiden. She whispered his name in a way that allowed no overhearing. Before I speak to Helves, I can't teach you anything else. It might sound trivial to you, and I can't expect you to understand how big of a deal this is. Then fucking tell me, he roared. Myra's eyes flared red, the unnatural hue only those who trod the blood path could muster. Draven did not look away or ask for forgiveness for his outburst. He was not in the wrong. Not this time. People kept walking away without explaining things. Every time something out of the ordinary happened, their first reaction was to vanish without a trace or explanation. He was sick of it. If you won't tell me, how am I going to understand it? Draven let his tone fall closer to politeness, but the rage still seethed underneath those words. Has that ever crossed your mind? Silence spread in the empty clearing, as the icy wind of a silvery night carried the frustration in his voice like a visible fog. It could be seen on his face. It could be felt in the air itself. You got a point. Myra looked almost embarrassed, the color in her cheeks matching her fiery hair. All right. To put it simply, every person is born with a similar amount of will. Some have more than others from the get-go, but it's so negligible that it's pretty much common knowledge to just say everyone starts from the same point. When you channel Hexion, when you practice any of the 3 tenets, that reservoir of will gets larger, with time. She chuckled at her own words. I'm really downplaying this, you know. To notice any difference usually takes months. So you can imagine how long it takes to actually grow it in a meaningful way. So what? She raised a finger and silenced him. You wanted to hear it? Shut up then. Some of the most powerful Empyreans can triple the amount of their will, but it usually takes them their entire life to do so. I'm talking about hundreds of years here. Empyreans can live that long? It seemed unfair when a minor would be lucky to reach their 40s. The gloom made sure of that. And then there is you. Not even a strand of hair on your chin, but you already have more than, what? She asked herself. 3 Empyreans combined? What am I supposed to make of it, Draven? You're either as old as Helven, or there is something else going on. Why does this even matter? Draven scoffed. Surely that could not be true. Her knowledge had to have limits. Oh, it matters a lot. The disbelief on her face gave way to genuine laughter. Will is the sole threshold that limits the amount of Hexion one can emit at once. A battle between Empyreans is a battle between will. Whoever has more can suppress the other. What do you suppose would happen if someone had enough to match 3 Empyreans? The minors that stand out the most are the ones that don't last long. His mother's voice echoed inside his head. For months now, he was no longer just a minor. He was something else. Not a sovereign, not a minor, a forbidden mixture that justified cleansing. They would be strong, Draven said. Feared. Strong enough to draw out the dangerous sort of attention we don't want? Myra nodded, her face making clear of the gravity of the situation. I don't know what to make of it, and that's why I got to go ask the old man about it. He probably knew this already. So annoying. She walked away into the night. He never tells me anything. Draven did not fancy sitting in the open all by himself, especially not with Corvanus prowling around with his sullen face frozen in an eternal frown. On his way back to camp, he pondered her words, and no matter how much Draven told himself to be careful, a part of him only saw the revelation for the opportunity it presented. 3 times the amount of will other Empyreans have. No matter how dangerous it sounded, he would be a fool not to make use of it. When he lay down, sleep was the last thing on his mind. Draven could not afford to waste a second. His core lay in front of him, a miniature red sun in appearance, its red flames burning warmly to the touch. He summoned the cloud of will with a flicker of thought, manifesting it around his projection. Hexion lacked meaning if its only use was to heal one's soul. It was nothing but a fancy sort of sovereign air. But the second tenet offered a way to change that. Draven would be a fool not to take it.
Chapter 21. The Ark.
In Near Citadel. A red sun burned before Draven, its dwindling flames never stretching far from the crystalline shell that fueled it. No matter how much Hexion he beckoned from the rift, it all faded away as the fire grew stronger, larger, daring enough to venture beyond the safe reaches of his Astra. The space inside it was beyond sight, all but a step away from his consciousness. Draven could enter it as he pleased, but there was no need, for the Hexion was bound to answer his beckoning, regardless of where his projected image stood. So he called it. The Hexion answered in a stream of blood that burst into red flames the moment it exited the sphere. What had once been a small sun expanded to 3 times its original size, its flames roaring and stretching their bright tendrils inside it. Some strands of Hexion touched his cloud of will, but they recoiled at the contact, refusing to mix like water and oil. A thought set his will into motion. If the second tenet meant melding the 2 forms of energy, then the feat was possible. Draven refused to let the nature of Hexion dictate the course of his life. It would bend to his will, one way or another. Its power was his, and it was time to take it. The blood mist attacked the flickering flames, its intent directing each movement with a mixture of primal instinct and calculated decision. The ignited Hexion recoiled, fled, and shied away from the contact. It did not want to submit, yet, oddly enough, it did not flee through the rift. If you want to stay, you will submit. If you choose to heed my call, then become my weapon. The Hexion whistled a tune that resonated with his soul, a melody that conveyed more than mere words ever could. Draven smiled as his will surrounded the burning sun until not a speck of light escaped through its thick veil. He closed his grip around his Astra, and his will clashed with the Hexion's flames from all sides. This time, it did not recoil. It did not reject his intent. The crimson fire of the small sun consumed his will, used it as fuel to burn brighter, to condense. The flames diminished, though their hue only grew stronger. A burst of irrational fear made Draven question if he screwed up, but the answer lay just in front of him. He did not need eyes to see, for he felt it with his soul. What had once been scarce and transient became abundant and everlasting. The roaring flames of his Astra melted into a deep crimson liquid that was neither Hexion nor will. Perhaps it was both. Its glow revealed the true might that lay hidden inside every Empyrean soul, the strength that the Sovereign used to reign unquestioned. The liquid revolved around Draven's Astra, as if exploring every corner of the perfect sphere, its new home. Satisfied, it pierced the crystalline red shell without difficulty and entered the Astra,
where it lay dormant, like a puddle of shining blood. This is just the beginning. Mom, Dan, just wait for me. Even amidst exhaustion, Draven hardened his resolve and repeated the process. 10 times, 100 times, until he lost count. Until the red cloud of his will, once vast beyond measure, became no bigger than his closed hand. He could perform the second tenet no more, as his will was all but used up. The voice of his soul told him it was dangerous to try using what remained. So, with a shuddering breath, Draven let it vanish into the deep recesses of his being. Pain stabbed between his brows. Exhaustion weighed down his limbs heavier than lead. Light shone behind his closed eyelids. Draven deserved some sleep after all the mind-numbing work he had done. "Time to move," Helvin's voice echoed in the physical world. "No way." Draven opened his eyes, and, sure enough, the light of the torches above already welcomed another day. He had lost track of time. His body felt rusty, each joint stuck together after hours of motionless training. "What is the matter?" Helvin spoke.
"You are not one to sleep this much." "I didn't sleep. At all." Draven forced his eyelids open. "I take it Myra taught you the tenets." It was not a question, but the old man expected an answer. He found it in Draven's wince. "Good. How successful were you in executing the second?" "I don't know." Draven shrugged, folding his sleeping bag and attaching it to the bottom of his backpack as he spoke. "Hard to judge when she didn't teach me how to do it, or what would happen if I did it right." "Hey, why is he the only one taking some private lessons?" Eamon burst to his feet, the pack already fastened to his back. "What kind of discrimination is this? Am I right, Kane?" The miner nodded, then his eyes widened and he shook his head. He did not know which side to support or which sovereign's temper would end quicker. In the end, he just looked at the ground and whispered unintelligibly to his father. "No one here is suited to teach you the dream path, Eamon." Helvin shook his head. "Your training will begin—" "Not fair. What the abyss is this?" Eamon rambled, oblivious of Helvin's words. "Draven, you owe me one. What do you say about teaching whatever she's teaching you to me?" "No," Helvin's emotionless voice edged with impatience. "It is not the place of the unlearned to pass down broken knowledge to—" "My contract didn't say anything about unfair treatment," Eamon ignored Helvin. Helvin's patience ended, his mouth stretching into a thin line and a deep frown settling on his already wrinkled forehead. "So be it." A sword appeared in his hand from thin air. Eamon's face froze amidst his complaints. He took a step back and raised his arms in the air. "Let's take a breath, Gramps. It was all a joke, right, Kane?" "Draven!" Kane and his father whimpered. "Helvin, you know him," Draven said, taken aback by the sudden threat. "Finn is just messing around." Sweat formed on Eamon's forehead as Helvin casually walked up to him. Draven's body froze. The liquid within his astra lay dormant, unable to be used. Even if he trained for years, stopping Helvin still seemed like a wild dream. Eamon must have been thinking the same, if the terror on his face was any sign. "You wanted to learn," the elder spoke, his voice ice itself. "Then it's time I teach you a lesson." "Abyss, man, I was joking. Just joking." Eamon took a step back and stumbled. Helvin's icy scowl broke into his usual emotionless expression, but there was a hint of something on his lips. "So you don't want to learn the sword?" A smile, a broken, incomplete smile. It sent shivers down Draven's skin. "What?" Eamon stammered. Helvin helped him to his feet and offered him another sheathed sword. Forgive me, Aemon. I have forgotten what it is like to—" He hesitated, sighed, then looked at the distant torches on the ceiling. "Never mind. You made a reasonable argument. For that, I'll teach you the sword. Walk with me, Aemon." Helvin left without waiting. His words required no answer. His will was absolute in a world where power meant everything. When Helvin's figure could not be seen, Draven asked, "Happy now?" His heart drummed loudly inside his chest. "Can you not do this sort of stuff again?" Aemon wiped the sweat from his face and gave a tentative smile. "I guess that's what I asked for." His lips trembled. "But what in the abyss is wrong with that guy?" A shrill scream echoed through the forest. It traveled amidst the quietude of the wind and singing birds in a melody that overtook them both, a wave of motion that left silence in its wake. Birds and other small creatures took to the air in a cloud of moving bodies. It was the third time it had happened in the days they had spent traveling to the city of Anavarith, and its coming brought waves of anxiety to the faces of regular people like Myra and Corvanus. They knew what that scream was, and which sort of creature it belonged to. But their lips remained shut whenever Draven inquired. Helvin, however, did not seem bothered. Few things could bother the elderly man. Aemon was one of them. "Like this?" Aemon spoke for the 10th time, emulating a swing of his sword that came frighteningly close to touching Helvin. "No, no, no," Helvin almost snarled, a testament to the regret he felt at his offer. "Bend your knees lower and avoid blocking your sight with those flailing arms. Do you want them to kill you this easily?" "If I go lower than this, I'll scrape my butt on the ground, Gramps," Aemon retorted, but did as instructed. Their training kept going as the group braved a fresh path amidst the endless green. They stopped only at night, no exceptions. If the pacing shaved at the miner's stamina, one of them would carry the duo along. It was nothing taxing to the strength in a sovereign's body. Myra carried Cain like a living backpack that occasionally moved from his exhausted sleep. Sweat drenched Ed, but he kept moving, placing one foot in front of the other, his breath coming in an even rhythm that struggled to keep up with the strain on his muscles. "Myra, it is time," Corvanus appeared from the side. "Wake up, Cain," she whispered to the sleeping miner. Myra stopped walking and put the young man down, a steady hand making sure he would not collapse as soon as the support was gone. With a white cloth, she patted down the sweat on his forehead. Red light flashed in her eyes, and Cain's face gained a measure of lucidity and strength. "Thank you, Lady Myra," Cain nodded, and started walking with the help of his father. "I'm going for my turn, then." Sadness tinged Myra's smile as she looked at the miners struggling to keep pace with the rest of the group. "No need to worry," Corvanus spoke, even though his eyes did not meet hers. "I will carry them as soon as I have attended to some personal matters." The red-haired sovereign vanished into the forest, where she began her scouting turn, a common occurrence in their daily trek toward a city Draven never seemed to reach. Draven. The overseer emphasized the name, his tongue spitting out each letter with bottled emotion. "This belonged to you." Draven's stomach dropped at the words. He did not need to see what the sovereign held in his hands, for the words could only mean one thing. But curiosity won out over fright. Sure enough, the worn leather of the book rested against the Corvanus gloved hand. It all began with the gate. Draven winced at the memory. "I'm surprised you still have it." Draven moved to pull the book from his hand, but Corvanus retracted it beyond reach. "But of course. This book, old as it might look, only a scrap, truth be told, contains more mysteries than both of our minds can comprehend." The overseer's eyes hardened on Draven. Imagine my surprise when it was found in the possession of a kid. I already told you, my dad found it in the ruins. Draven did not trust any of them, least of all his father's executioner. He would confirm it had you not killed him with your own hands. A wince of pain spread through the overseer's face, gone in the fleeting moments between heartbeats. It pained Draven to use the memory of his father as a convenient excuse. A lifetime's worth of shame overwhelmed him, but he either persisted in the lie or told the truth and risked facing consequences beyond his ability to manage. I'm no weaver, so it is difficult to distinguish lies from truth, especially from one who has used them to avoid death so often. He put the runebook inside his jacket, stifling Draven's hopes of retrieving it. But common sense dictates that this would never have been found in such a mundane place as a catalyst district. It is laughable to even entertain the notion. Even Korvax would not dare carry such a thing.
Corvanus might be suspicious, but as long as the origin of the book was the only thing in question, Draven still walked on safe grounds. It was a diversion, after all. A book depicting the forbidden runes found in the hands of a miner. The man suddenly burst into dry laughter. What's so funny? Irritation laced Draven's words. I suppose you would not know. It is not your fault, but rather that of those who call themselves your instructors. His features steadied until they became an imitation of Helvan's. If you do not know, allow me to educate you. In the entirety of the Haven, only a single Empyrean holds the power to pierce through the veil of the runes. Only he can gaze at their mysteries. Your father was a talented Empyrean, Draven. No one who knew him would dare question his power or his ability to retrieve items from dangerous places. Respect filled Corvanus's voice. It was odd, Draven thought, considering the overseer had been the one to kill him. But even he would never dare step foot in the Arcanir citadel. Only a fool would do so. The dread on his face did a good job of depicting how tremendous such a feat was. After all, to acquire this book would mean stealing from the Maker himself. He left, true to his word. Ed and Cain both piled over his shoulders like bags of coal. The weight did not seem to bother the man. The frown on his face was not from effort, but from a series of questions whose answers defied common sense. Questions also plagued Draven's thoughts as he kept up with the group's pace, but those of a different nature. Another person can see the runes. For the first time in his life, he felt the weight of his secret diminish from his shoulders. But why is keeping drawings of runes taboo? Why is it a crime so great they punish us with cleansing? It made no sense. Draven remained just as clueless as he had always been, but for the first time, he knew where to find the answer. Arcanir Citadel.
Chapter 22. What Can't Be Touched.
Sit straight! A thin stick cut through the air and burned a bright line of pain on Draven's back. If you keep hunching your back like that, it'll turn into a hook.
What's a hook? Draven asked.
Not important, she snapped. Myra's patience ran thin this night, her voice trembling with an unfound anxiety that worried Draven. Every time that acute scream echoed in the forest, her eyes widened with a hint of panic. Her nervous pacing, shifting eyes, and impatience were strong enough to become contagious. Just what in the Haven could scare an Empyrean? None of those who held the answers were welcoming to Draven's questions, and that worried him even more. Still, if they kept the information a secret, he had to assume it was for their good. The unknown was tempting to consider, but it was a distraction most unwelcome. You say the Hexion formed a pool inside your Astra, right? Myra's red eyes pierced his flesh. That's refined Hexion for you, an energy tamed and loyal to its Empyrean,
capable of leaving their bodies and still obeying their will. So Hexion by itself can't do that, he asked. It's better just to show you. Red light shined through her skin, coalescing at the tip of her finger. It exploded in a brilliant burst that dissipated in the air as if mist faced with the morning glow of the torch. This is what happens when Hexion leaves your body. It doesn't know what to do. It can't hold an instruction or perform an art. It just vanishes back to its realm. It's dumb. But this... Red light shone once again, flooding out of her skin like blood, congealing into a single droplet as she pointed her finger at a distant boulder. Is what refined Hexion can do. The drop of blood spun and disappeared right as the sound of an impact echoed from the boulder her finger pointed at. Draven's eyes followed the direction she was pointing to and widened with disbelief. This is unreal. He looked at the hole in the center of the boulder, at the splash of blood that painted its corners, and his mind reeled. Can your master get a round of applause? Myra crossed her arms and beamed a proud smile. Or, a compliment wouldn't hurt either, truth be told. That's insane! Draven burst to his feet, the cross-legged position the last thing on his mind. Can you teach me how to do that? Come on! That's what I'm about to do, if you can be a little patient. Myra looked at her nails with no regard for Draven's impatience. How's your will doing? You mean the bloody cloud? It's gone. All I got is the refined Hexion now. Draven frowned. What was the point of even asking that? She knew what the second tenet's completion would do to his will. Not gone. Spent. Think about it as a resource you can naturally produce, something that will come back with enough time. But your Astra can only hold so much refined Hexion right now. She gazed at him with the proud face of someone who had been practicing a speech. Does that make sense? Not really. Draven closed his eyes before Myra could protest and dived deep into his soul. A nudge of intent was enough to summon the blood mist back into existence. It was small, nowhere near the size of the endless cloud that it had once been, but it was larger than before. It grew with every second, imperceptible to anyone but himself. Don't get any dumb ideas. Her voice brought him back to the outside world. If you waste my time by spending your will again, I'm not teaching you shit. I wasn't going to do that. Draven steadied his heart. Humph. Did you forget who I am? She scoffed. You have a long way to go before you can bypass my heart sense, you lying little brat. Anyway, she raised a finger to shut him up. The third tenet is simple enough. Just meld your intent into your will, imprint the instructions into it, and use it to awaken the refined Hexion to do your bidding. What? It did not sound simple at all. Myra must have noticed the questions on his face as she shook her head and laughed. Honestly, Draven, just stop thinking and do it. It's like telling a limb what to do. There's nothing complicated about it. Her eyes widened. She must have remembered something. Start simple, small. Don't want to lose a finger? Or a limb, right? Damn it. What's simple about that? His arm would not blow up because he willed it so. Refined Hexion could do just that. Simple, nothing fancy. I know just the thing. I've seen it before. Easy, Aiden. Draven, I meant. You got this. Just will the Hexion to do that thing to the rock, just how Myra did it. Draven pictured the image in his mind. A small droplet of blood condensed at the tip of his finger, rotating, building up speed but held back by his will. It would release at his command, at his target, at his enemies. I got this. The moment the cloud of will touched the refined Hexion, it burst into motion faster than Draven could react. A drop of the refined liquid traveled through his arm, blazing an agonizing path, tearing through his flesh without regard for his safety. It was so fast that he wanted to scream, to let it go. His arm dropped to the ground with a maddening rush of pain as the droplet emerged from a bloody hole in his index finger. The pain came rushing at him all at once. Draven screamed and grabbed his arm as the droplet whined with its momentum and shot at a nearby tree while he dropped to the ground. Tears obscured his vision. Dyad Vessel drank the pain with the glee of a thirsty animal. Blood flowed down his arm, soaking his shirt. It did not look good. There was too much of it coming, and it was not stopping. "Well," Myra's hand flooded him with healing warmth, "we're going to have to postpone our healing lecture, or I'm afraid you'll defy logic and grow a finger on your forehead." Amidst the pain, flooded with the torment of a messed-up limb, Draven saw a clear path. It was bloody and uncomfortable, and part of him doubted his sanity at even considering it. But it was something that he had to do. A new way of pushing Dyad Vessel even further. The morning rays pierced Draven's eyelids with a lukewarm sense of familiarity. Although he preferred the darkness of night, as it guaranteed him a few more minutes of sleep, the light was not unwelcome. It meant another day of training, one step closer to reaching Anavarith. "Get ready, we are moving," Helvan signaled once everybody was awake and up. Breakfast had better keep with their pace, or their bellies would rumble with hunger eventually. Draven looked at his arm, still swollen and aching. Myra healed everything, but that had been yesterday. He tried the art a few more times, each attempt reducing the damage he inflicted on himself. Dyad Vessel gorged on his failures. There was no need for knives to carve at his flesh anymore. The Hexion was right there waiting for his call. It would not say no. The refined liquid was emotionless, unbiased. Aemon walked beside him in silence. His gait was awkward as he measured every step as if in a dance. Another lesson from Helvan, no doubt. Ed and Cain struggled to keep up, but not as much as before. They seemed to get used to the pace. "It won't be much longer until we reach Anavarith," Helvan assured in advance before Aemon could ask. "Yeah, sure, Gramps," Aemon scoffed. "You've been saying that for 3 days now." Aemon's complaint fell dead as he climbed the hill ahead. Something in his vision must have caught his attention. Draven sped up the pace just enough not to leave Ed and Cain behind, and soon the view was in front of him. His mind had a hard time coming up with a word to define what he had just seen. It was a city, but it was much more than that. Sprawling gray stone sprouted out of the ground in a seamless wall that stretched as far as the eye could see. A line of people waited on the well-maintained road that pierced the city's gigantic gate. Anavarith. Myra and Corvanus should have reached the city by now, unburdened by the slow pace or the duties of scouting the wilderness. The wall was tall, making the Sovereign look like tiny dots from the distance, but some houses soared above it. One of the 5 major cities of Elysium, the smallest of them, mind you. Helvan stopped, joining them in their silent contemplation of the view. Yet he could not help himself with another lecture. "Myra and Corvanus are making contact with our people, so we can avoid the main gate and its dreadful line-up." Something tugged at Draven's insides, an instinct, something he did not quite comprehend. He looked to the left. Beside Helvan stood a green man. Light pierced through his body like he was not truly there, as if he was not solid. The wind blew at his face, at his clothes, rustling his hair and moving his attire even though the air was still. His face was emotionless, his eyes focused on the old man, who seemed oblivious to his presence. Casually, he drew a thin, short dagger. "Watch out!" Draven shouted a moment too late. Helvan swerved to his right, away from the green man, and presented his back to him. The blade burst through the old sovereign's chest in a spray of green mist. No blood, no sickly scent of metal in the air. The blade did not even cut Helvan's black clothes or his flesh. Helvan's eyes widened as he looked down at his chest. 1 dead, the Green Man muttered, his voice distant. 4 more to go. Gramps! Eamon roared. The sheathed blade at his side flowed into his hand, and a step forward brought it into a seamless thrust that pierced the Green Man's face as he retrieved his dagger from Helvan's flesh. The man, the thing, walked through the blade as if it was not there, as if he was not there. Helvan fell to his knees. A hand clutched at his chest, though no wound was left to tell his fate. A look of confusion on his pale face. Green mist swirled around the creature as his body reformed outside the reaches of Eamon's blade. His dagger raised into the air as he muttered, "You are next." "No!" Draven snarled. The cloud of will manifested inside his soul. The image of the blood droplet drilling a hole through stone. Draven did not care what happened to his arm. All the potential pain was nothing but an afterthought. The Green Man was going after Eamon, and Draven would die before he let that happen. Blood erupted out of Draven's finger as the Hexion took the shape of a small droplet. It rotated, built up momentum in a split second, and shot straight at the Green Man's forehead. The creature blinked, looked at him, and smiled. Not going to work. The dagger plunged. Eamon raised his short blade to deflect the thrust, but the creature phased through the steel like it was of no impediment to the death sentence it intended to carry. It slashed the dagger at Eamon's neck, ready to end the man's life. Indeed. Helvan's cold voice froze the world. A moment later, the Green Man's head dropped to the ground soundlessly, before it, too, disappeared in a burst of mist. Helvan stood behind the creature, a black, slender blade with dark green edges vanishing from his hand. We should hurry. The evoker will sense the death of its specter, and more will come. Helvan's voice was steady. Draven, Eamon, carry the miners on your back. We have no time to waste. Are you all right? Eamon sheathed his sword with trembling hands. Sorry, Gramps. I don't mean to sound disappointed, but how are you even alive? Helvan turned to him, dead black eyes staring at the youth, mouth pursed into a thin line. It matters not. The frown on his face dissuaded all notions of inquiry. Draven picked up Ed like a sack of coal and threw him over his shoulder. They ran in silence, headed to a small gate far from the main road. 2 people stood in front of it, guards most likely, and no other visitors lined up to enter the city. The wind rushed in his face, the sound of birds, the bustling noise of an approaching crowd. The questions in his head were the only noise Draven truly heard. The Green Man had been a specter, a dead soul turned into an eternal slave, an Empyrean art performed by an evoker. Draven might be slow to connect the dots, unlike Eamon, but even someone as unlearned as he knew what those things were capable of. Horror tales of their feats plagued the Catalyst districts. Every miner kid had heard of it at least once. 1 strike and you were dead. No healing, no avoiding it. No other fate but certain death. Something made of pure soul and Hexion struck not at the flesh, but at the soul itself. But if that's true, if the stories are real, Draven swallowed and kept running. He shouldn't be alive.
Chapter 23. Lesser Refinement. A well-lit room, windowless as usual, did not show where in the abyss Draven was. Following the specter's demise, if it was even alive to begin with, his trip to the city was calmer than expected. No ambushes, no inquiries at the side gate, only conspicuous, complicitous nods. It did not take a genius to understand that the Sovereign Guards were members of the Witnesses of the Beyond, but it was hard to swallow.
In bed, lying against the soft pillow and staring at the ceiling, Draven wondered just how far the clutches of the organization reached. A group with such power should not need to remain hidden in the shadows, or at least that was what he thought. Perhaps their foe was strong enough to force them into hiding. He was no genius, and his education left a lot to be desired, but that was the only reasoning that made sense. Casting his doubts aside, and the pain in his unhealed arm, Draven dived into his soul. The tune of his ethereal soothed the uncertainty of the present. It sang about the possibilities of the future, a far more enthralling perspective. Perhaps a round of training the unbreakable veil was long overdue, but he felt compelled to look at the fruits of his effort, the refined Hexion sitting inside of his Astra. The pool of liquid had more than doubled its previous size, almost reaching the limit of what the small sun could hold. Something did not sit right with him. Draven remembered having more refined Hexion than this. His Astra had been at its limit. Abyss take me. Why is it getting smaller? Now there was room for more of the liquid. That shouldn't be possible. Refined Hexion was not supposed to dissipate like the flitting fires that burned on the surface of his Astra. He took a seat inside his soul. The idea of the outrageous act did not surprise him like it used to, and waited, observed, watched like a rat waiting for scraps. There! One droplet disappeared.
Draven tried to trace its path, but the surprise of his confirmation delayed him enough to make it impossible. It was frustrating, but another chance was bound to come. A few minutes later, another droplet vanished, but this time he was ready. Draven latched his consciousness to it and followed it outside of his Astra into his blood vessels. Confusion and wonder almost made his grip slip, but he held strong. No one had taught him this sort of awareness. Nevertheless, he followed the thieving remnants of his stolen hard work. It ended up in a drumming chamber that pulsated with decayed power, with hunger. His heart. It may belong to him now, but that was not always the case. It beat once, twice, 3 times. On the last beat, his heart glowed with the power of Hexion. The droplet arrived at its center and dissolved into tiny streams that merged with its flesh, then dispersed throughout Draven's body. He was unsure if the phenomenon was normal, but he did not know anybody else who walked with the heart of a monster in their chest. The cycle continued for minutes, then hours, until he noticed a change. His arm, swollen and bandaged as it had been, began to heal. The pain was not so strong anymore. He could move his finger without the excruciating stabs of torment. It's healing me. Without an instruction, no art performed or inscribed into his will, it acted on its own. Draven appeared inside his Astra with a thought, the shining pool of red liquid in front of him undulating with his reflection. With an idea in mind, Draven uttered a single word. More. The silent thief acknowledged. What had once consumed a droplet every few minutes now took a handful in an instant. Draven's arm burned as if on fire. An irresistible itch consumed his skin, but he did not relent. Don't be shy. You can take it. It felt silly to speak to his own heart, but as long as his words carried the weight of his will, it would obey. Mend. The handful of droplets became a steady stream. The refined Hexion inside his Astra dwindled until only half remained. After a few minutes, the flow stopped. Draven opened his eyes and untied the bandages around his arm, the brown color of dried blood making it rigid and not too fragrant. His jaw dropped at the sight. The hole in the tip of his finger was gone, and so was the swelling along with the pain it had brought. His arm had completely healed. Draven grinned, staring at his hand with wide-eyed amazement. Magic. It's like abyss-damned magic. You're creepy as the abyss sometimes. Eamon looked at him over the rim of the open book held in his hand. Just thought someone should tell you and… What the shit? How are you healed already? Secrets of the trade, Draven chuckled with unrestrained glee. You know, the Empyrean sort of secrets. Maybe you'll get to know them one day. I hate you, man. Eamon shook his head and got back to reading. Keep staring at your hand like a pervert, will you? Draven would not sleep tonight, for he had just found a way to train Dyad Vessel like never before. He would only stop after breaking the barrier that stood between him and the next stage of advancement. The smell of Draven's burnt flesh inundated the room alongside an unhealthy black smoke that trailed to the ceiling, remaining there as a cloud that hung above his head. He looked down at the burns on his left arm, the swollen flesh, peeled off skin, the red fury of throbbing pain, and nodded. He was proud of his work. Just enough that it burned, but nothing permanent that he might not heal. The work of an artist. With a deep breath, he released the Dyad Vessel within himself once. The pain, which had been dormant, heightened with renewed vigor, but it only lasted a moment as the Providence reabsorbed it back into itself. Once, twice, thrice, until the Dyad Vessel was emptied of all its contents. As a wave of pain tore through his previously blocked defenses, something inside him whined and cracked. Draven summoned the text with a sweat-covered grin on his face. The scripture appeared in front of him, its blue glow soothing away the torment and presenting him with the well-sought reward for his diligence. Draven von Astreus, Dyad Vessel, Refinement, Lesser, Blood Path, Reverence, Lesser. Finally, Draven smiled as he read the text. Lesser refinement. By the abyss, he wished this had come sooner, for he did not know if he could withstand another round of using the Firestone against his skin. Something about the smoke and smell struck deeper than the cracking of broken bones. It was not an experience he wished to repeat. Still, going through all the trouble and hardship and not even testing the benefits of his reward felt hollow. With a thought, Draven inscribed his intent into his will, abandoning all notions of safety or the image of an undamaged arm. No, forget about undamaged. Do your worst. The refined Hexion awoke, a bright line of pain coursing down his arm until a drop of blood condensed at the tip of his finger. Dyad Vessel absorbed the pain, refilling some of its capacity. Draven aimed the sphere at the kitchen's wall and stopped, a wince of realization bringing some common sense back into his head. Helven would not be happy to see him destroying the organization's property, and the sphere had to go somewhere. He froze with his uplifted hand. Or does it? Draven remembered what Myra had done. Refined Hexion, a liquid imbued with his will, resided inside his astra. An idea formed in his head, passed down to his will, and carried back to the sphere of blood rotating at the tip of his finger. Go back now, but no damage, gentle and easy. Just go back to my astra, all right? He muttered to the inanimate drop of floating blood. It vanished back inside his arm, treading back the path it had taken, and returned inside his astra. Its passage had not been painless. It still felt like a worm wiggling inside his veins, but it produced no more damage than what had already been done. There we go, Draven said, chuckling as his heart already drank in the Hexion to fix the wounds. He steadied himself and looked proudly at his healed arm. No signs of damage. Good. The burns were fully mended, which saved a lot of explanations and weird looks.
His reserve of refined dwindled to less than 1/3 of its capacity, but that was a cheap price to pay. Dyad vessel came to the forefront of his mind, and he released it on himself. Pain burned across his right arm all at once, minutes of torture converging into a single moment. Or so he thought. The torment did not go away like it once had. Draven looked down at his arm, frowning in confusion. What is going on? The burns had returned, as if they had never been gone. All the damage absorbed by the Providence came back fresh as sovereign bread out of an oven. Helvin mentioned Providences evolve, but Draven never imagined it would reach this extent so soon. If it was already this potent, its next advancement would defy reason. He might face pain on the road ahead, but never before had he so eagerly anticipated the journey. He returned to his room to find all the lights out. Eamon must have been sleeping, something that a normal person needed to do. Draven was tired after a day of journeying and hours of training, but he did not feel the need to sleep. Night vision, self-healing, prolonged stamina, a silent instinct. Those were but the most notable influences of the foreign organ beating inside his chest. It was wise to ask Myra about it, but Draven was still afraid of her curiosity. With nothing else to do, he immersed himself in the repetitive process of breaking and creating his shield. The tears in his soul were no longer a problem. He could just will the Hexion, not even the refined one, to mend them. Only his mental endurance to the building headache behind his eyes dragged him down, so he stopped after it became too distracting. The blood mist, the manifestation of his will, had returned in all its majestic glory. But in 1 hour it was gone once more, turned into refined Hexion that almost filled his astra. "Where?" Eamon's voice snapped Draven out of his soul. "Where are you, Aiden?" "Right here. I was just in the kitchen doing some... cooking," Draven said. "He's looking for you," Eamon whispered. "Where are they keeping you? Myra can't find you." Draven shivered. Eamon's eyes were closed, sleeping. The darkness did not hinder his sight, but Draven wished it did. Whatever dreams his friend was having, he wanted no part in it. "Don't let him find you. Don't tell anyone," Eamon said, his forehead filled with sweat. "To the abyss with this," Draven told himself, even as goosebumps traveled along his spine. "Quit messing around, Finn. That's not funny." Eamon stopped mumbling, but did not wake up. Draven was glad he did not need to sleep anymore. He did not fancy the sort of nightmares those words would beckon. Chapter 24. The Heightening Chamber. Myra's deft hands trimmed away the excess hair and beard that made Draven resemble a beggar.
Today is an important day, Draven. Don't think less of us for what is about to happen. Another one of those things you can't tell but want to, Draven sighed. Yeah, man. Everybody here seems to like this sort of game. Eamon looked at himself in the mirror with a proud face. He had trimmed his hair short and shaved his beard to a presentable look. I think that's pretty fucked up of you guys. Something like that. Myra's face did not show any amusement, her curt movements belonging to someone who only wanted to finish what they were doing. Both of you must remember, the place you are about to enter is not friendly territory, Helvin spoke from behind his desk, the familiar stack of papers spread around in an organized mess. The unbreakable veil should mask the signature of your souls if you manage to make it withstand scrutiny. The last part stung at Draven. After training the shielding technique for days, and with Helvin's insights, he had finally drained the darkness from his soul into the shield. But the durability of the technique was still far from Ekron. House Oren employs the services of a powerful evoker, so do not draw his attention, Draven. The old man put the documents down. Damn, Gramps. Eamon turned from the mirror, a look of surprise on his face. Are you finally going to elaborate on how you plan to send us to our deaths? A frown of displeasure instantly settled on Helvin's face. Your tongue, boy. That shall be the death of you. I need not be a dreamer to see it. He sighed after a few breaths. There has been word of secret gatherings inside House Oren, rumors that none but the most influential or most inconsequential have access to. Your assignment is to find what Paradius Oren, Virion of House Oren, is scheming with the other houses. Sounds simple enough, Eamon spoke with clear outrage.
Walk inside a castle full of people that can murder us and make them tell us all their secrets. All the while hoping nobody sneezes too hard on Draven's shield so it doesn't break. He has a point, Draven thought. The entire plan depended on too many factors that none of them controlled. It was bound to fail. Nobody is going to believe this dumbass Eamon is a lord. Hey, it is good that you are not infiltrating as a lord then, but as a cook and a servant, lowly enough to bypass any undue scrutiny, lesser in origin with documents to sustain your past. Inexperienced fools who stepped foot in Anavareth for the first time. The old man raised an eyebrow as he inspected them. Were I not to know the truth, I would believe the lie myself. I will be the servant. Eamon took the chance to salvage a petty victory amidst disaster. Good luck cooking, Draves. But I can't cook for shit. Enough. Helvin silenced them with the weight of his presence. The cook apprentice shall be you, Eamon Orisanthe. Hey! Not fair, Gramps. I called it first, Eamon snarled. Why are you taking his side like that? The servant post was requested by the young Lord Nerovian Oren. Helvin gazed at Draven with hesitation. It is the second time in 1 month he has requested a servant, the 10th in under 6 months. The circumstances of the previous applicants are unknown. So you're sending me to die, Draven snapped. The bastard of an old man must have held a grudge against him. There was no other explanation. I'll do it, but you have to promise me one thing. Helvin waited in silence. If I die, you'll get my family out of there. You'll get them to safety. Draven was ready to face death if it meant saving them, but he refused to die meaninglessly. It will be done, Helvin said. Not you, Helvin. I don't trust their lives to you. Draven turned around and looked at Myra's silent form. Promise it to me, Myra. Aiden. His real name slipped out of her mouth. I'm not sure I can face House Oren. I'm not exactly that strong. It's not about strength. It's about heart, Myra. If you tell me you'll do it, then I trust you. Draven stole a glance at Helvin. The Sovereign did not look upset. No emotions were visible on his face. Precisely why Draven could not trust him. Helvin looked empty. I'll get them out. She gripped Draven's shoulder. But you gotta promise me one thing, too. No fancy ideas. Stay in the shadows. Swallow your temper. Don't look for trouble. Don't be stupid. Well, we are 16 years too late for that one. Don't get killed. That's 5 things. It kinda seems like I got the short end of the deal. Draven laughed and nodded. One less worry gone from his head. Draven did not plan on getting himself killed, but it was always good to have a guaranteed fallback plan. Well then, it is good that everything is sorted out. Helvin did not look happy or angry when he stood up. He spoke without passion. The basics are out of the way. Both of your souls are attuned. Yet the final step remains to be taken. It is time for you to undergo heightening. Eamon, contrary to all of his expectations, looked confused, concerned. Draven knew how much his ability to command Hexion wore down his friend's mood. He understood firsthand how much Aemon wanted to do the same. The time had finally come, but Aemon did not look happy at all. "All good?" Draven whispered, and nudged him with an elbow. Helvan took Myra's hand, their position revealing a hidden rune circle beneath their feet. Now that Draven looked at it, he sensed the runes hidden in the stone. A transportation circle, most likely, perhaps one similar to the one that had sent them to Elysium. "I don't know, man. I just got this nasty feeling that I've seen this shit before." Aemon looked around, a frown on his face. "But, oh well, time to get my hands on some Empyrean arts. You're not going to be the only one showing off for much longer."
He buried his hesitation under an uncertain smile. Draven took Myra and Aemon's hands, the power of runes rumbling beneath his feet. He closed his eyes to shield them from the overpowering brilliance that consumed the room. The world trembled, then went silent. A dark stone bed carved by skilled hands, its corners smooth, lines flowing into each other as if it were the proud work of a craftsman. That might be how someone would describe it. But to Draven, it was just a big brick that looked like an altar of sorts. Its craftsmanship was of no importance next to the circle of slumbering runes around it. He winced and looked away, a moment too late, but no one else could tell. They did the same, every effort focused on not looking directly at the mysterious instruments of power that shook their minds. Aemon had been taken somewhere else. Draven did not like being alone in the room with only Helvan and Myra for company. It reminded him of that metallic table, the memories that occasionally haunted his resting moments. Something told him that whatever was about to happen was not much better than those bloody days. "May the Maker protect me." He remembered Astegon's warning. Never mind. "Take your clothes off and lay down on the stone nexus," Helvan spoke, with eyes closed. "The process is simple enough, though incredibly expensive." "And just what is about to happen?" Draven took off his clothes. "We talked about this, Draven," Myra interjected. "Nobody is about to murder you or something, I promise. You're gonna understand it when it happens. All this silence and unanswered questions will make sense after it's done." She opened an eye to steal a glance at him, blinked away tears at the sight of the runes, and closed it once more with a frown of pain. "If you say so." Draven walked toward the stone altar. With his back turned to them, no one would know he could look at the runes with no consequence. So he savored every step. They were complex, closer than he had ever been to the mysterious knowledge privy to only a single soul in the entire haven. The absence of his notebook filled him with regret. Damn that Corvanus bastard. If he had it with him now, just how many new runes would he be able to draw? Draven abandoned trying to count them after the 10th new one laughed at his attempt. Better to understand one, to fix it into his mind, than to lose this opportunity to childish curiosity. To his right, left, and front, a circle of gray metal encapsulated the same rune. This one looked important, and it was new. A single vertical line with 4 other strokes, almost forming closed triangles on each side of the original line. Beautiful. Easy to remember in its simplicity. Come to think of it, the simple ones were always singled out in metallic circles. He wondered for a second about the reason behind it, but he had arrived at the so-called nexus. Draven lay down as instructed, the cold stone sending shivers against his skin, and waited in nerve-wracking anticipation. Now that he could no longer see the runes, his mind had no other distractions to focus on. Its sole target was the fact that he was naked on a stone altar surrounded by runes. "We shall begin," Helvan announced. A glowing cube sprouted from thin air into the palm of his open hand. Its shell was transparent like glass, but it shone with a variety of colors that would make any lord covet it as a precious jewel. The old man knelt, eyes open and a frown of pain carved deeply into his face, then placed the cube on top of the same rune Draven had inspected earlier. "Humph," he grunted. A trembling step took him away from the circle. "This never gets easier. I envy whoever does not have to deal with the headache." "Hard to find someone who wouldn't envy the Maker himself," Myra whistled. Helvan looked at Draven and grunted.
The ground shook, cold blue light filling the runes with brilliance one by one until the entire circle illuminated the room, leaving no place for shadows to hide. It thrummed, beating with the rhythm of a human heart. A scream filled Draven's mind as energy entered his flesh unbidden. Pure terror and unbearable pain touched his thoughts, but they were not his own. It was like hearing someone else's voice, their thoughts and feelings inside his head. "What is—" The energy pierced his shield as if it was not there. The anxiety that made him sweat was his own, but the sheer regret and dread? That belonged to someone else. He saw the blue energy enter his soul, swirl around his core, dancing around it, soothing the flames of Hexion that burned on its surface. The flow stopped after a few minutes, and so did the foreign impressions in his head. The energy, so vast and brilliant, dissolved inside him. Everything that made him who he was became sharper, as his astra doubled in size, the flames burning brighter than ever. Draven could smell his own sweat. He smelled flowers wafting from Myra, the greasy blade oil in Helvan's hand, the stale air that had collected in this room for an untold amount of time. When his eyes opened, he was at a loss for words. Streams of color, the same ones that had flickered in Helvan's hand before, now swam in the air like the wind itself had become the most precious thing in the world. Draven stood up, eager to pester both of them with the million questions he now had. "I suggest you remain seated," Helvan sighed. "The worst part is yet to come." Black smoke wafted out from certain runes. Draven had seen it before. It resembled the same twisting, living cloud that formed after a binding oath. But he failed to understand why runes would produce that nasty thing. Foreign memories rushed into his mind all at once. Chapter 25. The Truth Hidden by Oaths. Lord Helvan escorted Draven to a dimly lit room. The man might be sovereign, but he sure as coal kept his word. The thought of serving someone as dignified as this man did not fill Draven with shame. Cain sure could learn a thing or two under these sorts of people. Maybe a better life for them was just around the corner. Draven just needed to prove himself enough so that both of them could get it. "Lord Helvan, what can I do for you?" "Stupid. Show some manners to the Lord," Draven reprimanded himself. "If it's all right to ask." "I require nothing less than what you swore, Ed Brightlight." Lord Helvan spoke with a frown on his face. Sovereigns could be weird to understand sometimes, for Draven swore he did nothing to put that frown on the old man's forehead. Following his line of sight brought him answers, and a throbbing headache to boot. "Abyss take me, those are runes." Draven looked away in the blink of an eye, for he did not fancy getting sentenced to a cleansing. No, sir. This was not his fault. It was just a glance. "Remove your attire and lay down on that altar," Lord Helvan said. The sovereign's instructions were odd, but he was not the only man of his word. Draven swore his life belonged to Lord Helvan once his daughter's murderer was dead. The Lord kept his word. If he had some weird fancies for him, so be it. No amount of pride could fill a man's belly. Draven did as instructed, but the sovereign did not follow suit. Perhaps he was wrong, thank the Maker. A colorful cube appeared in Lord Helvan's hand, and the gasp of surprise fled Draven's lips like all the times he had witnessed the man's powers. One just did not get used to this sort of thing. No, sir. I want you to know, Ed. Lord Helvan put the cube on the ground, and the entire room lit with the force of the torch itself during Ascension Day, that your sacrifice will aid the betterment of the haven itself. Say what? Something grabbed Draven's arms and legs. It burned like a bonfire against his skin. Ah! Lord Helvan, what is... Ah! Let your soul be the fuel of change. Let your body pave the path to saving this cursed world, Lord Helvan said. Light itself held Draven down. He could not move. Abyss take him. He could not move. His body grew hot suddenly. His eyes burned. His skin burned. Everything burned. The pain was unlike anything he had ever experienced, beyond his wildest nightmares. Draven watched in terror as the pain faded, as his limbs burned into black smoke. He met the empty eyes of the man he had placed his hopes in, and nothing but his reflection stared back at him. He was wrong. Maker forgive him. Lord Helvan was no different from any other sovereign. Let his life be the only one Lord Helvan discarded. Let his son not pay the price for his mistakes. You killed. Draven tried to speak, but the words refused to come out. You. Something was wrong. He could not speak the words he thought, for something shackled his mouth with an ethereal grip. The black smoke. An oath forced into his soul. With their cryptic answers and refusal to elaborate, Draven understood now why nobody spoke of heightening. It was not a lack of honesty, but of agency. He tried to open his mouth, to accuse Helvan of sacrificing Ed's life like an animal, but the words refused to materialize outside his thoughts. It felt like actively refusing the oath he had taken in exchange for his family's rescue. He was a good man, Helvan. Rage burned inside his chest as he stood up. So they were, Helvan merely nodded. They? Draven's stomach dropped. Of course. Ed was not the only one. The same fate fell upon Cain, his son. Ed looked up to you like you were the Maker himself. How could you do this? Myra swallowed and looked away. Helvan met Draven's eyes with not a hint of emotion. His admiration changes nothing, Draven. It might be hard for you to accept, but their life had more worth in death. The life of two miners to produce a dreamer and a mender. Nobody but an idealistic fool would shy away from such a bargain. It's wrong! Why can't you see it? When will you wake up? Mourn the deaths of people you barely knew if you must, but be warned that the same fate will encroach upon those you call your family, Helvan shouted. Come to me once you have seen reason. He turned away and left. Draven still felt Ed's pain, the shadows of his memories, but something else was on his mind. Catalyst District. The Ascension. By the Abyss, it all makes sense now. Miners were born and raised for the sole purpose of fueling the heightening of sovereigns, and his family was no exception. I have to go. He had to stop them. Draven had to save his family, and he had to save them now. Are they even alive? I have to go, Myra. They're alive, you can be sure of that. She handed his clothes to him. Virian houses, the nobility amongst sovereign, don't go around doing heightening whenever they want. There's culture, prestige in having their scions shown to the world as Empyreans. What do you mean? Her assurance brought Draven no peace. 3 weeks, Draven. In 3 weeks, all of Anavarith, all of Elysium, will celebrate the severing. A sacred day that symbolizes the creation of the Haven.
An opportunity for all those vying for power to display their worth to the Maker. She gripped his shoulder. That's when they're going to do it. We'll strike a day before it, or as soon as you know their location, truth be told. Get used to your heightened self now. I suggest you take a look at what you can do with Hexion now. Maybe take a peek at your Astra. Heightening is supposed to get you one, but since you already had one, well, let me know what you find so we can get back to training. She turned to leave, but Draven held her hand. I'm not strong enough to get them out. It's not about strength, silly. Myra smiled, a playful furrow on her forehead. It's about heart.
He was left alone in the room, forced to face his unspoken words. You are wrong, Myra. I was wrong. Heart without strength is dust in the wind, but so is strength without heart. Draven had to find the balance, and he had to do it fast. Time was running out. A few rations and another pair of clothing were the only items inside Draven's backpack, besides a few silvers given by Helven. A few empty goodbyes later, and instructions to meet at a tavern called Wild Voice had marked their uneventful parting. The bustling noise of Anavareth only grew as the torches above shone with greater intensity, welcoming another day and chasing the remaining shadows of the previous night. Aemon walked beside Draven with an empty look in his eyes. Ed and Cain were sacrificed, like their lives were worth less than the dirt they stepped on. It was not surprising. That was the same treatment miners received since birth, but comfort had a way of making people forget hardship. Today's events were nothing but a painful reminder of how the world worked, and Draven vowed to never forget it again. Aemon was sullen, and Draven did not have the energy to muster words of consolation, so they walked in silence. Helven had given them instructions on how to find the Oren house inside the city, but he might as well have not bothered, for it was hard to miss the gigantic purple spire in the city's heart. The castle soared well above the wall, a towering architecture that dwarfed the few 3-story buildings surrounding it, and the forest of meticulous green crafted as a living jewel. The streets were wide enough that carriages passed side by side, with room for a healthy crowd to navigate the sides. The sight of the 4-legged creatures, their heads elongated, short silver fur shining like metal, struck Draven with awe the first time he saw them. That feeling quickly faded. Everything was new. If every novelty surprised him on the way, he would soon collect flies inside his slack jaw. Merchants shouted over the crowd's noise, announcing their wares, vying for attention amidst the organized chaos. But another thing struck a deep chord within Draven. There were no miners in sight. Every person walking the streets was sovereign. The moment he realized the truth behind heightening, he foresaw this outcome. But expecting it did nothing to assuage how hurt he felt. The ascension was a lie. It had always been. Soon as I finish the job, I'm out. Aemon's voice broke the silence between them. You should come with me. There's nothing for us with those people. You and me might look like them, but we couldn't be more different. Draven nodded. It was the truth, unmasked by oath and deception. I'll get my family out, and we'll go. You never told me what's in all this for you. Why did you even sign that oath? Been asking myself the same thing. Aemon's gaze swept through the crowd, as if looking for someone. There's someone I gotta kill, that's all. Not my business, Draven told himself. But in some ways, Aemon was the only person he could trust among these strangers. It comforted him he was undergoing this mission with Aemon, because there was a wordless sense of trust between them. Flowers bloomed in man-made patterns surrounding the Oren house's gate. The trees were tall and old, their trunks wide enough that even 2 sovereigns would have a hard time embracing them fully. Lots of places to hide amidst the bushes and thick vegetation. A tall, middle-aged man stood in front of the gate with an impatient expression on his face. 2 guards stood behind him, one on each side of the gate, hands lazily holding sheathed swords, eyes drooping with boredom. Guarding the most powerful house of Anavarith seemed like an uneventful job. What manner of fool would ever dare to attack a place filled with Empyreans? Draven winced, considering Helvin's group and their purpose. "I see you two like to take your time, no?" the middle-aged man snarled.
Why don't you lay down in our garden and take a nap? Perhaps have some tea and enjoy the view, yes?
His accent was sharp. Draven already disliked the man. "Forgive us, Lord." He looked at him, expecting an introduction, but only received a displeased stare. "We were told to arrive before noon."
It's before noon already, no?
The middle-aged sovereign shook his head and harumphed.
Draven and Aemon?
"Yes, Lord," Draven spoke, and Aemon nodded.
"Follow me, then."
He motioned as the gate swung open, seemingly by itself.
"Not you, boy," he pointed at Aemon. "Rose! Rose! By the Maker, where is the girl?"
A short woman came rushing from the garden. Sweat drenched her forehead, coppery hair flew in the wind, some strands escaping the knot on the back of her head. Her eyes were the same color as her hair.
"Forgive me, Master Steward," she spoke between breaths. "Lady Seraphina required my assistance."
The displeased twist in his lips disappeared as the girl mentioned the reason behind her delay, but the frown remained. His forehead wrinkles probably stemmed from age, yet they contributed to his perpetually unsatisfied appearance.
"Very well. I suppose that is acceptable, yes?"
He waved his hand, brushing the topic aside.
"Take this man, this late Orisanth, to the kitchen quarters, and have Theodore make use of him." "Master Theodore?"
Rose winced.
"Did I stutter, Rose?"
The steward, whose name Draven still did not know, grew annoyed.
"Now, off you go. Young Lord Nerovian is not fond of waiting."
Her complexion paled, and without another incentive, she was on her way. Aemon followed her with a worried face and a nod of goodbye. They entered the maze of flowers and ornamental bushes, their figures disappearing toward the towering castle. The steward ushered Draven forward with haste. It seemed like he was late, a costly oversight on Helven's side, and an effective strategy to get this Nerorian fellow to take heated notice of his presence.
Good way to ruin a first impression, he supposed. The castle ahead was many times higher than the Catalyst District's ceiling, stretching high into the air until it seemed unsafe. It not only towered over him, but it also curved inward at the edges, suggesting its area was circular rather than the common squares in the city. Windows of purple glass adorned its white brick, their numbers beyond his patience to count. The construction of such architecture must have employed Empyrean art, as Draven could not imagine how such a tall structure could otherwise remain standing. The steward walked ahead, uninterested in entertaining Draven's attempt at small talk. The man did not even offer his name. For all the manners sovereigns bragged about having, some lacked common courtesy. Passing under a doorless archway, and after a few minutes of walking, the sound of metal clashing against steel filled the air. Heavy grunts mixed with the scent of sweat and cologne. Impacts on the ground made it shake like the beating of a heart. 2 people stood in the square room, a stark contrast to the architectural trend of the castle. One had raven-black hair and a pristine purple vest adorned with golden and white embroidery. He held his head high, even though sweat drenched his forehead. Eyes fixed forward, unbothered by the intrusion. Draven smelled the scent of self-importance wafting from the young lord. The other turned around to face them, sheathing his sword and nodding. He was bald, with numerous scars tracing intersecting lines on his skull.
He wore black, plain and unadorned. "It's not common to catch you being late, Eridol," he spoke with a crude, raspy voice. The steward ignored the bald man with a harumph. "Young Lord Nerovian, forgive this old man for his tardiness. I bring your new servant, yes? The last I remember you were 54, Eridol. That is hardly an age belonging to the elderly." Nerovian laughed and waved Eridol's apology off. "At least he's reasonable." Lord Nerovian put the sword away in the rack near the wall as he would a fork, nonchalant as a man who was used to carrying an instrument of death daily, though he did not look older than 20. When he turned to face Draven, all the kindness in his eyes vanished. "State your name, low blood, and the reason why you dare make me wait." Nerovian might have been bare-handed, but the threat in the air smelled like blood. "I, Draven, my lord, Draven Orisanth." Low blood? Draven thought. What does that even mean? Abyss, damn you, Helven. "I, got lost in the city." Another one of Helven's mistakes. The bald man burst into laughter. "You know what? Let me know when you're done, Lord Nerovian." "I will, Master Altavir." Nerovian took off his purple vest and hung it in the sword rack, revealing a black shirt underneath. "I shall forgive the mistake, low blood." What is there to forgive, you entitled piece of crap? Draven was bad at reading people. The young lord was anything but reasonable. To no fault of his own, though he had no means to prove it, Draven had already given the worst kind of first impression possible. But if I were to let a mistake go unpunished, it is bound to repeat itself. He took a stance with bent knees and raised guard. "Ready yourself, low blood." Abyss take you, Helven. Chapter 26. Behind Enemy Lines. Nerovian rushed at Draven with the speed of a superior race. His footwork had no wasted movements, and the line of his vision showed no sign of his target. He was good, the better fighter, but no Empyrean. Not yet. But Draven had to lose. To win meant death, both to Draven and his family. To lose meant pain, and that he was used to. A punch to the gut knocked the wind out of his lungs. This guy is strong. Draven's arms raised out of instinct, preparing for a counter, but the Lord of House Oren was fast. Nerovian grabbed his arm, pushing his elbow down while pulling the limb towards him until a resounding crack echoed in the training grounds. The sound of broken bones, the stab of pain accompanied by the burning warmth, threatened to awaken something inside Draven. Rage. On the ground, cradling a broken arm, Draven looked at Nerovian, his heart pounding violently. No, I can't resist. To show him a defiant front will only hurt my goal. Though it ate at his guts, Draven swallowed down the anger and mustered a pathetic expression to mask his actual feelings. "Forgiveness, my lord." He let his voice quiver like it used to so long ago. It felt like being a minor again in the presence of a sovereign. "Mercy. It won't happen again, my lord." Draven saw the satisfaction in the sovereign's face. Nerovian saw no wrongness in his deed, only the simple-minded assurance of his right to trample over other people's lives. This was the man Draven had to serve, a cut from the same cloth as all the other sovereign he had ever seen. Let this lesson be enough for the day, low blood. Nerovian walked to the sword rack and took his vest back. Now follow me. My room sorely needs a deft hand to clean it, the heir to House Oren said, his tone oblivious to the violence of a few seconds ago. I am intrigued. How is breaking the man's arm supposed to aid his deftness, brother? A melodious voice spoke from one of the many doors leading out of the open courtyard, but her figure remained covered in the shadows. Forgive me my lack of foresight, but the entire ordeal appears counterproductive. Seraphina, Nerovian sighed. Must you interfere with matters beyond your business at every chance presented to you? I have grown to enjoy it, brother. She giggled and stepped out of the shadows. You may call it a hobby. She was of the same height as her brother. Her black hair trailed down her back in complicated braids, with purple flowers of shining metal attached to it in careful harmony. She wore a similar purple vest, longer than her Nerovian's, opening at the front and falling to the sides to reveal ornate boots and pants. Rose, the servant girl, hid in the shadows behind her, but they provided no obstacle to Draven's sight. Her gaze darted to Nerovian, as if to confirm the sovereign had not noticed her presence. I have no time to waste, sister. The severing is soon to come, and there is much to learn about our future responsibilities. Nerovian shook his head at his sister with visible consternation. I would suggest you turn diligent study into one of your hobbies, but I'm afraid the advice would fall on deaf ears. The smile on Seraphina's face faded. Nerovian must have struck a chord. Master Altavir, will you heal the servant so he is not a hindrance to my brother's future responsibilities? Seraphina spoke with narrowed eyes that defied her brother to object. Concern sent goosebumps over Draven's skin as the bald man approached with a smile. He was no evoker, so he did not have the means to see inside his soul, only to feel it. Unbreakable veil, if what Helvan said was true, could mask one's soul. He only had to withstand the man's presence and scrutiny. Relax, boy, the bald man said out loud. Bet it's your first time receiving mending, but no need for concern. It will just hurt a little. Altavir's words set questions into motion in Draven's mind. Myra's healing had never hurt. It only produced a soothing feeling wherever she touched. The bald man grabbed his hand, and rampaging Hexion scored his bones, burning them, forcibly setting them into place. A gasp escaped Draven's mouth. By the abyss, does this guy even know what he's doing? Just a gasp, really? Altavir narrowed his eyes and looked at Draven, really looked at him for the first time. Something about you isn't right, boy, he whispered, so only the two of them heard. That quivering baby act was good. I'll give you that. But you forgot only one thing. Are you done, Master Altavir? Nerovian spoke as he tried to avoid his sister. I don't understand, my lord, Draven said. In reality, he knew all too well what the man was talking about. It was his mistake. He had been so focused on analyzing Nerovian's moves that he had forgotten to keep the act together. The young lord had not noticed, but his master had. You never screamed. The look in Altavir's eyes was dangerous, filled with suspicion. You never so much as whimpered as the young lord broke your arm. Heart sense. If Altavir was a mender worth his Hexion, he knew how to read falsehoods in people's lips, so lying was the last thing Draven could do. I'm used to it, my lord. He forced the words out. My previous lord was not so kind. It was the truth, though it missed a lot of context. Altavir looked at him, and without warning, his presence crashed into Draven's shield. He paled, falling on one knee as cracks spread in the fabric of the unbreakable veil. Hold! He forced them together with his will. Cracks spread throughout its entire surface. Damn it! Hold! He roared inside his soul. Draven's will manifested in front of him, spreading throughout the shield, keeping it together. Just as suddenly, the pressure vanished. The experience left him trembling on the ground, and this time it was no act. Whoever this man was, he was not to be trifled with. His presence felt almost as overbearing as Helvan's. I was wrong about you, boy. He turned and left. A lord's room was unlike anything Draven had ever seen. The bed alone was larger than the rooms he and Eamon had shared in weeks past. Embroidered artwork served merely as bedsheets. Warrior sculptures, frozen in glorious poses, became mere ornaments, forgotten in a corner. The bedroom flowed seamlessly into a library that put Helvins to shame. Rows of books on gold-engraved shelves hid the walls, but a thin layer of dust revealed why Draven was needed. In the middle of the walls of knowledge, Nerovian sat behind his desk, an open tome in front of him, hands furiously scribbling notes about whatever he was reading. Open books lay spread on the ground near the desk, piled into unstable towers that remained upright on luck alone. Draven got to work before the lordling found another excuse to relay his teachings. Stepping around the books, focusing on his breathing and stance to reduce the noise, he carefully organized them into whatever empty spaces he found. There must be order to chaos, low blood. Are you able to read? Nerovian sighed. Yes, my lord. Draven nodded. Then history books to my right, Empyrean manuals to the left, and everything else on the shelves behind my desk. His pen fell back onto the paper as soon as he confirmed his instructions were being followed. Empyrean manuals. That sounded like something worth taking a look at. But Draven needed to be careful. The last thing he wanted was to anger Nerovian with his curiosity. Whenever he opened a book, he took an extra amount of time to read its title, maybe even flipping through a couple of pages before putting them away. He opened a red leather tome, thick as his arm and heavy as a brick, and bottled his excitement as he read its title. A comprehensive study of the blood path. Damn him, the abyss, if he did not want to read it. But he could not. Maker forgive me, but that's the one thing I can't be found reading. A servant, a low blood as Nerovian called, had no place taking interest in the Empyrean paths. Something like that was bound to raise uncomfortable questions about his identity and motives. Minutes stretched into hours until the room was organized at last. I wonder, low blood, did you find anything that piqued your curiosity? Nerovian put down the pen and massaged the bridge of his nose. Studying one's areas of interest is often a more pleasant experience than... He looked at the tome in front of him and sighed. This. Draven immediately thought of the book he had put away. Abyss. He could pinpoint its location in the library with his eyes closed, but revealing it was out of the question. Yes, my lord. The Severing and the Red Eclipse. Nerovian's eyes widened marginally, his focus sharpening on Draven. He had the lordling's attention, the one thing he did not want. Damn it, did I say something wrong? I just chose something randomly. Curious. Nerovian narrowed his eyes. You are the first of my attendants interested in history, rather than the marvels of the Empyrean paths. One would think a low-blood would jump at the opportunity to learn more about the things they will never attain, rather than deepen their understanding of matters more easily accessible to the common eye. He stared at Draven as if he wanted something, an answer perhaps, though he asked no question. My dad once told me to understand the world I lived in, my lord. It was easier to tell a lie when parts of it were true. I never got his meaning, not before he died, so I have to make up for that lost time. The world we live in. Nerovian closed his eyes, leaned back in his chair and hummed. Wise words. My grandfather had a saying of his own. It's better to walk 1,000 miles than read 1,000 books. Draven did not know what to say. A journey of such magnitude was beyond his comprehension, and so was the idea of reading 1,000 books, so silence fell between them. It did not seem to bother the lord. How could a simple journey teach more than the condensed knowledge of 1,000 minds put together? Nerovian shook his head, a sad smile on his face. He was quite old in the end, prone to spouting delirious nonsense. You are welcome to borrow that book. as long as you return it in the same condition. He waved Draven away in a clear, dismissive gesture. Return to my quarters before daybreak, and do not be late this time. Eridol escorted him to the lower levels of the castle, through hallways of bustling servants to empty halls filled with nothing but artwork. His eyebrow raised at the sight of the book Draven carried, but that alone did not tempt him to start a conversation. Draven wondered why the old man seemed so bitter. Lord Eridol? He broke the silence as they walked. Master Eridol, the middle-aged man corrected. I'm not blessed with the blood of a Virian house, yes? How could I ever be a lord? He gave Draven a scouring look and shook his head. I didn't know. If Eridol was to be believed, and he seemed to carry no motives to spread deception, the only difference between low-bloods and Virian lords was the family one hailed from. That much is clear, no? Eridol glanced at the book again and sighed. Lord Nerovian seems to like you. Draven, was it, yes? He nodded. It would be in your best interest to keep it that way. Those he dislikes rarely stay for long, the steward said with a hollow voice. So I've heard. 4 or 5 servants had disappeared in 6 months, their fate clear enough, though their whereabouts were unknown. Draven had no intention of joining their ranks. He needed the young lord's favor, his trust, if he were to get close enough to discover where his family was. They stopped at a door. Draven's room, perhaps. Eridol raised a hand and knocked. Rose? Master Steward? Rose opened the door, surprise on her face. How may I help you? You may assist young Lord Nerovian tonight. He raised a finger before she had the chance to retort. If you know what is best for your family, you will swallow your pride, yes? Eridol asserted. The steward's voice was strict, the full weight of his authority on display, but it felt unnatural, hollow. Eridol's face was a battlefield in which many emotions fought for dominance, a rictus of shame and defeat. He winced and closed his eyes as Rose teared up, but nodded. It was not a battle he had any chance of winning. The steward knew this as much as him. It was also not Draven's battle, he told himself. Minding his own business was the only way to get what he wanted. But if he sacrificed all his beliefs to achieve it, what would remain of him in the end? An empty husk filled with regrets. Didn't Lady Seraphina ask for your presence tonight? The words slipped out of Draven's mouth. Rose looked at him, noticing his figure for the first time, and her frown of confusion quickly lit up in understanding. Maker, forgive me. I almost forgot. Excuse me, Master Steward, but I must go. Her figure disappeared into the bright corridor as she abandoned all pretense and broke into a frantic sprint. Eridol called her name, but even his attempts were half-hearted at best. For all the disapproval eternally engraved on his face, there was something soft inside the steward's heart. You play a dangerous game, boy. Eridol sighed as he beckoned Draven to follow. Young Lord Nerovian will be most displeased about the news. You don't need to tell him, Draven assured Eridol. It was clear the steward did not disagree with his intentions. I don't need to tell him, no? If that was true, we wouldn't be having this conversation, yes? He did not say the words, but his meaning spoke of an oath. You protected Rose for a day, but at great cost to yourself, as you will soon come to know. What do you mean? Draven looked him in the eye. I brought up her appointment with Lady Seraphina. Perhaps I spoke out of turn, but I felt as if it was my obligation. So it seems, yes? Eridol raised an eyebrow and nodded. Let us both hope that is enough. Eridol showed Draven to his room before he left, his expression just a little lighter, as if some of the weight dragging on his shoulders had vanished.
Good for him. But Draven had yet to see if that also applied to himself. Opening the door to his room revealed a familiar sight. Eamon lay down in bed, his eyes closed, beads of sweat collected on his forehead despite the comfortable temperature of the room. "Careful there," Draven closed the door. "I get the feeling people around here wouldn't look kindly on a cook refining Hexion." Eamon's eyes snapped open. "It's hard to get rid of you," he laughed and motioned to the bed opposite his own. "Make yourself at home." Draven's eyes teared up as an acrid, sour smell drifted up. "Abyss, take me, man! What is that?" The amusement fled Eamon's face, a surly expression replacing it with the usual discontent he boasted when things did not go his way. "Onion. The most vile thing the Maker has ever created. No matter how much soap I use, I just can't shrug off the smell." "Can you sleep somewhere else?" Draven blocked his nose and jumped into the bed. Eamon had been about to retort when his eyes drifted to what Draven carried in his hand, and there they stayed, as if transfixed. "At least some of us made some progress. But I never took you for a reading enthusiast." "Well, I'm not." Draven passed the book to him. "Just don't damage it or pass that rancid smell onto it."
I don't want to get another beating lying low. Lord Nerovian is the violent sort? Eamon spoke as a joke, but his eyes displayed no amusement. He broke my arm for being late. Don't want to find out what that crazy guy will do if I mess up his book. Draven waved him off and closed his eyes. A cross-legged position was bound to raise questions if someone else were to walk in, so he lay down on his bed in pretended slumber. It was time to refine Hexion, strengthen his shield, and train his providence. Eamon, however, displeased he might be at Draven's news, took the hint, for he understood mere pain would not stop him from reaching his goal. Nothing would. Chapter 27. The Amethyst Palace. Nerovian removed his purple vest without a word as he saw Draven waiting in the training yard. He was not late, not this time, but the look in the young lord's eyes foretold a lesson to come. It seemed even Eridol's efforts had not been enough to assuage his temper. "Good morning, Lord Nerovian," Draven said. Respect and deference were the weapons he used to strike at the raging fire in the young lord's eyes. "Ready yourself, low blood." Nerovian's voice was icy. Respect was wind brushing against deaf ears. "It is time you understand not to meddle with matters that are not of your concern." He sprinted at Draven with measured steps, low posture, and bent knees. Anger might cloud his judgment, but the combat skill taught to him in years past was not forgotten by the outburst of emotion. A kick to Draven's thigh sent stabs of pain to his hip. A punch to the gut knocked the wind out of him, but he remained calm. He sent an arm flailing out, the perfect imitation of panic, and Nerovian took the bait. Draven stepped back and fell, rolling onto the ground, grasping his thigh with a grunt, while the young lord grabbed nothing but empty air. Virian or not, he was not about to let this bastard make a habit of breaking his bones. It should be enough now. An opponent on the ground, their pride reduced to winces and grunts of pain, was enough to put out even the fiercest of fires. Draven looked up to gauge Nerovian's reaction, and a boot greeted him in the chin. "You are my servant, low blood, not my sister's." Another kick cracked Draven's ribs. "My interests are your ceiling. Nobody else's needs should be in that uneducated mind of yours." Something bludgeoned Draven in the face. A dark sort of rage boiled inside him. "If I require the services of someone, it is not within your responsibilities to thwart it. Did that father of yours not teach you how to respect your betters?"
Nerovian scoffed.
Draven's father had been the pillar of their family, the strength and wisdom that kept the cold at bay, the hunger outside. After his death, after his murder, Draven's mother did everything to keep them safe, protecting them from those who might harm them, people like Nerovian. Perhaps if he had taught you better, you would not have ended up in Orisanth. Nerovian took his arm again. The rage that Draven had kept on a short leash broke loose. Something else took hold of his body. As Nerovian held his arm behind his back, his eagerness to break it clear in his vice-like grip, Draven pushed his head back and headbutted him in the face. The sound of bones breaking and the warmth of pain brought no respite to his anger. Nerovian thought he was better than him, but his blood flowed just as red. His heart pulsed with surprise, with undisguised fear, if only for a moment. Draven would have his blood, drink it, savor it as he despaired when the realization of imminent death dawned upon him. No! He shook off the foreign will that tried to guide his action. This was not him. A servant who strikes at his master. Altavir's voice drifted past his ears. Draven blinked in confusion. It was like looking through the eyes of a stranger, for he did not remember what had happened. Nerovian's nose was bloody, twisted in an odd shape. Draven's arm was in a similar state, broken beyond doubt. Yet he did not remember how such an event had unfolded. For 1 second, he blacked out. No, something made me black out. A rabid animal who deserves to be put down. Blood manifested around him in chains, binding his limbs with strength greater than steel. I knew there's something dark inside you, boy. It's good to know my instincts are sharp as ever. A spear burst out of Altavir's skin as he approached, crimson and crystalline like the armament Overseer Trevor once wielded. The bald man's face was rigid with disapproval, and where Draven expected to see the pleasure at the contemplation of taking a life, there was only cold-minded reason. What is the meaning of this, brother? Lady Seraphina entered the courtyard with Rose, who wore a nicer outfit that resembled her own. Altavir turned around and kept his hand. Nerovian looked at his sister, made no sign he had heard her, and ignored the question altogether. Do you make a habit of ignoring your lord's orders, servant? He snapped at Rose, who cowered behind Seraphina. I will have you know, dear Nerovian. Seraphina's voice trembled with rage. She did not fancy being ignored. Rose is, as of yesterday, my handmaiden. Any further attempts to supersede my authority or to shame her will not stay as a quarrel between brother and sister. Draven was just glad they had postponed his sentence for a little longer. Nerovian whistled in outraged amusement. You would put these lowbloods before your own family, sister. Father would be most. Have you visited our mother this year, brother? Seraphina glowered at him. All the amusement fled from Nerovian's face. He clenched his jaw so tightly that some of his teeth might very well crack, but nothing of that mattered to Draven. He was not about to die, not a chance. If it came to it, his only option was to fight back. Hexion waited for his call deep inside his soul. Seraphina looked at Draven for a long moment, something in her eyes trying to convey a message. But he was too busy debating whether it was a good idea to free himself and run. Altavir, mend the low blood. He will do no such thing, Nerovian interrupted her. If Rose is your handmaiden, she is outside my authority. I will not abuse my position to interfere with your servant. Honor demands I respect Virian customs. But you, sister, better practice what you preach. Draven is not your primus, Nerovian. He is a servant of House Oren. I have every right to... Draven Orisanth. Nerovian's voice cut through her words. I, Nerovian Oren,
Hereby name you as my sword, the shadow which shall guard me against ill, my Primus. Let the Maker hear these words, for they are true, and shall remain so." Seraphina opened her mouth, then closed it. A frown overtook her pristine face, a look of disappointment as genuine as the light of the torches. "I wonder if pride or custom will prevent you from bestowing upon him the same treatment his 4 predecessors incurred." "That is no longer any of your concern," Nerovian snarled through his bloody nose. "Empty words and empty promises," Seraphina sighed. "Look no further than your own blood to see the error of your ways, brother," she said before leaving. Nerovian clenched his fists and stared at the empty hallway. To mend or to kill? Altavir shook his head, the spear dispersing into a cloud of bloody mist that soon got absorbed into his open hand. "No matter where I go, I can never outrun this question. What will it be, Lord Nerovian?" "It shall be neither, Altavir." Nerovian shook his head, pinched his nose, and snapped it into place. "If I were to order his death right after naming him Primus, what manner of lord would that make me? A Primus protects his lord, but the oath works both ways." "An unconventional one," Altavir laughed, though his eyes displayed no mirth when he looked at Draven. "Clean yourself, Draven." The fire in Nerovian's eyes had diminished, though not vanished entirely. "I have important matters to attend to, and as my Primus, you are expected to follow." "Lord Nerovian, I never wanted—" "There is no need for apologies," Nerovian interrupted. Apologizing was the last thing on Draven's mind. He had been about to refuse this undesired position. A Primus, whatever that meant, drew attention he desperately needed to avoid. "What happened yesterday shall be left in the past. Meet me in my quarters in half an hour." "We shall go to the Amethyst Palace from there," the Lord said as he left. Sometimes it's good to shut up. If Draven had spoken, if Nerovian had let him, he might very well have wasted the opportunity to go to the very place he needed to. Amethyst Palace, the residence of all Empyreans of House Oren, the place where his family was most likely kept. With a broken arm, cracked rib, and black eye, only a fool would not notice his presence. All plans of sneaking around, shielded by the shadows of obscurity, were out the window. He was Primus now, whatever that meant. His best chance was to hide in plain sight. Draven wondered why one of the major houses had so few Empyreans present in its castle, but as the Amethyst Palace emerged from within the labyrinth of plants and flowers, he was certain. Forged out of dark purple stone, its texture almost resembling that of a gem, the palace lay hidden in the center of the castle's inner part, like a precious jewel inside a geode. The Amethyst Palace was not as vast as the Oren Castle, which easily matched the size of a catalyst district, but that did not diminish its overbearing aura. The gardens surrounding it fed 4 entrances, each guarded by a pair of armored men, supplying the artificial gem of architecture with a steady stream of people Draven had never met. Guests, perhaps. The guards at the front gate were focused, their heads held straight with discipline and confidence. They held no weapons, for they were deadly themselves. Empyreans. It was clear to Draven, with no need for a word from the silent young lord. All the heightened of House Oren lived in this place. It was a death trap. "Young lord, the Virion is expecting you in the high chamber," one guard said. Nerovian nodded and passed through as the doors opened. The guards looked at Draven with glares full of suspicion, their attention focused on his black eye, hastily tied-up broken arm, and awkward gait. But they knew better than to prevent him from entering. Either they knew of his promotion, or the young lord's acidic expression made them reluctant to interfere. Bright as day, the hall inside had light spheres glistening in the distant ceiling like torches far above. The ground was smooth like glass, a dark purple imitation that shone with a fuzzy reflection of whoever dared sully its pristine appearance with their steps. The walls were of a lighter shade of purple, and the occasional white and gold accents stood as reminders of the authority that reigned within. Well-dressed people, a lot of them, more than Draven could count, bustled back and forth. Servants offered drinks and aperitifs on gold and white metal plates, their contents probably worth more than the average low blood could earn in a year. Far beyond the rows of tables and chairs, secluded from the politicking and small talk of the sovereign gathered, stood a dark gate. A single person guarded it, but no one made a move to get close to him. 2 heads taller than even the tallest sovereign, dressed in bulky purple and black armor from head to toe, his eyes were the only thing Draven saw. One green, one black. It sent shivers down his spine. 2 men approached, lords if their clothing was any sign of their stature. 2 others, dressed in plain, less luxurious clothes, swords strapped at their sides, followed at a distance. If it isn't Lord Nerovian. Red hair flowed down the man's back in an intricate braid that fitted a woman more than a man, but Draven was not fool enough to point that out. His smile was wide, too wide, almost derisive. Lord Artros, a pleasure as always, Nerovian nodded, though his features disagreed with the words he uttered. Curt words.
Nerovian and this Artros did not have a good relationship. Either that or the sore mood from previous events still lingered in his mind.
We thought training would hold you for longer.
A young man with brown hair, a square jawline, and green eyes nodded.
How are your preparations going? It might be wise to ask your Lord Father if you have any doubts. Make her be my witness. Hexion is not something one should blindly experiment with.
You got that right.
Lord Balthrian, we have not seen each other in ages.
A genuine smile adorned Nerovian's face, and even his shoulders seemed to lighten. I have the Chaos scripture all but memorized, yet knowledge alone is worthless without the lessons learned through trials.
Worry not, Nero.
Balthrian sighed and put a hand on his shoulder.
Yours shall arrive soon, and all the trials you could ever hope for will follow in its wake.
Not if I can stop it.
Nerovian, are you not going to introduce your companion?
Artros examined Draven as he would a beast for sale. Quite the exquisite attire, if I may add. Have you perhaps unemployed Master Altavir? This young man looks to be in dire need of some mending.
A lesson for those who refuse to mind their own business.
Nerovian stared at Lord Artros, the words unclear as to whom they were meant for.
Nevertheless, he is Draven Orisanth, my primus, as of this morning.
Surely you jest. Lord Artros burst into laughter.
If you would excuse me, gentlemen, my father requires my presence.
Nerovian gave Balthrian a nod, completely ignoring the astounded expression frozen on the other lord's face, and left without further clarification. The news must have spread fast, courtesy of a certain red-haired individual, as the entire hall was soon looking at them. Murmurs echoed amidst the noise, speculations, ridicule, but Nerovian did not seem to care. Draven was sweating. This was way more attention than he had anticipated.
The station of a primus seemed to be a way bigger deal than he had thought. As they approached the lone guard, Draven broke the silence between them. Lord Nerovian, if I may ask something. What is it? Nerovian replied, yet his attention remained ahead. What is a primus? Draven had to ask, even though his lack of knowledge might raise some unwanted scrutiny. It seems important. Nerovian shook his head. It was a mistake. He cursed under his breath. One that I, unfortunately, cannot take back. The word Primus, Draven, means entwined fate, a brother of a different mother, someone with whom a lord must forge a bond of mutual protection. Why me, then? Draven blurted out. Not to sound ungrateful, but I just started the other day. Like I said, a mistake. Serafina has a way of making me lose composure. Nerovian shook his head as he approached the armored man. Lord Oren is expecting you, a deep, scratching voice escaped from under the helmet. As Draven moved to follow, the man blocked him with a massive hand. Not you, Primus, he mocked. Nerovian sucked in a deep breath, for he, too, understood the meaning of the man's words. Make her protect me, he mumbled, before disappearing inside. Draven moved to the side, beside the pillars, away from the people and the watchful eyes. The shadows were a good place to observe, and that was exactly what he needed. 2 corridors on each side, none of which were guarded. One set of stairs disappeared around a corner, presumably ascending the palace's heights, while another descended toward its depths, both of which were guarded. If they were to place my family somewhere, it has to be in one of those. Miners, or catalysts, were not easily affordable or easy to come by. The ascension only happened every 5 years, after all. Something as valuable as the key to producing new Empyreans was bound to be locked under heavy surveillance. You know, it's common courtesy to at least introduce yourself, a voice spoke from behind him. Especially since you are looking to steal my spot. A duel-worthy dispute, some might say. Burning green eyes stared at Draven, through him, from the darkness. A shiver racked his soul, effortlessly bypassing his veil, and he knew he was exposed.
Chapter 28. A Fateful Meeting. The green-eyed stranger gave a knowing smile from the shadows. Young Lord Oren is not as careless as one might think. An Empyrean as his Primus only makes sense. The Lord matched his height, his brown hair, deep caramel eyes, and square jaw, evoking a sense of familiarity within Draven. But that shielding technique is sloppy at best. Yet I suppose it serves its purpose in muddying the sight of your astra. Relief spread through Draven's body as his heart unclenched. The man knew he was an Empyrean, but he did not know what kind, what path he belonged to. It was the best he could hope for from an unsalvageable situation. Draven Orosanth. Draven extended a handshake. And I would appreciate it if you kept this matter a secret. Lord Oren would not look kindly if he found out. The green-eyed man ignored his warning. I can only imagine. Black eye, broken arm, a few too many bruises to count. Maker be kind, fellow, but on what manner of stairs have you been falling lately? Draven looked away. No name, no introduction. Whoever this person was, he also wanted his presence to remain secret. It was risky, but he had to take chances if it meant protecting his identity. Green eyes, sight that can pierce the soul. Call me crazy, but I don't remember House Oren inviting another evoker to their midst, Draven said. It was a bluff. He did not have the slightest idea regarding the guest list. But this sort of Empyrean was rare, feared. No house would invite an outsider of this caliber to their midst, for they saw through the secrets most guarded with their lives. A slight trembling in the man's left eyelid told Draven he had his attention. Not to worry, friend. Some things are better left unmentioned. Silence meandered amidst the shadows, in the echoes of the murmuring that surrounded them. It was overbearing and life-threatening, but it was an answer meant only for the watchful eyes. Indeed, the mysterious man nodded. Orosanth. Where did I hear that name? It's an orphanage south of Anavarith, Draven interrupted. In the city, the name Orosanth was well known. an orphanage that raised the sons and daughters of lowbloods whose families were no more. It was a great service provided by the Magistry of the White Rose. That this man did not recognize it meant a lot. "You must not be from around here." His gaze drifted behind Draven to something that made his ever-narrowed eyes widen in surprise, maybe even a hint of alarm. It was only then that Draven noticed the murmurs had stopped. Silence reigned amidst the Sovereign as a single man strode forward, his steps confident and full of authority. Black hair streaked with white strands foretold of his aging, but that was the only sign that the ravages of time had any sway over him, for his body was carved in a powerful build. A black and white attire, simple with no ornate embroideries, yet luxurious in its lack of extravagance, adorned his figure as he made his way to the lonesome mountain of a guard. "Lord Nosfio, Master awaits you." The armored man spoke with a nod, a demonstration of respect that had been absent even to Nerovian Orin. "Azan," he said in a curt, raspy voice. Nosfio stood in front of the man, who was a head taller than him, yet his presence seemed to tower above the guard. "My son has been wondering when you would visit us again. Times are hectic, my lord, but we shall see if duty can relieve me after the day of the severing." He bowed slightly and moved aside. "I will hold you to that." Nosfio nodded and disappeared inside.
"Early ascendance! He knows we are here now, you fool!" A teenager's voice chastised behind Draven. "Silence, Valor," the green-eyed snapped. Draven turned around to see a scene from nightmares. A green, ethereal head, with features distinct from the man's own, tried to free itself from his flesh. The nameless man had fallen to a knee, sweat dripping down the sides of his face. Another head popped to the surface on the other side. "He's a croner, you dimwit! Of course he knows we're here now. The guy probably walked around the entire room while we were frozen in time," the other head said. Specters. It did not take a genius to deduce. But how come they seem so full of life, of personality? The one who had hunted Draven earlier had resembled nothing but a husk of a person, driven only by orders. The more he examined the faces of the mysterious man and his two specters, the more they resembled each other. The ethereal faces looked younger, maybe 4 to 5 years. But if Draven ignored that, they might as well have belonged to a single individual. These three could have been brothers. No, something told him they were brothers. Triplets. "What are you looking at, Craven?" one face admonished Draven's staring. "Never seen a specter before? You think this is a show or something?" "Get lost, weirdo," the other one snarled. "Please, settle down," the man shook. "I'm losing the hold again." "Maybe you should just let us do it then," one of them huffed. "You were always too soft for your own good." The other sighed. "Let's go, Helion. That's enough embarrassment for one day." The specters disappeared without another word, but the man did not rise to his feet. His heartbeat was fast, as if he had been running nonstop for hours. His heartbeat. With sudden realization, Draven noticed he could hear it. It came naturally, like breathing. He did not need to will the Hexion in some strange way. Hearing was easier when the noises were closer to oneself. But the hearing of a heightened sovereign was different. The noise, the music of hearts was there. He needed only to listen. "Nosfio, the blade of eons. Abyss, take my soul, eat it, and spit its rancid stupidity out." The man continued to curse as if Draven's presence had entirely escaped his mind. "Good meeting you, Draven. Now I must go before I find my head separated from my neck."
"Wait, I didn't catch your name." a last attempt at putting a name to the face. Elevelain von Astreas, he said before stumbling his way out of the palace. Nobody seemed to notice his presence. He stumbled into people who gasped in surprise, yet their sights never settled on the man. It was as if he was not there, not to them, but to Draven. It was as if he had never left. At least his name still echoed loudly in the silent hall. Elevelain von Astreas. It was his father's family name. His real name. Draven entered the room with a head full of questions. Who was Elevelain? Who was Nosfio? What in the abyss was he supposed to do? He felt so empty. Everything was outside his grasp. One answer led to 5 new questions. Is this what incompetence feels like? Why the long face, Draves? Eamon peeked his head out from over the book. Got some good news. Wait, is your arm broken? Doesn't matter, man. I can heal it whenever I want. But he could not afford to reveal his capabilities like that. Whatever you say. After we get your family out, we are gonna jump that snotty-nosed brat. Eamon's eyes were cold. His tone might have been cheerful, almost a joke, but the promise in his eyes was a serious one. Anyway, I said I got some news, didn't I? Did you? Way to pay attention. That nasty cook is making me order some huge amounts of food, expensive stuff like you wouldn't believe. And when I say huge, I mean there's no way these people can eat that much unless there are some guests. He raised an eyebrow and smiled. You get what I'm saying? Smells like a party is coming. That and, well, onions again. Draven wrinkled his nose. I didn't even chop them today. Eamon gave himself a sniff or two before giving up. Not just a party, my friend. Why would just a regular meet and greet be under so much secrecy? That old bastard Theodore won't say a thing, which already tells me everything I need to know. A secret party. Draven nodded. It made sense that something like that was about to happen. It would explain all the lords gathered in the Amethyst Palace. Draven sat down. What he was about to do was dangerous, but there was no other way. Maker protect me, Draven. What are we getting into now? There was concern in Eamon's voice, but he would sooner die than back down. He was one of the few people Draven knew had his back. The feeling was mutual. I'm gonna steal Empyrean manuals from Nerovian's library, and I need your help. Draven smiled. It was time to stop holding back. Sounds stupid, tremendously dangerous, and crazy reckless. Eamon frowned. Count me in. Nerovian had returned from the meeting with his father with a bitter face. A fire burned inside of him, an angry, roaring fire that would need to be put out. Alcohol would make it easier. The young lord's cabinet was full of spirits, and he was fond of sipping fragrant wines while studying. We just need to send one of them with a selection of beverages for their lord. Call it a test before the main event. The more the idea took shape, the more it made sense. The plan, though simple and not fully fleshed out, was bound to succeed. He's gonna fall for it. Add alcohol to a bad day, and we get a drunken sovereign. Sounds simple, might even work, but there's a big problem with your plan. Eamon shook his head. I'm just an apprentice cook, stupid. Who would ever give me the good stuff over a blatant lie like that? Draven had been expecting that. You might be just a cook, young Eamon. Draven patted him on the head, which earned him a slap. But you're looking at Nerovian's Primus. Whereas Draven expected to see surprise or admiration, there was only confusion. What the abyss is a Primus? He exclaimed. That's the thing, Finn, Draven smiled. I don't know either. Eamon escorted him to the kitchen with the familiar pace and impatient gait of someone who wished to do anything but follow the trodden path to its final destination. Nods and awkward half-bows accompanied them as they made their way, an uncommon sight, to say the least. There was no lord in their midst, after all. "What is wrong with these people?" Eamon murmured. "I had no idea you were that influential, Lord Eamon," Draven said, poking him in the ribs. "Are you stupid?" Eamon looked at him with outrage written all over his face. "They're bowing to you." That made Draven stumble. "Whatever that Primus rat shit is, it's working." Eamon shook his head and let the matter rest. "Just don't get too much of a big head because of it. That Theodore bastard is not a bootlicker." Draven had his doubts about whether any of the servants would still be in the kitchen at this hour. It was past dinner time, after all. But sure enough, the noise of orders being issued drifted from the corridors into their ears. Someone was not in a good mood. "What do you mean he's out of stock?" Something broke against the wall. "I want that pearl-white wine even if he has to sell his own mother to get it. Or does he think the Oren house will settle for scraps?" "I'm sorry." "Get your sorry ass out of here then, and when you get back, it better be with 5 bottles of that wine." A wince of pain followed as a servant came bustling out of the open door like his life depended on it. "You know, Draves," Eamon's voice took on a hint of wariness, hesitation. "Maybe we should do this another day. Tomorrow is as good as tonight." "Are you scared of him?" It did not take all the light spheres in the ceiling to reveal his reluctance. It was in his voice, in the way he walked, in the unsettled stares at the door. "You're scared." Eamon gulped and walked inside. Chapter 29. Blood and Wine. Several boxes of packed products, which Draven assumed were for the upcoming buffet, lay arranged all around the kitchen. Servants rapidly prepared tables with a wide assortment of ingredients, packing them into glass vials. "Eamon, get your ass in here, boy!" A shout from behind a row of boxes. "You think these boxes of garlic are going to peel themselves?" A short man came into view, so short that he might as well have been a miner. His hair was the color of a bonfire, black eyes smoldering with impatience, and a deep, creased frown on his forehead that might just be permanent. "And who in the abyss are you? If you have time to stare, you might as well go put those boxes away." His gaze settled on Draven with a fury that did not seem personal. "My name is Draven Ori. Did I ask?" He brushed past Draven, his compact frame carrying disproportionate power. "Boxes! And you, Janet, do I need to remind you what to do every damn time? Make her forgive me. I'm not a violent man, but I'm not against giving some of you guys a beating if I need to." "Not a violent man, my ass," Eamon mumbled to the side. Somehow he already held a wooden box of garlic and headed for an empty table. "What was that?" Theodore swiveled around as if hearing it. All the servants increased their pace, eyes focused on their work, which satisfied the short cook enough to make him let out a mild harumph. This was someone who did not care who Draven was or what title had been given to him. He did not respect him and cared little for his presence. Draven had to change his approach. He could deliver the same message in different ways. He just needed to find which one was better suited for this situation. "Young Lord Nerovian requests 3 of your best spirits." "Say what? Does he want me to break my back and go looking for new stock on such short notice?" Theodore guffawed until tears brimmed in his eyes. "That brat can keep dreaming about it." Draven sucked in a breath of cold air. "He's the Virian's son." "And I am my father's pup." Theodore walked up to him. "Listen, brat, I don't give a rat shit about who you are. Did that Primus thing get to your head? Nobody orders me inside my kitchen besides Lord Oren himself. And his dear wife, make her bless her, of course." Rat shit. Nobody but a miner said something like that. There were no rats in the castle, none that he had seen in the city's entirety. Most of these people would not even know the word's use. But Draven was different. Raised amidst poverty and mistreatment, rats were a bounty that put meat on their tables. If this man was a miner, then no manner of posturing would work on him. "Look, Theodore." Draven sighed and exaggerated a wince of pain. It was easy, given that his arm was still wrapped in bandages, and the black eye on his face stood out like a sore thumb. "If I go back without what he asked for, I don't know what he'll do to me." Authority did not work well on miners who grew up amidst injustice, but all of them knew compassion. Theodore paused, his eyes scanning the wounds on Draven's body for the first time. A look flashed in his eyes, but it was gone in an instant. "Aemon, get someone to deliver 2 bottles to young Lord Nerovian's quarters, aged winter and severed amethysts. As for you, brat, just get out of here if you're not going to work." Theodore shooed Draven away with a wave. "No space in my kitchen for lazing around." Draven looked into his eyes for a moment, and they seemed to understand each other. It was a fleeting moment amidst all the noise in which time stood still. They set aside all their differences, exposing their inner selves to each other as 2 people simply wanting to continue their lives. But like all good things, it ended as somebody else dropped a knife in the kitchen. "That blade better not have chipped, you abyss-damned brat!" Aemon grabbed Draven's arm and rushed him outside the kitchen, into the corridors, and kept running until the noise was no longer heard. He looked back toward the kitchen, his gaze haunted. "What about the spirits? Damn it, Aemon, that's why we came here!" Draven snapped at him. "All that trouble for nothing. Don't worry, Calder got it from here. He owes me one." Aemon gave a trembling smile. "Abyss take me, but I hate this place." They walked back to their quarters. It would not be long until whoever Calder sent to deliver the spirits reached Nerovian. 20 minutes, maybe? Add another half an hour for the young lord to get drunk. The timeline of their plan was 1 hour away from completion. Leaving unaccounted factors to fate left Draven restless, so he left without Aemon half an hour in advance. He had a plausible reason to visit Nerovian at night, but explaining why an apprentice cook followed him did not bode well. 2 armed men guarded the entrance to Nerovian's room, but they let Draven in with nods, without question. "Might not be a good time to intrude, Primus. Lord Nerovian must be savoring the gift you sent him," the guard said. "I hope he liked it. Well, I'm here in case he wants to share it with another." Draven nodded. The guards suddenly burst into laughter. "Make her protect my sister from you, Primus. This is the sort of thing you learn at an orphanage," one of them said. "I'm not sure I follow. There was something wrong with all this." "The girl you set in was pretty. Make her be my witness, but sovereigns and sharing are not words you would usually put together." The man shook his head and stepped aside. "But that's none of my business." Girl? Aemon sent spirits, not a girl. Unless... Draven hurried his pace as the realization dawned on him like a blanket of metal pressing down on his shoulders. What did I do? Aemon did not know about Nerovian's disregard for a low-blood's life, and he had not tried to tell him. It was not pertinent. "Lord Nerovian, please," a voice snuck from under the door. Draven put his hand on the door, ready to open it, then hesitated. The life of a low-blood, the very people who had oppressed the miners, put them into camps and harvested their lives as crops, as cattle, against the well-being of his family. He did not have to think about it. He would choose his brother and mother over a nameless girl every chance he got. But the shame of his choice ate his soul. Is it too much to expect a servant to serve? Nerovian's voice was lethargic, angry. There is no honor in refusing a gift sent in goodwill. Now, will you submit, or shall I make you submit? He was drunk. It seemed Nerovian did not need Draven's incentive to drown his frustrations in alcohol. The meeting with his father must have been more serious than he had thought. A muffled scream interrupted Draven's hesitation. Enough! He burst into the room, anger, rage, and shame burning a hole in his heart. Nerovian held the girl on the bed, an almost empty bottle in his hand. He threw it aside, unaware of Draven's presence, though the girl looked at him pleadingly. Abandoning the bottle, the Lord grabbed her dress and ripped it off without effort. Draven pounced at him in the blink of an eye, grabbed him by the hair with a grunt of fury, and punched him in the jaw with all the strength he had. Dyad vessel escaped his control, and before he knew it, its tendrils spread from him into Nerovian. No! He winced, for he knew the Providence dealt more than just pain. Damn it to the abyss! What did I just do? Draven let him go. Nerovian's body sagged on the bed, blood from a split lip staining the white sheet with violence. His arm was broken. His eye was black. Maker be his witness, but Draven knew he had cracked the Lord's ribs. You! The girl looked at him with wide eyes. He expected judgment and accusation, but gratitude was the only thing reflected in her trembling smile. Thank you. I didn't, Draven sighed, letting his arms go. I screwed up. He'll kill me for this. My family will die because of me. Damn it! Why am I so stupid? She's just a damned sovereign. The girl collected her ruined clothes to cover herself. She stood there in silence as trembling sobs escaped from her. Draven did not do that to her, but the fault lay with him as much as it did with Nerovian. The only solace was that he had stopped him before he could commit something that would haunt Draven for the rest of his brief life. He saved her, but at what price? Actions had consequences, and what he did only led to his death. The girl stood up, picked up the bottle, and threw it on the ground. What are you doing? Draven took her by the arm. Want the guards to come and kill us both? Shut up! She picked up a glass shard and ran it along her forearm, tears brimming in her eyes as she bit her lip to keep from whimpering. Blood flowed out as if invited, spilling onto the white sheet in a round pool of crimson. Help me patch this. Draven tore parts of her ruined clothes and helped bind her arm until the blood stopped flowing. The wound was not deep, just long. Blood on the sheet, a deed done. A lord in a drunken stupor who would not remember the events of the previous night. It was brilliant, unless the same person also had a split lip, a broken arm, a cracked rib, and a black eye. He was still doomed. The girl gave him a nod, took one of Nerovian's robes, and moved to depart. No, Draven whispered. You have to stay longer, or the guards will suspect you. Move him out of the bed, she said, after a moment of hesitation. What? Just do it, she whispered in a hurry. Draven did as asked, but saw no reason for it until she climbed back on the bed, stood on it, and jumped. The noise of springs and motion carried through the entire room, inevitably drifting back into the corridor where the guards were sure to hear. For 20 minutes they took turns trampling Nerovian's bed. The situation might have made Draven laugh if his life did not depend on it. She left half an hour later. He glued his ear to the door, but the only sound he heard was the laughter of the guards. She was safe, but that left him. Well, he and a beaten-up sovereign lord who looked like a carriage had just run him over. The minutes passed, and Draven got no closer to escaping his death sentence until his sight fell on Nerovian's library and the crimson book that held the means to save his life. Draven flipped through the well of knowledge that rested in his frantic palms, ignoring all the new information he had been dying to learn all along. It was unimportant when weighed against the consequences of his actions. The pages came to an abrupt stop as he read the words he had been looking for. Mending. The art of mending and its limitations, he whispered in excitement. This was it, his salvation. Chapter 30. The Art of Mending. Draven read the book with frantic speed. Mending unravels the memories of blood to restore the body to a condition before injury, which is why the treatment of old wounds is impossible. When the body has accepted its injured state as its natural form, mending will yield no results. Old wounds are impossible to heal. That's an important piece of information. It is believed this state change only occurs after 3 months, but the period varies from person to person. Mending organs and lost limbs, though possible, are rare and solely dependent on the individual prowess of the mender. It was reassuring to know he was not entirely clueless. Injuries of this degree can only hope to be restored by menders of the highest affinity to the blood path and corresponding high rank, an action that becomes progressively harder if not treated with expedience. Damn it! Realizing he had gotten sidetracked, he flipped through the pages once again, skimming through the lines of text to find what he needed. The Empyrean must exert their will externally, through their hexion, into the body of the patient, to force their body to revert to its prior condition. This action must be consensual, or the clashes of wills between mender and patient can risk dangerous side effects. Irritation permeated his voice. All these technical terms, but the book skipped the most important part, how to do it. It's do or die, he gave out a trembling sigh. Myra's touch was warm, gentle, and subtle. He had to remember the feeling. It was the only way he knew to replicate the art of mending. He touched Nerovian's chest and felt his heartbeat. Strong, 2 beats each second, the normal for everyone else. Draven willed his hexion outside of his body in a thin strand. His eyes widened as the red liquid pierced through his flesh, as if intent on taking his life. No, damn it! Warm, gentle, subtle. The hexion's ravaging of his body subsided to an uncomfortably feverish warmth, but it would have to do. He urged it into Nerovian's blood vessels, begging the hexion not to kill him, willing it to be gentle. Mend. Don't break. His hexion and will flooded the unconscious young man until his entire body felt like a part of Draven's own. He sensed Nerovian's pain, like looking at a mirror. Dyad vessel's courtesy. He felt the headache of one too many drinks and the wrongness of a broken bone grinding against muscle. He felt everything, but did not know what to do. Revert the body to its prior condition. Could somebody be more vague if they tried? There were answers in this library, Draven was sure of that, but the time it would take to find them was bound to solidify his dire fate. It was dangerous, unpredictable, unexplored ground, but he had to figure out how to mend by himself. With a firm hold on his hexion, he willed it to revert Nerovian's body to when he had not beaten the shit out of him. Nothing happened. The hexion sang a confused tune, for it did not know what to do without instructions. Something was missing. It was crucial, the key to mending. It had to be. "Everything all right, Lord Nerovian? Primus?" one guard said. Damn it, he was just outside the door. "Did one of us require your intrusion?" Draven snapped at him, with genuine irritation.
Know your place." He expected the door to burst open at any moment and the guards to come rushing in after not hearing confirmation from their lord. But nothing happened. The sound of footsteps faded as the guard returned to his post. Maybe the anger in Draven's voice had taken him off guard. Yet how long would it take for him to realize? Nerovian never said a word. His life was ticking away. Mending. How do I fucking do it? Nobody had ever taught him. The times it had happened to him, he had not even paid proper attention. He froze, his eyes widening as he remembered something.
Nobody taught me. Not true. There was someone, something, that knew more about the blood path than Myra or he combined. And it beat 3 times each cycle. His heart, the core of a hemomorph. To know how to mend, to learn it, he just needed to observe what his heart did instinctively. The flow of mending Hexion, suppressed by Draven's will and the fear of discovery, resumed with a flicker of his intent. Mend me! He increased the drainage until the effects were clear for his observing inner eye. The Hexion mended broken parts of his body, including those beyond his awareness. It was simple, instinctive, as if the Hexion knew what it was supposed to do without his instructions. But the crimson liquid that seeped out from his astra did not have a mind of its own. If it understood what to do, that only meant someone else, something, was providing orders to it. Draven spread his will to every inch of his body, to every hidden corner, but found nothing. All the tendrils of his influence constricted, their searching narrowed to the one place that was foreign to him. His heart. A flicker of something brushed against his will, fast, gone in the blink of an eye. It was faint, but he found the fading traces of another will. Its influence spread throughout his body, subtle like spiderwebs hidden in shadows, concealed beneath the veil of anonymity, but it was present. Some of it was connected to his own will. It was part of him. It was not a part of him. It knew him better than he knew himself, yet Draven knew nothing of it. He let his Hexion flow into Nerovian's body once more, for he now knew the error of his previous approach. His will touched the slumbering lord without resistance, and in a split second, he understood what to do. Mend! His thoughts carried his will, but it was Nerovian's unconscious authority that vetted and allowed the healing to occur. His split sealed in seconds. The black spot in his swollen eye gained a healthy shade of pink and returned to normal. The crack in his rib stole a noticeable portion of Draven's Hexion, but it quickly mended without a trace. Hexion pulled his bones together, and this time a lot of his reserves vanished. Draven's hands fell to the side, away from Nerovian. The last thing he wanted to do was wake the lordling up. He slept comfortably, the effects of one too many drinks unchanged by the art of mending. Good. Draven had work to do. A few minutes later, he left the room with a blood-stained white bedsheet. The guards stopped him then, one of them hurrying back to the room to make sure he was not a murderer walking away from one of his victims. But he soon returned with a relieved face. "What can I say? Eventful night," Draven said, dismissing the smirks from the guards and walking away. As he walked back to his room, the books hidden inside his clothes filled him with excitement. Manuals of The Blood Path and The Dream's Path, though their covers told a different story. It had been time-consuming to swap their contents, but easy considering no one had been watching. He took them out in the lightless corridor and read them without difficulty. A guide to harvesting poisonous herbs, The Soul and the Body, a Theory of Origin.
No plan survived reality, but Abyss take him if this one did not work just as well. Another day, same routine. Well, not quite. Draven's old wounds were fresh again after unleashing Dyad Vessel on himself to cover up the fact that he had healed himself and Nerovian. Ignoring them had become easier than he ever thought possible, but a broken arm sure got in the way. Draven von Astreus, Dyad Vessel. Refinement, lesser. Bloodpath, reverence, lesser. No changes. Though Draven had not tried to expand his Astra, he at least expected progress with Dyad Vessel. But he found the road ahead longer than expected.
The training yard did not bustle with grunts or the sound of clashing metal. It was silent, eerie. Nerovian stood beside Altavir with a grave expression on his unsullied face. No black eye, and his arm seemed to cause him no pain. Good. "Draven," Nerovian said before he had the chance to get a word in. "When I heard the news about what truly happened yesterday, I was surprised, to say the least. Abyss below, he knows." Hexion burned inside of Draven, ready to materialize with a thought. He should have read the damn book yesterday, but he had spent the entire night trying to find a place to burn the damn blood-stained bedsheet. "I can explain." "There is no need," Nerovian interrupted. Altavir walked beside him as they both approached him. "Master Altavir." He looked at the mender and nodded. Nerovian was delusional if he thought Draven would go down without a fight. He inscribed his will into the Hexion. Blood spheres. 5. Pain be damned. I'll take both these bastards to the abyss. "Mend my Primus," Nerovian uttered. "I cannot have him injured for tonight's event. Besides, what manner of man would I be if I rewarded his gift yesterday with more punishment? There is no honor in that." "What? Oh, right." The Hexion settled down in Draven's Astra in a hurry. Nerovian fell for it. Draven left no traces of his impulsive attack in his bedroom. "As you wish, Lord Nerovian," Altavir said with a great deal of resignation, grabbing him by the arm and letting the pain flow like a river. Draven gritted his teeth as Dyad Vessel eagerly devoured the torture. When it was over, sweat drenched Altavir's forehead. His breath was heavy, and he looked slightly pale. Was it this draining to mend someone? Myra herself, with her poor affinity, could not emit a lot of Hexion at once. Mending big injuries had either required her to link with other Empyreans or put her out of commission for the entire day. Altavir was stronger, an eminence if Draven was right. But as strong as he might seem, he was not exempt from the working of Hexion. "That's what I call a waste of Hexion." He turned and left. "Do not take his words to heart, Draven." Nerovian slapped him on the shoulder. "But I have to say, it must have been hard to wrench those spirits from Theodore." "He was not very receptive," Draven shrugged. "He only listens to my father, that man. But forget about him. We have important matters to prepare for. The Amethyst Palace will hold a banquet tonight, and all the houses of Anavarith will be present." He sighed, and Draven saw the nervousness hiding under his confident smile. "You, as my Primus, will accompany me." "Lord Nerovian, I don't even know what I am supposed to do." He needed to use the opportunity to find his family. That was clear in his mind. Always. "Do not worry yourself over the details. Keep your head down, do not talk, follow me, and stay out of trouble." That is the gist of it. Nerovian pinched the bridge of his nose. "After that, however, we need to work on your education. There are things a Primus should know, and low blood or not, you are not exempt." The bottomless pit of the station called Primus kept drawing Draven in. No matter how much he struggled or yearned for anonymity, he realized that was no longer possible.
Chapter 31. The Approaching Darkness. Draven looked at his murky reflection as he shadowed Nerovian on the shining floor of the Amethyst Palace. He wore a dark purple vest, golden embroidery of House Oren, a compromise between comfort and luxury. It did not seem like the outfit one should wear when infiltrating enemy territory, but he supposed that was exactly the point. Other sovereign lords walked around them, casting curious glances at him, yet he kept his mouth shut, even though his eyes and ears were open. On his first visit, most of the invitees were of a similar age to Nerovian, young lords and ladies who were undoubtedly heirs to their houses, people of influence. Something was different this time. The faces of the guests spoke of age and experience, and the looks and murmurs thrown around by more knowledgeable servants told him all he needed to know. These were the Virian themselves, the leaders of their respective houses, figures who held eminent authority over the future of Anavarith. Their heirs were still present, but the crowd of different generations did not mingle. "What a fine salon has your house thrown in this lovely evening, Nerovian," Lord Balthrian approached, with his green eyes shining like lanterns. "I wonder what this fuss is about. My Lord Father certainly could be in a better mood." "A question I have asked often, Balthrian." Nerovian returned the half-bow. "I am glad to see you are not ill-accompanied tonight." Balthrian chuckled and threw a glance behind him as if to confirm the words. "Artros is an odd creature. Sometimes I wonder if he despises or has taken feelings for you. But I suppose only the Maker holds the answers to such mysteries." "I will take hate over infatuation," Nerovian mustered a half-hearted chuckle. "Word travels faster than dreams. It is around us, incessant gossiping and endless questioning," Balthrian said.
It seemed every sovereign enjoyed beating around the bush, so Draven turned his attention elsewhere, to a more important scene. The Hall of the Amethyst Dragon, the room protected by the massive Empyrean. Why guard something at all times? Judging the group of Virian by how they behaved, the Lord of House Oren was amidst them. Knowing how he looked would have been an asset. The stairs in the far right corner were also guarded by Empyreans. One headed up, while the other one descended to the depths below the Amethyst Palace. It's either the hall or the stairs. Maker let it be the stairs. Taking his chances against two Empyreans at once seemed more realistic than imagining a fight with that mountainous man. Draven had only seen one being taller than him. Thinking about Astagon only brought questions, and those he could not afford. Not the time for doubt. "Is that correct, Draven?" someone called to him. His name, the disguise he wore to ward off Inquisition, and it was calling him. He looked up to see Lord Artros with an arrogant smirk plastered on his face. "Don't talk? Sounds good to me." With a glance at Nerovian, he returned his attention to the surrounding party. "You dare ignore me, lowblood." "Insult my Primus, Lord Artros, and blood will be spilled." Nerovian snarled, and their surroundings fell into cold silence. Even if Draven wanted to, it was impossible to ignore the air of hostility that threatened to ignite with a stray spark. Lord Artros's eyes widened in clear disbelief. "We both know that blood would not be mine, Nerovian." He scoffed and approached the heir of House Oren without a drop of fear on his face. "Empyrean against half-breed. It does not take a genius to know the outcome." The crowd of listening sovereign gasped. Half-breed? What did he mean by that? Whatever insult he meant struck Nerovian like a punch to the gut. His entire demeanor changed at the mention of the word. His eyes were red and wide, fists clenched, and knees in the process of assuming a fighting stance. Balthrian walked in front of Nerovian, raised his hand, and planted a slap on the red-haired sovereign's face.
"Have you no shame? To insult the host of a salon held in goodwill. I wonder what manner of education House Elore is passing down to its heirs."
Blood trickled down Artras's split lip.
"Infatuation, my ass."
Hatred distorted the lord's face in an ugly rictus of impulse and reason, but he did not retaliate against Balthrion.
"Ah, the energy of youth."
A rough voice boomed in the hall. It seemed unimpressed. "Lords and ladies, my esteemed guests, reserve your feverish spirit for the hierarchy stand, where you will fight to your heart's content. No Empyrean arts, I am afraid."
"Hierarchy stand? Why has no one told me?"
Someone gasped behind Draven. "Lothair, fetch my armaments with haste." The gathered sovereign whispered similar commands. "It is the Maker's will to set injustice right." Artras threw a poisonous glance at Nerovian. Nerovian looked back at him. He traded no insults, no threats, but there was murder in his eyes, in the way he looked at the red-haired noble, as if imagining what to do with him. Empyreans of House Oren guided the younger crowd out of the festivities. Nerovian parted with a solemn nod to Draven. No words, a sign of his bad mood. The Virian steadily disappeared behind the guarded gate, where Arzan stood like a tower of flesh and metal. "Would you like a drink, my lord?" Draven turned around to see none other than Aemon. Black and purple suit, a silver plate full of drinks expertly balanced in the palm of his hand, and an excited grin plastered all over his face. Few remained in the hall besides the two of them, preemie of the other heirs and servants doing their jobs. If there was ever a good time to disappear, it was now. Aemon discreetly placed the drinks on one of the empty tables. There were no eyes on them, none that Draven noticed, but there were certainly ears. In a place where everyone heard even the most secretive whispers, speaking one's mind was courting death. "Lord Nerovian was told you had some rare spirits in stock. Courtesy of Theodore, if my memory serves me right," Draven whispered between them. A few ears perked up at that, though no surprise reflected on the faces of those intent on minding their business. A cover in plain sight suited what they were about to do. "Of course, my lord." Aemon nodded, and turned to guide Draven out of the hall. The garden outside was devoid of any eyes. The torches shining in the sky told of late hours approaching. Hardly an appropriate time to perform friendly combat, but sovereign culture made no sense to begin with. The silhouette of the Amethyst Palace shone with the occasional flicker of a light sphere close to windows and the distant sound of battle. "Where are we headed, my lord?" Aemon inspected the palace for secret entrances. He kept the honorifics and respect in his voice in case someone else overheard them. "To the secret stock. There is just one issue." Draven paced around the palace, looking for any clues. "Theodore is not a man who will easily let us through." Aemon's eyes narrowed. He understood they were not talking about Theodore at all, but about the giant who stood between them and the information they had sworn to seek. "That much I can tell with a glance. But you know what, my lord? The Oren house sure has some nice architecture." "Lots of windows." They shared a glance. Running showed guilt, but no one judged a faster-than-normal pace. People were busy, after all. Draven guided Aemon along the palace's exterior, their paces on the edge of breaking into a sprint. Darkness did not hinder his sight. It was a friend that shielded him from prying eyes. But Aemon was not one of its acquaintances. He grunted every time one bush whacked him in the face, but dared not utter a curse, not a word. "It might be there," Draven broke the silence. Close to the wall, under the light of the castle windows, 4 guards stood like statues. Abyss take me if it's not there. Don't sabotage us, stupid, Eamon cursed. Theodore guards the inside of his stock, while his assistants secure the outside. Common spirits are known to everyone by this point, but the secret spirits, well, that kind always requires more security. Do we still need to talk like this? Draven asked Eamon. It was confusing, not to mention annoying. Want to risk the wrath of Big Theodore, my lord? Eamon snarled. Fair enough. Draven surrendered his hands. And it's Master Draven to you. I'm no lord. Eamon rolled his eyes. The Amethyst Palace was small compared to the surrounding buildings of the Oren House complex, but its towering spires pierced the air as if attempting to reach the ceiling itself. One might take it as a bold statement, but Draven had not the time for musings, least of all to enjoy the view. He had a job to do. The rooms guarded by the two armored men were empty. The clear windows revealed the other side of the door where Arzon stood watch. That and a set of stairs to ascend the spire. There was only one thing to do. Draven knew it as soon as he laid eyes on it. We need to climb, Draves. Eamon hesitated. But a fall from that high... Don't say that! They turned around, far from the guards, near the corner of the palace. The layered roof was far above them, nearly at the height of a 3-story building. Is it even possible to jump that far? Draven did not know. The new, heightened body did not exactly come with a manual of limitations, and they certainly lacked the time and opportunity to find out. Remember, Eamon turned to him, don't make a scene. Draven jumped with all the strength he had. The wind rushed in his face, the ground grew distant, and the torches in the ceiling got slightly closer. He landed with a muffled thud on the ceiling. Not enough to be overheard, hopefully, but enough to cause Eamon to land with a growing scowl on his face. Let's go. Draven took the lead to guide them amidst the poor lighting. The spire had several open verandas, not to mention decorative, protruding squares that invited the uninvited. Draven closed his eyes and attuned with the raging waves of Hexion within him. The crimson fog burning outside of his astra resonated with the blood. It heard their whispers, as if it existed in synchrony with their beating hearts. One heartbeat behind him, 2 underneath him, the guards most likely. Several up in the spire. He knew where to go. He began the climb, and Eamon followed without hesitation. The wind brushed against Draven's jacket, a howling tune that urged him to look below, but he understood that was the last thing he needed to do. After a few minutes of arduous climbing, the heartbeats grew closer, numerous, agitated. Something was going on, and they needed to know. A stone dragon wrapped around the spire, masterfully carved in a way that it curved around the windows like a piece of art. Impossible. That sort of heresy might earn us a cleansing, Paradius. An outraged man's voice abandoned all sense of courtesy. What proof do you have of this? Draven and Eamon stood clear of the window, yet the whispering sounds of the growing commotion might as well be louder than yelling. Do you believe I would produce such news without evidence, Lord Elor? Paradius Oren, the lord of the very spire they now skulked on, snarled. In some sectors of Elysium, there are rumors of the torches blinking during the day. Rumors that I have confirmed with my very eyes. That is not enough, Paradius. A stern voice cut through the commotion with a veil of silence. But again, you are no fool. What else have you discovered? Draven knew that voice. It belonged to Nosfiel, the Blade of Eons, the man who had walked through the Amethyst Palace without a hint of concern in his eyes. Indeed, Paradius said. Draven looked at Eamon for any clues about the broken bits of information, but he stood transfixed, eyes glued to the crowd of strangers. Something was wrong. The usual carefree levity on his features had dissipated in the howling night as his bloodshot eye tracked a man who leisurely talked amidst his peers. "Aemon?" Draven tried to get his attention. He gritted his teeth, hands tightening into fists, and his black eyes took the tone of an iridescent white. Draven had not known him for long, that much was true, but he knew him well enough. In the entire haven, there was only one thing, one man, who, at the slightest mention, caused Aemon to lose himself inside his rage. His father. "If you give us away, we're as good as dead." Draven held onto one of the dragon's claws with one hand and grabbed Aemon's arm with the other. No response. White mist seeped out from Aemon's closed fists. "Finn!" Aemon blinked into awareness. Hatred ingrained so deep was hard to shake off, impossible to get rid of, but it could wait. With a shudder, he recalled the Hexion to himself and let his feelings marinate in the darkness of his heart, where they waited for the opportunity to stain the world with their ugliness. Not today. Not tomorrow. Soon. The determination that seeped out from him was colder than the wind. The Virian went silent. Something had happened. Sharing a concerned glance with Aemon, he peeked through the window. An elderly lady stood in the center of the room, her figure towering amidst the Empyreans, even though she was the shortest of them. "I dreamed of darkness in the haven." Her raspy voice permeated every corner of the room. Shivers ran down Draven's spine. "They who have been sealed by the Maker have returned. The fallen will rise." The cosmic firmament shattered once more. The fruits of the original sin withered and died. Faces paled around the woman. Her words carried power, authority written in Hexion that left no doubt of the truth that left her lips. Whereas the Virian doubted Paratius Oren, they took her word as a prophecy of doom. The rivers of time corrode even what is eternal. After 1,000 years, not even the Maker would be able to fight its relentless currents. Nosfio sucked in a breath, stumbled on his feet, and sat down on one chair. As if to cement the man's words, the old woman closed her eyes for a moment that stretched into eternity. When she opened them, all the hope gathered in those around her vanished as the words left her lips. "I dreamed of the Maker's death." Her words were conveyed through a whisper, but that silence was intent on changing the haven forever. Draven pulled away from the window, his heart pounding in his chest. It was too much. It was worse than he thought. The Maker's death. To glimpse the future through dreams required power unlike anything he had ever seen, a feat only the most prominent dreamers in all of Elysium had ever achieved. It was not something that could be done at will. Yet, without fail, it always came to pass. "Maker protect us," Aemon whispered. The prayer had once brought hope. It spread warmth during the frosty nights, filling the bellies of the hungry with sustenance to live another day. Now the words brought nothing but despair, for the Maker was bound to die, and the haven along with him. Chapter 32. The Wild Voice. The light of the torches dimmed to a welcoming orange, signaling the end of another day. People walked back and forth like always, an annoying column of bodies that made everyone's life a little more difficult. It was in the impatience of a merchant who shouted his way through, barreling a path amidst people who did not hear. It was also in the voice of all those around him, murmurs, shouts, gossiping. Nothing had changed. But Draven knew everything had changed. How would they react if they found out what was bound to happen? The death of the Maker,
the man who single-handedly created the Haven, rescuing humanity from the brink of extinction, was not news anyone would take seriously. If he had lived 1,000 years, another millennium was nothing outside his grace. Draven wished that was true, but he knew better. "There's the wild voice right there!" Eamon shouted over the crowd, spotting the place where they were supposed to meet the others. "Out of the way!" He leveraged his body against the crowd and lost. Heartbeats all around Draven, their sounds soothing as they dampened the maddening choir of the gathered people. He felt inside his jacket for the book. There, next to his beating heart, protected against swift hands. There was not much to learn in terms of arts, but mastering them was another story altogether. It did not take long for Draven to discover that. While he had a great affinity with the art of mending and resonance, healing and heart sense, the others lay just outside his grasp. The art of congealing and ruling. Time was running out, the heightening ceremony was approaching, and he still could not congeal a blood armament like Overseer Trevor once had. Draven had to be careful even to think about emitting his hexion outside his body, lest the energy rampage through his flesh as if it were his worst enemy. Controlling the blood of others, the main prerogative of the art of ruling, was even more elusive.
Either he was missing something, or the book he had stolen was written by an idiot. Eamon's tight grip on Draven's arm brought him back. He pulled him aside with a pale face, sweat on his brows, fear displayed clearly in his vice-like grip. Draven followed his gaze, heard the sudden silence of the crowd, and soon understood the origin of his terror. A man walked in the middle of the suddenly empty avenue. His skin was silver, like freshly polished steel. His torso was devoid of clothes, bare muscles rippling with a sort of power that could be felt in the air. None held their gazes for long. None except Draven. But he soon fell to his knees like all the others. It was in his best interest to pretend normalcy. If Draven wanted to live, he had to look away from the runes inscribed in that man's flesh. The man was gone as suddenly as he had appeared, but the crowd dissipated in silence. Terrified murmurs spoke a single word. Perfected. Draven had to know what it meant. Who was that man? How did he get runes all over his body but seem unaffected by them? Draven knew there were no answers to be found by contemplating an impossible puzzle by himself, so he grabbed Eamon and rushed to the wild voice. The tavern was silent. People drank their ale with trembling hands, as the news had already arrived by the time Draven and Eamon reached the establishment. The barkeeper greeted them with a solemn nod and returned to wiping his already clean glass cup. Far to the side, in an inconspicuous corner of the dimly lit place, Myra sat with Corvanis, but Helvan was nowhere to be seen. My master and the man who killed my father. What a nice reunion. Been a while, guys. Eamon pulled out a chair. Why the long faces? Didn't miss us? He forced his cheerfulness. Forgive us the poor reception, Corvanis snarled. It is hard to be welcoming with one of the perfected prowling in the streets. Draven looked at Myra and nodded before sitting. News already got here, then.
Screaming and tripping, she said, with a look at the somber barkeeper. But seeing you two again almost takes the somber edge out of it. Almost.
Someone gonna explain what in the abyss is a perfected? Eamon shook his head and avoided a pinch from Myra. I'm almost thinking you guys like to keep us in the dark. That a hobby or something? He's not wrong. Draven looked at Myra. It was Corvanis who broke the silence. They are the hounds of the Maker, he spat. Empyreans of great power. No, that is an understatement. If your education is not as flawed as your manners, You might remember the different affinities to a path. Simply put, we are born with a tangible amount of talent that will dictate how powerful we might become. Yeah, I remember everyone making a fuss about Draven's "Do not interrupt me, boy." Corvanus silenced Aemon with a glare. Training and diligence can bridge most gaps in affinity. That is true. I have seen it myself. He nodded to Myra. But some chasms are so wide that no amount of hard work can overcome them. Some people are born so talented that no hard worker can ever dream of matching them. Archons are what they are called. That silver-skinned man who makes Anavarith tremble with every step is one of them. Was one of them. Now he is something beyond even that. The runes, whatever their purpose, augment a perfected's power to an incomprehensible degree. Corvanus sighed. He made as if to continue, but shook his head. If we were to gather all the Empyreans in this city, we might have a chance at stalling that thing for a few minutes, he said, before falling into silence. A few minutes. All the Empyreans in the city would only stall him, not stop, not harm, not kill. Stall. A shiver raised all the hair on the back of Draven's neck. The perfected might be powerful, talented beyond measure, but if Corvanus was right, the secret to their power lay in the runes carved into their flesh. What is he doing here? I thought Anavarith was the backwaters of Elysium, Draven asked. Well, the perfected won't act without the Maker's say-so, Myra clicked her tongue. So something is going on here that is not making the big man happy. You think? Aemon's voice got a little too loud. You know what? Tell her, Draven. Where in the abyss is the old man anyway? Draven ignored Aemon. How to say a piece of news that would shatter the peaceful lives of common people? Nice words, beating around the bush. He suspected none of these tactics would soften the blow once it landed. He took a deep breath, collected his thoughts, and let the words spill out in a hush so others did not hear. The Maker will die, and the Haven will fall. Could one, Myra scoffed, a smile on her lips. The expression lost its confidence as Aemon and Draven did not return the mirth. Come on, guys. You can't be serious. Right, Corvanus? The frown of disapproval fell from Corvanus's face as he realized none of them were joking. Seriously, where in the abyss is Helvin? That would explain why one of them came to Anavarith. An emotionless voice drifted from the corner of the room to their table. Dressed in black, hair as white as cotton, Helvin approached as if his sudden appearance was not at all uncommon. Tall words, provided without proof, are no more than gossip, Draven, he said. Grabs! Good to see old age didn't take you just yet. Aemon stood up. Helvin looked at him. There is no need for reminders. You fulfilled your oath, Aemon. The words made Aemon eager to speak. There was a meeting on the tallest spire of the Amethyst Palace, a gathering of Virion hosted by Lord Paradius Orin himself. All of them had reacted the same way as the old man, but they had all believed it once an old hag spoke the same things. Describe the old woman, Helvin interrupted Draven. What was her name? They didn't say it. Short like you, white hair, wrinkled face, Draven explained, but Aemon interrupted him. Permanent white eyes, even while not emitting Hexion. I don't need to tell you what that means, do I? Aemon crossed his arms, grew nervous, and snatched Corvanus's drink, downing it in a single gulp. Dreamer, Myra sighed, apparently convinced. A powerful one. There is only one dreamer that fits the description. For all the Virion to take her word as truth, she must be none other than Millennia.
Corvanus glanced at his empty drink. "If you would excuse me, I have to go." Try as he did, the overseer could not hide the worry on his face. Helvin did not stop him. "Not a rumor, but a prophesied dream." The elderly man looked lost for the first time. "I thought we had more time. I hope you forgive me, Aiden." Draven had not heard that name for a long time. It was no longer who he was, but the old man sure knew how to apologize when he was wrong. "It's not a big deal. I saw it with my own eyes, heard it myself, and still don't believe it." He sipped the frothing drink in front of him. It tasted sour. "I've done my part, Helvin, and I will do what I swore to do." Helvin held Draven's gaze for an uncomfortable second. "Prior to the day of the severing, when the Oran house lowers their guard, I will assist in retrieving your family." The words were like a decree that lifted an unseen weight from Draven's shoulders. All the suffering, all the nights of silent training in the confines of his soul, it would all end. Skulking in the shadows, in fear of being found, it would end. Responding to fake names, no more. The endless torture of not being able to do anything, of accepting his powerlessness. Enough. He did not thank Helvin, but he wanted to. "Come, Aemon." Helvin beckoned Aemon as he stood up. "I suppose it is time to teach you how to kill an evoker." Both departed with different springs in their steps. Unbuttoning his jacket, Draven produced the stolen book for Myra. "What do you say about a lesson, Master?" "Sure. Why not? Anything to take my mind from, the end of the world? The death of us all?" She scratched her head with a perplexed expression. "You know, sometimes I think you guys are crazier than me." Hexion circulated in Draven's blood as he walked the way back to the Oran house. Following Myra's instructions, his blood vessels diluted the Hexion, which pumped farther with each beat of his foreign heart. Channel more than was wise, and the consequences would be dire, or so she said. Still, he felt the ripples of power coursing through his muscles, strengthening him. A simple, effective trick. But it was not free. The refined Hexion steadily disappeared as he consumed it. His body absorbed its power faster than he could replenish it. Nonetheless, it was worth it. The exercise did wonders for practicing the third tenet, emit, for it instilled in him an intrinsic understanding of how to imbue his will into the Hexion without conscious commands. His step carried him farther than intended. Then the strength faded into the wind. Damn it, lost control of it again. The more he thought about what he wanted the Hexion to do, the harder it was to keep it leashed to his will. The key, according to Myra, lay in the subtle barrier between consciousness and unconsciousness. A command without thought. It was harder than he first imagined. The respect he felt for the red-haired Empyrean only grew as he came to understand the depths of her knowledge and skill. The things he struggled so much to do, she did with the grace of a bird flying in the air. Was that what talent looked like? Perhaps, but no one wise would discredit the years of practice she had accrued. When asked about the art of congealing, especially about the formation of blood armaments, she just shrugged. "You gotta know your weapon in and out," she had said.
No one ever trained Draven in any sort of martial combat involving weapons, so mastering that trail on the blood path was beyond him. For now. The art of ruling was another disappointment. Myra herself confessed she could not do it properly, as her will was not strong or vast enough to make the blood of others bend to her command. But he remembered his body freezing with a mere touch of her cold hands on the operation table. That memory was one tough to bury. "To rule is to make others resonate with your will," she had rambled. "Yeah, I know. 2 arts in one. Annoying, right? You can think about it like 2 drunk people shouting at each other in a tavern. When one is loud enough, the other will shut up for a second. Make sense?" Draven did not understand it. After simmering on it for hours, he was still clueless about it. The key to ruling is to make them shut up not for a second, but for as long as you want them to. It's all about who has the stronger will of the 2, truth be told. Easier said than done, though. I can do it to babies and unheightened people that are not freaks of will like you, but to do the same to another Empyrean, gonna need to link with 1 or 2 other menders. Just remembering her words put him at a loss. He knew his will was abnormally strong and vast, but his finesse in controlling it was the direct opposite. With a sigh, he let the matter go. There would be time for training later, when his family was safe and sound. Perhaps it was better to finally push the boundaries of lesser reverence. He stumbled again when an unexpected realization hit him. The training, the grueling pain and effort, had always been a means to an end, a way of getting closer to rescuing his brother and mother. But that had changed along the way. As wrong as it sounded, he liked the routine, the feeling of tangible progress. It was part of who he had become. "Make a sound, and you are dead." A cold voice spoke from behind him. Chapter 33. The Blood of Astraeus. There was no heartbeat behind Draven. Wait, that can't be true. Someone followed his steps, but it felt distant. Its sound was muffled by a veil of emptiness that escaped his perception until the speaker had revealed himself. He was an Empyrean, there was no doubt about it. Hexion flowed out of Draven's astra by instinct, traveling along his veins, spreading its enhancing power to his flesh. The strange might be an Empyrean, but so was Draven. "You have 3 seconds to cease imbuing your body, Draven." A man appeared in front of him, a familiar face. "A mender against an evoker. It will not end well for you," Elevaline said. Draven let the Hexion fade. If he got close enough, evoker or not, he had a chance at killing him before his specters destroyed his soul. A wise choice. He walked past Draven, exposing his back. A trap, he knew it, for his heart raced in readiness. "Walk with me." "Elevaline," Draven snarled. "Are you stalking me?" He shook his head as if the idea was beyond him. "I have better things to do than follow the primus of a minor house, much less an Orisanth. Or so I thought." Draven followed him as he talked. An opportunity would come. "Imagine my surprise when I found you were acquainted with the very traitors that killed my father," he snarled. What sort of nonsense is this? Did he somehow escape all of their detections and listen to their private meeting in the wild voice? Certainly not. The old man had been there, after all. There was no chance in the abyss anyone could take that geezer by surprise. But again, he only arrived later. "And I'm supposed to know who you are talking about?" Acquaintances. It could be Myra, Corvanus, Aemon, and Helvan. One of them had allegedly killed this man's father. "Do you expect everyone to indulge your nonsense?" His expression grew darker as they entered an alley. "I expect nothing, Draven. I demand it." His eyes glowed green. "To the abyss with this!" Draven knew the man was about to use Hexion to call out his specter and whatever else an evoker could do. Hexion burst out from Draven's astra, traveling a painful path toward his fingers. Mind-numbing pain erupted from both his arms as the art was about to unfold, but it ended when something pierced his chest. A roar wrenched itself out of Draven's throat without restraint. He looked down, only to see a green arm made of mist bursting out from the right side of his chest. The spectre, he thought amidst the screams. His arm fell listless to the side, dead, numb, unresponsive. Something tore through his legs, and he collapsed on the floor. His mind went blank. Pain. Torture. When Draven regained thought, he could not move. His throat was raw from all the screaming. His limbs felt foreign. Dyad Vessel had always numbed all the pain he suffered without fail, until now. He looked at Elevalane, at the disgust on his face. He did not enjoy the sight of deeds, but that meant nothing. The determination in his tightened fists was enough to see it through the end. You see, Draven, scream as much as you want, but no one will hear you. He kicked a pebble out of the way. What the soul does not perceive will go unnoticed by sight and hearing. Keep your secrets if you must, but know that a spectre can hold nothing from their masters. Fuck you! It was do or die. Draven let the well of Hexion within himself burst forth. He willed blood spheres to form, as many as he could, regardless of the damage they did to him. No, he wanted them to wreck his flesh, for that only fueled the power of Dyad Vessel. Before Elevalane could react, Hexion exploded from Draven. The spheres pierced the stone building around them, causing dust to pour like an obscuring morning mist. The providence within him filled to the brim as his blood first flowed through the cracks between bricks before pooling in a warm puddle around him. Mend, he commanded. Just enough so I don't die. Just enough so Elevalane thought he was on his last breath. He urged his heart to drink the remaining Hexion from within him until he was empty. You mongrel piece of shit, Elevalane coughed. What manner of monster are you to wield so much Hexion at once? The dust parted as he approached Draven with a faltering step. Still alive. Damn it to the abyss. An emerald ethereal armor clad his figure. It brimmed with small holes in the arms and legs, but only cracks in the torso and head. Blood seeped out from the crumbling armor. He had defended himself somehow. Brother? The specter of a child burst out from his body. Hate to say it, but I told you to just kill him. Were it not for me, you wouldn't have survived. Another one walked out of his body, but he seemed more fascinated with the surrounding destruction than his blood-soaked master. I've never seen someone this powerful at lesser reverence. It would have been impressive had he not doomed himself. True, the other one said. His Astra is double the size of what it should be. Shut up, Elevalane snapped, hands gripping the sides of his head. The specters disappeared in a cloud of green mist. He looked at Draven with his bloodshot eyes. There was anger in how his limbs trembled, hesitation in the step he contemplated taking. All of that was gone after he blinked. His hand shot forward, touching Draven's forehead, making contact with the boundaries of Dyad Vessel. His last mistake. A veil of numbness swept over Draven before he could release the Providence. Draven was back in the Catalyst District once again. His mother and brother urged him to follow them to the Ascension ceremony, but he hesitated. Something was wrong. It felt as if he had been about to do something important, yet now the memory of it failed him. One step forward, and time regressed a few years. His dad was in front of him, eyes with shame. Draven remembered this day. It shaped who he is.
I know this won't make sense to you, Aiden. Trust me, if there was another choice, I would have taken it. Will's eyes brimmed with tears, an odd sight. His father never cried in front of him. But there's too much at stake. You'll understand everything when it's time. Just remember one thing.
I love you, son. Draven's heart clenched. Today was the day he died. But how did he know that? It can't be. A voice spoke from the distance, echoing inside his head as if his own. Father? Pain stabbed his head. He blinked away tears, and when he opened his eyes, he almost flinched at the sight. He looked at the ground below, and fear made him grip the wall harder. Eamon climbed ahead of him, seemingly unbothered by what they were doing. His facade might fool somebody else, but Draven heard the frantic pace of his heart. I dreamed of the Maker's death, a woman rasped. It was still hard to believe, but Draven had to report it to Helvan. It was his ticket to getting his family to safety. The old man would know what to do. He always did. The entire world shook. Draven lost his grasp on the ornate dragon that adorned the window and fell. The wind rushed at his back. Fear. Panic. He flailed against nothingness, trying to get a grip on anything. But there was nothing to save him. He was going to die. This time, there was no escape. Draven opened his eyes with a gasp. Elevalane took a step back, his face pale, his lips trembling with a mixture of emotions complex beyond his ability to grasp. Where am I? Draven looked around, confused. Did I fall to my death? And this is the abyss? It seemed too mild, unlike the legends, not at all cold. Who? Elevalane backed himself against a corner for support. Who are you? Draven did not understand. Elevalane might not know his real name, but they certainly introduced themselves to each other before in the Amethyst Palace. Come to think of it, Draven did not recall the details of how they ran into each other today. The more he thought about it, the less it made sense. He tried to stand up, but could not. One look at his body told him the answer. A carriage had run him over. It was the only explanation. He beckoned the Hexion into his astra, imbued it with his will until it became his own, steadily using it to mend the extensive damage throughout his entire being. There were holes in his soul, wounds that not even the most dire of failures with the unbreakable veil had incurred. What's going on? Draven used the pure Hexion burning on his astra's surface to stitch them together, but he knew that would not heal them overnight. How did this happen? Was he training as he walked and somehow got distracted? It seemed unlike him to make such a big mistake. Answer me. How do you know Corvax von Astreus? Elevaline's voice stopped him dead. Memories rushed into Draven's head. He blinked, and his heart grew cold, for he remembered everything. The meeting in the wild voice, Elevaline's ambush, the way he had somehow entered his head. Unforgivable. Draven would kill him, no matter the cost. He knew too much now. If you're going to kill me, cut the crap and do it. Come closer. I won't make the same mistake again. Dyad vessel roared on the brink of release. Aiden, Elevaline said. The name took him aback. Son of Will Greystone. A ratling turned sovereign. A spy for the witnesses of the beyond. It seemed like an odd choice to focus on that after he saw the prophesied death of the Maker. Anyone sane was bound to prioritize the impending doom of the Haven over a minor-turned spy, but Elevaline did not. The way he looked at Draven now, though filled with anger, differed from before. There was something else in his voice, the hesitation of one who dared not hope for too much. Listen here, Elevaline. I'm just doing this to save my family.
Draven had to buy some time. Enough so that his body healed. Just enough so that the numbness in his limbs disappeared.
Got no bad blood against you or your house, so why don't we call this a day? Each one of us goes our separate ways. He knew Draven's father. He knew what Draven truly was. He must be a relative of some sort, somebody hunting down Korvax for what he stole. Just a little longer. Come on. Mend! The wounds in his body were closing slowly, but the ones in his soul showed only minor improvements. Your family, Elevaline laughed suddenly. How can you save them if you don't even know who they are, Aiden Greystone? Your father was Korvax von Astreus, Korvax the traitor, the most powerful dreamer to have ever lived, second only to the Maker himself, who now is apparently going to die. Elevaline laughed maniacally. His hands tore locks of hair out of his temples. Tears ran down his face. Draven stared at him and sighed. There was no other way. Only one of them would walk away from this alley. Like I said, if you're gonna kill me... How could I kill my brother? Again. I never had a choice, Elevaline shouted as the forms of specters struggled to free themselves out of his head. His shout silenced Draven, not because it was loud. There was more to it than words. Hope. Despair. Regret. Draven felt it all in the desperate beat of his heart. He looked at Elevaline, really looked at the man who had almost killed him, and knew the hard truth. Elevaline was not only a relative, but a scion from House Astreus, like Draven's father had been. He was more than that. He did not hunt Korvax von Astreus to recover a lost remnant. That goal was driven by greed, none of which shone in his earnest eyes. Draven understood his own difficult situation. He, like Elevaline, pursued the same objective. In front of him was a man who desperately looked for his father, the brother Draven never knew he had. Elevaline exchanged one more glance before vanishing into a cloud of green mist. Chapter 34. Drastic Measures. The torches had long since turned pale silver as the night claimed another day. Draven walked back to the Orin house with a head full of questions and a soul riddled with holes. Dragging his feet across the stone, the numbness of his limbs still prevented him from faking normalcy. He steadily made his way to a place he never wanted to see again. The wounds of the soul were harder to mend than those of the flesh, a piece of information he learned the hard way, but they healed just the same. It only took a monumental amount of hexion and time. My brother. Draven did not know what to think of that. His father had a whole other life hidden from them. Or was it the other way around? For now, that his brother did not kill him would have to suffice. But Draven needed to find him again. He grasped a piece of cloth stained with Elevalane's blood. The art of resonance allowed him to let the stranded droplet of dried blood guide him to its owner, the same way Overseer Trevor had done to him. But it was too soon. Both of them needed time to process what had just happened. Draven avoided using the main gate. Blood-stained clothes and dragging numb limbs were not something he knew how to lie his way through. Better not to risk it. The servant gate it was. The guards led him in with raised eyebrows. Lord Nerovian is having one of those days, Draven spoke with a grim face. They let him in without another word. The young lord's strict behavior was famous. Even the least informed servants knew how prone he was to violence. It was a passable excuse that covered Draven against undiscerning eyes. He walked with his head down. No need to raise more attention than necessary.
The least used parts of the labyrinth of flowers and foreign plants were usually empty, or so he hoped. He strained his ears for any sounds, physical or otherwise, while remaining attuned to the Hexion fluctuations. A heartbeat heading his way.
Draven took a sharp turn left and avoided a guard on patrol. 3 coming straight ahead. He doubled back to where he came and took another path that led him to 2 stationary beats. 2 people talking, it seemed. As long as they did not move, he could not care less about the contents of their gossip. Perfected. Eridol's voice made Draven stop in his tracks. Shitty fucking luck is what this is, Theodore exploded with impatience. He can't just expect me to make the buffet for the ceremony tomorrow, Eridol. How can I even prepare everything in time? Last I checked, my cooks and I were not Kroners. Maker's mercy, Theodore. The Chamberlain's voice grew annoyed. Draven got closer, not within sight, but close enough to hear their conversation. The last thing on Lord Paradius's mind is whether you can present an iridescent roast tomorrow, yes? I don't know what is happening, but it's not good. Your maker-forsaken buffet can go to the abyss. He is expediting the heightening of his sons, no? No, that's not possible. The severing is still days away. The event would follow the severing, so it not only pleased the Maker, but brought good luck with the Scion's affinity. Rushing it made no sense, unless Paradius had been exposed. Virian or not, spreading rumors about the death of the eternal ruler of the Haven was something worthy of death. Abyss take it, the man has lost his mind. Theodore was just as shocked, but for different reasons. For the buffet to happen tomorrow, Paradius would need to heighten those brats tonight. You know, Eridol, bad luck is what I'm saying. Tonight? Draven urged the remnants of his recovering will to imbue every single shred of Hexion inside his soul. I'm aware, you little egghead. Who do you think had to run around like an idiot for hours to get it ready? Me, yes? I'm too old for this, for Maker's sake. Eridol sighed. The Amethyst Palace is full of people who are even more miserable than you, so just shut up and do it. Like we all do, no? It's happening right now, Theodore huffed. It sure is. Even Arzan left his post by the lady's side to guard the lower levels. Must be the first time since that incident. Draven ran before they finished. Maker, let me be there in time. Please. There was only one entrance to the Amethyst Palace's lower levels, at least as far as Draven knew. Those stairs descended to the catacombs, a perfect place to undergo heightening, as it was virtually impossible to infiltrate. Arzan, Paradius, they are there. Fuck! The way to the Amethyst Palace was unobstructed, as Draven used the art of resonance to sense the heartbeats of all living things surrounding him. Not to mention the main house complex had never been tightly guarded. The same was not true about the palace itself. 6 guards stood in front of the main entrance. If Draven tried to make his way through, there would be questions. All the blood on his clothes was a dead giveaway. He avoided it. The palace was full of windows, courtesy of ostentatious sovereign architecture, and he just needed to make use of them. Draven circled back, looking for an entrance. He wasted time he did not have. Damn it, where in the abyss am I supposed to go? If he could go back in time, he would have studied the palace's layout, memorizing all its entrances and windows. But that was wishful thinking. 2 heartbeats, one agitated, one calm, directly outside of the room Arzan guarded. There was an entrance, if his memory served him right. He rushed under the cover of plants and the falling darkness of night, but stopped as he recognized one of the 2 people gathered just outside. Seraphina.
If she was out, it meant he still had time. Thank the Maker. It is necessary, you silly child. A short woman dressed in all the luxury Virian wealth could afford spoke with a sad smile on her face. This place devours those who show weakness.
It almost killed me. But I rose above those who scorned my origins and carved a place for myself. You must do the same.
Yes, Mother,
Seraphina nodded.
Did Nero come to visit you?
If she was still outside, then she might as well show Draven the way in. It was the best facsimile of a plan he had come across so far, but it would have to do. Your brother never forgave me for who I am, for who I made him to be. I only hope that he comes to understand our situation one day. The lady turned her gaze in Draven's direction. He froze for a second, but her unfocused stare showed no hint of alarm. I hear he made a mess of the Allori boy in the hierarchy stand. That scoundrel had it coming. Uncouth waste of space that dares call himself sovereign. Seraphina fumed. To call my brother a half-breed to his face. Father should have taken his head on the spot. You criticize Nero's brashness, but the same insult makes your blood boil, the lady noted. It's not like that, Seraphina protested. It is, however you let it be, Seraphina. The more you let it be your weakness, the more others will seek to use it against you. I might be a rattling, she spat the word in disgust, but that does not make me lesser than anyone else. I know, Mother. I'm sorry, Seraphina sighed. Enough with the talk. Draven could not care less if the woman was the Maker herself. Show me the way in. Paradius Oren, married to one of the very catalysts his sector of the Haven produced. That truth might have shocked Draven another time, but his patience was running thin. Their conversation dwindled until Seraphina and her mother parted with a hug. Draven closed his eyes, abandoning all other senses besides the one he needed. Arzan was not present on the other side of the room, his strong heartbeat unnaturally absent, but the two guards stood like statues, guarding the way in. Seraphina's heartbeat became clear in Draven's mind as her mother climbed up the spire until she faded from his awareness. Straight ahead into the room, a sharp turn to her left, opposite to the ascending stairs. 2 seconds she stood in place. Draven opened his eyes to see her pressing her hand against the wall next to the portrait of Lord Paradius Oren. The bricks trembled. A flash of light illuminated the crevices in the wall, and the purple stone dissolved into dust that fell like a curtain to reveal a passage. Once Seraphina walked through it, the wall returned to its original state, with not even a grain of dust remaining as witness to the bizarre event that had just transpired. That's my way in. Her heartbeat grew distant, muffled, but Draven focused his entire being on grasping it. Down, right, straight, an unusual acceleration in its pace. Fear. It did not matter. He marched toward the guards, who spotted him with alarm. "Halt!" they both shouted in unison, swords coming out to point at him. "State your name and business!" "Put your swords away before I have your heads on a pike," Draven snarled, with no need to fake his anger. "I'm Draven Orisanth, Primus to Lord Nerovian Oren, and my business here is none of your concern." The guards looked at each other, sheathing their swords after recognizing his face. They examined the bloodstains and holes in his vestments before one of them said, "No one is allowed through. Lord Paradius's orders, Primus." Draven took a step closer, almost within reach. They were armored, but their sword hands had exposed skin. Just a little closer. "Not one more step," one of them barked. His hand hovered above the pommel of his sword. "Whatever business you have, Primus, it will have to wait until the morrow. Perhaps it is for the best if you clean yourself before sullying these grounds," the other one snickered.
You are right.
Where are my manners? I came here in a rush to deliver an important piece of news to my lord. Draven sighed. They would not let him through, and with most of his Hexion dedicated to healing his soul, he did not like his chances against 2 armed guards. If you would, deliver this letter directly to Lord Nerovian. Draven rummaged through the pocket of his jacket. Their eyes followed him with curiosity, but when their hands dropped away from their swords, Draven burst into action. He shot forward and grabbed one of them by the hand. Dyad Vessel roared, and the guard collapsed to the floor with a wet thud, blood flowing from numerous holes spread throughout his body. The other guard drew his sword. Draven turned around, taking a step back, but the cold metal slashed through his chest. "Sound the—" "No, you won't." He did not let him finish. A blood sphere shot from his hand, piercing the guard in the neck, who dropped to his knees, eyes wide, red warmth spurting from his wound. Bile rose in Draven's throat as he ran away from the unconscious guards. No, he isn't unconscious. There was only a single heartbeat. He had killed one of them. Someone who was just doing their job, trampling over the lives of the common people. It seemed he had truly become a sovereign. He shook away the disgust and rushed into the room. As much as it shamed him, the 2 fallen men were already out of his mind by the time he faced the portrait of the self-absorbed lord. Where is the damn thing? He palmed the wall for hidden levers and pressure plates. Nothing. Damn it! Damn it! He did not have time for this. His light pressing became heavier as his impatience grew. Let me in! He threw a Hexion-infused punch at the wall. It lit with a familiar blue glow. Runes. They were hidden in this device somewhere, but Draven did not have the time or the patience to look for them. The wall collapsed in a curtain of dust, and he sprinted in without a second thought. He descended the stairs, leaping over the steps rather than walking. Down! A corridor stretched in front of him with 3 pathways. Right! He turned to the side to come face to face with a fully fledged Empyrean. Altavir, Draven snarled. Chapter 35. One last look. One guard dies outside, and you thought I wouldn't notice? Altavir walked toward Draven with a frown on his face. I've always thought there was something odd about you, boy. But to be a traitorous spy? That one surprised even me. Eridol must have had a hand in this scheme. Altavir. Draven urged the Hexion to stop mending his soul. There were more pressing issues requiring its assistance. Move aside. Why don't you make me? Draven did not let him finish. He pointed a finger at Altavir's head. Consequences be damned. To the abyss with being a murderer. A blood sphere shot out of his finger, bursting out of his flesh in a spray of blood. Mist poured out of Altavir in an instant. It materialized in a solid dome of crimson that did not even crack under the assault. He looked at Draven, and this time there was genuine surprise in his eyes. An Empyrean? Maker's mercy, how did Paradius let this happen? More. Draven needed more. Blood spheres shot out of his hand one after another. More. Stronger. The dome protecting Altavir cracked. Security has indeed become lax. I'll have to discuss this matter with Arzan himself. None of this scandal would have happened if his lazy ass monitored the servants once in a while. The dome whined and cracked, pieces of it falling to the floor. I will get to the bottom of this, Altavir said, unbothered by the assault. Are you done, boy? Altavir nodded to Draven. If this is the best you can do, might as well surrender yourself right now and spare me the indignity of capturing you. It is clear to me you have some talent, but whoever trained an assassin like you, well, they forgot the training part altogether. Shut up! Draven roared. Why isn't it working? The blood spheres were powerful enough to pierce through rock, but all that power barely cracked Altavir's barrier. It was the difference between diligent, focused training and blindly treading through the unknown.
Allow me to show you how a true mender does battle.
Blood mist seeped out from the palm of Altavir's hand, congealing into 2 curved daggers. Don't die too soon. He pounced at Draven with the speed of a body enhanced by Hexion. Raising a hand, he stabbed at his face. Draven took a step back, gorging in the power that also coursed through his body, and avoided the blow. The other dagger shot at him in a slash to his stomach. Altavir was fast, but Draven could avoid it. He ducked back to avoid the slash, but his back hit something solid. What? The dagger sliced through his chest like a hot knife carving butter. Warmth permeated his body like a wriggling snake. He tried to grab hold of Altavir's arm, but the man retreated with a worried frown. Dangerous kid. Altavir stood still as a statue, knees bent and ready to attack. Your heart beat with glee the moment I got close, which is odd. You are looking for your death, or hiding something. Draven's stomach clenched as he glanced over his shoulder to find a wall of crimson creation, Altavir's doing. The man could emit so far outside the purview of his body, retaining the intent imbued into his will with no effort. No matter how Draven looked at the situation, it would not end well for him. Wounds riddled with both his body and soul, while he remained clueless about the true extent of Altavir's powers. If this is the best you can do, Draven stood up. The cut in his chest and stomach closed. His precious reserve of Hexion dwindled close to emptiness. You might as well let me through. Interesting, Altavir laughed. Sadly, the battle is already over. Something gripped Draven's body from the inside, strangling his muscles until he could not breathe. He tried to take a step, but nothing responded. Only Hexion was still under his command. The art of ruling. I must confess, Draven, to mend a wound with so much proficiency is not something the average mender can do. It either takes talent or raw power, unlike what can be found on the outskirts of Elysium. The bald man prattled on. Maybe there is another option for you, rather than death. Bind yourself in full servitude to House Oren, and maybe Paradius will not behead you. Good, you bastard. Buy me some more time. An idea formed in Draven's head. He imbued his remaining will into the Hexion until it formed a small puddle. It was not enough to mend and attack, but it would suffice for a singular task. And become a glorified servant like you? Draven needed Altavir to get closer. I wonder, Altavir, that tail-wagging technique you have, does it take talent or raw power to get? Yes, my lord. Of course, my lord. Did you break a nail, my lady? Let me fix it right up. The smile disappeared from Altavir's face. Better than being questioned by an evoker, boy. But you will learn that soon enough. He walked toward Draven with the gait of someone who had already won. Hexion extended out of him in minuscule tendrils that connected to something behind and within Draven, feeding it with steady sustenance. So that's how he emits so far from his body. The moment Altavir touched him, he would be helpless. It meant an increase in the flow of Hexion and will that suppressed him. Drained as he was, there would be no route to escape his fate. Draven suppressed his emotion and clamped the rhythm of his heart so it did not give him away. Altavir took a step forward. Draven roared with the entire force of his will, shattering Altavir's hold effortlessly. Myra said the art of ruling depended on the force of one's will, and if that was true, Draven would not lose. Hexion coursed through him in a flood, extinguishing the force that held him suppressed.
Falling to his knee, he rolled to the side and narrowly avoided a blood spike that pierced the ground. He raised his hand toward Altavir, a grin on his face. "That much will?" Altavir grunted at the backlash of his hold being broken.
"What kind of monster are—" The crimson dome surrounded him in an instant, but that only made Draven's smile deepen. Altavir was not his target, after all. He pointed to the light spheres illuminating the ceiling, and a blood sphere shot out. Darkness fell into the corridor. Draven was drained both of will and Hexion. He fell to his knees, weak, dizzy. Altavir looked up, then from side to side. "Petty tricks. Now we are both blind. Well done." His shield fell from him. "Your heart beats weak, boy. Let me guess. No Hexion to aid the flow of strength through your body." Draven crawled beside him, intent on not making a sound. Altavir moved faster than he could react. A hand gripped Draven's neck with enough strength to break it. "Did you forget I can hear your blood?" He pulled his hand back, a dagger congealing in his palm, before plunging at Draven's leg. The bald man twisted it when no yell came. Draven grunted, which made Altavir hesitate for a moment, before turning into a stab to the gut. "I got you now, Primus," he spat. "No, Altavir." Draven smiled in the darkness. "I got you." Dyad Vessel unleashed all its store pain upon the hand that held Draven by the throat. The grip on his neck loosened as a soul-piercing scream echoed in the unlit corridors, loud enough to deafen a miner. Draven looked down at the unconscious man, blood pouring out of him from countless little holes in his body, from a deep stab in his gut and leg, from slashes in his chest. He left Altavir to fate as he walked deeper into the corridor. 6 heartbeats stood motionless in the tunnel ahead. 2 of them beat with less power, faint but not unhealthy. His family. "Hold on, Mom, Dan. I'm coming." Draven did not look back at the trail of blood he left. The corridor stretched farther than he imagined, but the dense concentration of Hexion in the air confirmed his direction. Whoever waited at the end knew of the battle that had just ensued, and they would most certainly be ready. Draven was not. Dyad Vessel was emptier than his Astra. His will was drained. Blue light made him falter as the corridor opened into a vast room. Runes. The ceiling stretched far above, with a single pillar jutting down from it and connecting to a silver box in the form of a room. A massive remnant, square, not much taller than 2 sovereign put together. Solidified, transparent Hexion and metal formed its walls. But none of that mattered. There were 4 altars inside, 2 of which held a child and a middle-aged woman. "Dan! Mom!" Draven wanted to bash himself against the wall, tear it apart, rip it to shreds. But he knew that would have been fruitless, for the men inside breathed with confidence. If it were possible to get in, at least one of them might have looked concerned. With deadly stares, Paradius and Arzan glared at Draven. They had sensed the earlier battle and resented his victory. Nerovian's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as he stared in silence. Seraphina wrestled her surprise much better. "Draven?" Nerovian blurted. "What happened?" Paradius silenced him with a look. "What have you done to Altavir?" the Virian lord snarled at Draven. "To think that the other houses would fall so low as to send an assassin. They will regret this day dearly." "Nothing less than he deserved," Draven told him, buying time. The ritual had not started yet. He looked around for entrances or any sort of mechanisms to deactivate the Hexion. No luck.
He had to make them do it. The same thing will happen to Lady Oren if you don't hand over the ratlings. Paradius froze. Nerovian and Seraphina's surprise turned to hatred. Lies, Arzan rasped, unaffected by the bluff. My specters protect her shadow with their very existence, and that is not the full extent of the measures put in place to keep the ladies safe. What is the meaning of this, Draven? Nerovian pointed at him. Have you not embarrassed me enough? Silence, boy!
Paradius punched the Hexion wall. Smoke drifted out from his fist as the flesh burned in contact with the luminous barrier. First you make a low-blood your primus, and now he is revealed to be an assassin. Pah! It sounds even more ridiculous when I say it. Commence the ceremony, Arzan. The punishment for this cretin can wait until my sons are Empyreans. Paradius walked to the altar where he held Draven's family and tightened their restraints. It will all be over soon. No! Draven rushed at the wall, at the metallic corners. There must be some sort of device to deactivate the barrier. Where's the runic circle? It needs to be accessible. He palmed through the crevices, ignoring the glowing runes carved into the material. There must be something. Come on! Nerovian and Seraphina removed their clothes and laid down on the altars. Damn it! He threw a punch at the wall. His wrist cracked. The smell of burnt flesh invaded his nostrils, but Draven did not feel the pain. Pointless, Arzan remarked with a shake of his head. The room trembled as Hexion roared. Paradius knelt next to a rune, shielding his eyes with a hand so the inscriptions did not dazzle him, and placed a cube of iridescent power onto it. Condensed, unimbued, pure Hexion. The rune shone with renewed strength. Wind blasted Draven's face as the venting mechanism expelled the impure Hexion out of the room. Wait, that's it! He gazed up, and sure enough, there was a venting duct wide enough for a man to walk crouched. The runic circle. With a jump, he climbed onto it. It has to be there. Hidden from sight, but not inaccessible. Paradius shouted after him, "Stop, you cretin! You will kill us all!" But Draven did not listen. He crawled inside the duct, following the currents of Hexion until he found the runic circle that controlled the entire remnant. 4 small holes, no bigger than the size of his fist, surrounded the complex runic structure. He saw the heightening chamber below, but remained clueless on how to stop it. Stop! He punched the metal until his fists became bloody. No! No fucking abyss! Through the holes, he saw the runes below activating, one by one, flooding the chamber with the blue glow of forbidden power. He saw the terrified look on Dan's face and the confused frown on his mother's as she looked at him, a hint of recognition in her eyes. "Aiden," she whispered. He also noticed the sweat that gathered on Paradius's forehead. The Virian Lord was worried, afraid. Draven smiled at the small circle of runes between the 4 venting outlets. These runes, whatever they meant, were important to the ritual below. A savage grin overcame his face as he raised his fist and brought it down. Again, until his bones broke, until blood stained the blue glow. "Stop!" Paradius shouted. Draven raised both mangled hands in the air and brought them crashing down. The metal cracked, misaligning the inscription of one symbol. The blue glow below disappeared as the runes winked out of power. Yes! Dan, Mom, I did it! Now I just need to... Heat blasted Draven in the face, making him flinch. All the runes in the room lit up with blinding vigor. The entire world trembled as the whistling of broken machinery rose to a crescendo. The blue light became darker, deeper, angry. The noise dwindled for an instant, a fragment of a second long enough to stretch into hours. Then it roared like a dying beast.
Draven's eyes met his mother's for a moment, before the light consumed her and Dan in a cloud of smoke. "No!" Overwhelming heat exploded in his face, throwing his body up with the strength to shatter bone. Darkness crept into his vision.
Chapter 36. Cold Metal and Burnt Skin. The intermittent sound of conversation reached Draven's ears with the distance of dreams. He waded through a fog of lethargy that robbed him of any measure of focused thought. He had been doing something important, he was sure of it, but abyss take him if he could remember it. Up! Something pressed against the center of his chest. "Wake up!" Draven opened his eyes with a breathless gasp. Immediately, he noticed that something was wrong. Half of the small, humid room was so dark that not even his unnatural vision could pierce it. A single metallic door provided it with fresh air. His body felt heavy, rigid, and it did not respond in the way it usually did. Draven tried to rub his other eye open, or to see if there was something stuck to it, but something held his wrist high in the air, something freezingly cold and strong. "Who sent you?" Paradius walked into the room. Who sent me? What was Paradius doing in his room? Draven must have taken one too many drinks in the wild voice to get so dazed and confused. He opened his mouth to utter a lie, but the pain held him back. "Ugh," he whispered through breaths. Arjan and Altavir stood behind Paradius, neither of looking pleased. "What?" Draven mustered at last. "This is pointless," Paradius punched the wall. "Altavir, mend the cur so he is at least capable of speech." "Lord Paradius, I must ask, why not just let Arjan wrench the secrets out of this traitor?" Altavir snarled at Draven with anger. But there was also something else hidden in the way he stared at him. Hatred. Embarrassment. "Waste of Hexion. Traditions are in place for a reason, Altavir. If we resort to Empyrean art at the slightest hint of difficulty, what would become of us when devoid of it?" Lord Oren shook his head as impatience settled in his forehead as an unpleasant frown. "Do as I tell you." Altavir grabbed Draven by the throat, his fingers digging into his flesh. The mere contact made his skin burn unlike anything he had experienced before. His Hexion touched Draven's will, subtly asking for permission to repair the damages. He took one glance at his scripture before allowing it. Draven von Astreus, Dyad vessel, refinement, median. Bloodpath, reverence, lesser. Median refinement. When did I? Altavir retreated. "Abyss take me, but the boy should not even be alive," he muttered to Arzan, who stayed silent. "Now, low blood, or whatever your name is, who sent you?" Paradius signaled to Arzan, who departed promptly. "Who dares send an assassin to thwart the heightening of my heirs?" Memories came crashing back into him. The meeting in the wild voice, Elevalane's ambush, the heightening chamber. His family, Maker forgive him. Dan. Mom. Tears streamed down his face, unbidden. Did they? He knew the answer, but something within him wanted to believe. "Are they alive?" "Of course," Paradius snapped at him. "Alive, yes, but not thanks to the desperate stunt you attempted to pull." "They are alive. Dan and Mom, they are alive." "Nerovian and Seraphina are sovereign of the Oren bloodline. A minor Hexion surge is not enough to kill them," Paradius scoffed, making Draven's stomach drop to the ground. "The same cannot be said of the heightening chamber." "Damned abyss!" he roared. "Do you have any idea how expensive that remnant was?" Draven's heart clenched within his chest. If Nerovian and Seraphina were alive, his family was not.
Kill me, he said. He failed to save them. Just end it, please. Paradius was taken aback. The torture has not even begun, and you have already broken? I must say, there is a first time for everything. Regardless, I fail to imagine what methods Altavir could employ to make you lesser than you already are. You would be surprised, Lord Paradius. Altavir produced a mirror from his vest and pointed it at Draven. Take a deep look at yourself, or what is left of you.
Draven looked at the thing depicted in the mirror. Black, charred flesh consumed the remnants of melted clothes in an abhorrent mixture of dried blood and soot. Chains held his legs and arm. One arm, the other was missing at the shoulder. It's not me. One eyelid melted into what remained of his face, nothing more than a twisted rictus of what had once been a person. It's not me. It could not be him. He closed his eyes and sobbed silently at the things he had lost that day. His dignity, the humanity he had taken for granted, his family.
Splendid, Paradius laughed. It is not without reason that you are employed under my house, Altavir, though you have certainly made me question that decision once you lost to this untrained Cretan. Altavir, I held you to a higher standard than that. I'm telling you, I had the bastard, Altavir snarled his hatred at Draven. He was no better than someone heightened yesterday. I had him the whole time. Until you screamed like a madwoman down the corridor. Arzan entered the room, an iron rod in his hand. All that to an opponent devoid of Hexion. You losing to him surprised even me, my friend. Why don't you keep your mouth shut like always, Arzan? Altavir snapped at the giant man. Hurry up and search his soul for what he did to me. That wasn't an art. There is no need. Paradius raised a hand to receive the iron rod. It looked like some sort of branding device. Whoever sent him had the means to equip him with an Oz Tenri circlet. A gift to my house, I am sure. A blessing from the Maker himself, disguised as a disaster. A providence, Altavir muttered breathlessly. I see. Well, better not get too close, as that attack seems to trigger with direct contact. Still, Lord, in the hands of someone like him? Truly a waste. Arzan nodded. It does not matter. Black claws grew where Paradius's nails used to be. He clenched the metal in his hand, eyes careful not to look at the rune on its end until it turned red hot. His execution will be in 6 days. No house in Elysium would dare lay claim to the artifact in his soul after sending him to do their dirty work, lest they bring the attention of the Silver Flame Inquisition. Paradius approached him with an uninterested look on his face, hot metal in his hand, as if the task at hand was an everyday chore. The shape of the rune became clearer and more distinct than ever before. It spoke to Draven in impressions rather than words. It made what was less become more. Amplification. Draven Orisanth, or whatever it is your name, to walk amongst mine in pretense is an act not unlike the customs other families employ. Were you but a spy, your punishment upon discovery would have been a swift death, but that is not what you are, what you attempted to do. Paradius's hand blurred as he pressed the hot metal against Draven's flesh, under his remaining eye. Dyad vessel absorbed all of it, as always. Distant, shallow, warm. He wanted to laugh. This pain was nothing compared to the one he felt inside. You have conspired to end the lives of my sons, prevent them from claiming their birthright. They were not his right! Hatred exploded out of Draven, spittle flying from his mouth. If he died, Paradius would join him, he swore. They were people, innocent people. You slaughtered them like cattle. The ratlings. Paradius pulled out the branding iron. There was burnt skin stuck to the rune.
He threw it to the side in disgust. "Is that what you call your wife when you are screwing her in bed?"
Silence!
Lord Oren's fist broke Draven's jaw in a Hexion-infused punch.
Rattling fucker.
Draven spat blood and teeth on the ground. Beckoning the Hexion from beyond the rift to come, Draven imbued it with his will. Paradius would pay for what he had done. He commanded it to flow outside his astra, into his body, to form the blood spheres. But the Hexion dissipated as soon as it ventured outside his shield. "It is useless. The collar on your neck, the chains that hold you imprisoned, are made of Viatherium. It will gorge on all the Hexion you try to emit." The Lord motioned to the armored mountain beside him. "Azan, show this cur the consequences of what he has done." "The powerful Lord Paradius," Draven rasped. Paradius would have a taste of Dyad Vessel, and when he did, his screams would be a melody. "Better rattling, and don't even have the guts to kill me yourself." "Be very careful of what you wish, Draven. I understand physical pain does not faze you as it should, but the wounds of the soul cannot be shrugged off that easily." Paradius scoffed. Arzan approached Draven with thunderous steps, green mist drifting from the slits in his helmet. The ground bounced from side to side. What was down became up. "The call of the abyss can detach one's soul from its mortal vessel. I would wager you are struck with a dizziness not even the senses of a mender can overcome." Arzan's deep voice rumbled closer. Draven threw up. "It seems I was right." He touched Draven's head. "Now!" Draven urged Dyad Vessel to release the pain into the giant, but nothing happened. "I have suppressed the connection between your soul and will, traitor. Abandon your attempts at wielding Hexion, or your providence." You will pay for this." Knives stabbed him from all directions, inside his head, cutting bloody paths on his limbs and eyes. Nowhere was untouched. Dyad Vessel did nothing to dampen the pain. Draven screamed until his voice went out. He begged Arzan to stop. The giant did not comply. After what seemed like hours, the torture stopped. "His soul was already wounded, Lord Oren, by another evoker." A voice spoke somewhere, but Draven could not make sense of it from where he stood, buried in a darkness that restrained every piece of him. "It is unfathomable to me how he could best Altavir under these conditions." "Heal him," Paradius said. The darkness was wrenched away. The numb hold over his body disappeared. His jaw snapped back into place. The pain disappeared. "Now do it again." Lord Oren looked at him, a satisfied smile on his face. "We will only glimpse the full truth once his shell has been thoroughly broken." The pain came back, again and again, until Auden welcomed death with every shred of his being, what remained of him. The assault on Draven's shield subsided as the sound of footsteps grew distant. Hour after hour, day after day, Arzan weighted his presence against Draven's shield. It cracked under his strength and experience, pieces of it falling apart to wound his soul deeper. But it did not break. Breaking it meant death. Draven hoped Aemon had fled, for he knew he would not last much longer. Unbreakable Veil might have grown stronger under the stress, but his will to endure only eroded with time. Nothing mattered anymore. He had failed. The flimsy hope he kept was a hindrance. It only led to more excruciating pain. But he feared what he would become if that last light faded. Lack of purpose was the road to oblivion, so Draven gave himself a new one, even when he would rather have died long ago. Train. Resist. Just long enough so Aemon escaped the same fate. He imbued his will into the Hexion, collecting it in his reserve until another cycle of it began. Over and over and over again. Channel, imbue, channel, imbue. He leveraged his will to compress the refined Hexion, refining more until his astra began to grow. It was painful, but it did not compare to what Arzon could inflict. Emitting might be a hopeless endeavor, but the other two tenets were the pillars upholding his sanity. He dared not break his shield to rebuild it, for he knew Arzon lay in wait. Sometimes Draven heard his heartbeat beside him, an illusion or dehydration. He did not care. Do not approach him, young lord. Draven froze in fear for a second, but exhaled a sigh after not hearing Arzon's footsteps. Shackled as he might be, the traitor is still a threat. It was just Altavir. Draven! The sound of choking and vomit brought Draven back. He opened his eyes to see Nerovian doubled over on the floor, vomit dripping down his chin. Wild eyes filled with guilt and disgust. It was not how Draven imagined his reunion with the Lord. Nerovian. His voice sounded distorted. Come to gloat? Or is it another one of your lessons? Are you all right? Nerovian spoke like a child, unlike someone born of higher blood. Where is Mom? I didn't take you for a coward. Gonna cry to your rattling mother? Mommy, help me! Draven laughed until tears streamed out of his remaining eye. The great and proud Nerovian was reduced to a sniveling child. There's justice in this world. Shut up! Nerovian roared, his voice assuming a commanding tone for a second. A moment later, confusion overtook clarity. Mom? Draven's heart stopped. It can't be. That almost sounded like his brother. Dan? He whispered. Nerovian raised his head at the name. Bro? There was recognition on his face, almost as if he was responding to someone calling him. Dan! Draven drew Nerovian's attention. There's no mistake. It's me, Dan. It's Aiden. You don't look like my brother, Nerovian said. Ah! Get out of my head! He thrashed on the ground, hands gripping his temples. I know I look different. You look like a corpse, you damned traitor! Nerovian seemed to win the struggle inside his head. And you say that little ratling was your brother? That would make you a half-breed. Where is Dan? No, bring him back, you fucker. Bring him back, you piece of shit. Draven pulled against the chains. His charred, half-mended skin broke under the strain, but physical pain did not affect him. Aiden Greystone. Nerovian spoke his name. So that is who you were. A disappointing revelation. Father and Arzon were speculating which of the great houses sent you, but it turns out you were just a ratling. You mean a ratling like you, Nerovian? Draven met his eyes, all pretense and deception thrown to the wind. If I am a disappointment, I wonder what that makes you. Dan was dead. Only fragments of his will and echoes of his personality survived heightening. Whatever Draven had done to those runes caused the ritual itself to have unforeseen consequences. No wonder Paradius had been furious. Nerovian backhanded him in the face. Weak. Draven spat blood on his face. Nerovian stumbled back, taken aback. Pathetic. I could have killed you whenever I wanted. You have nothing else besides a big name attached to your own. He punched Draven in the stomach. Draven almost released Dyad Vessel on him, but hesitation stayed his hand. Dan was dead. His mother was dead. But the thought of making even an echo of his brother suffer made him sick to his stomach.
I am not like you, Nerovian snarled, a crazed look on his face. The bloodline of Orin flows through my veins. My soul is heightened to the path of chaos. My fate ends not in chains in a dungeon. We are nothing alike. Draven coughed. That's what my brother used to call me. But you're right. We aren't the same. If I knew that heightening meant killing a minor, I would have never become an Empyrean. A hint of guilt passed over Nerovian's face. You are a coward, Nerovian. Anger boiled inside of him. The day someone else takes your mother, straps her to an altar, reduces her to nothing more than a catalyst, you will understand how I feel. Nerovian fled the room with horror plastered on his face. Chapter 37. A Timeless Place. Arzan returned every hour. Every hour, Draven wanted to die. Hatred, grief, revenge, none of that mattered. The pain was all that remained. The evoker ravaged his soul with needles forged of misty green hexion, piercing the essence of his being while leaving his body untouched. Escaping the pain was impossible. Just end it already. Every time Arzan's thunderous step echoed down the hallway, Draven hid himself deeper within himself, taking solace from the three tenets. It was the only way to protect his sanity. The giant man showed no knowledge of his origins, so Nerovian must have kept that piece of information to himself. Draven did not. He spewed every secret he had, every answer to every question Arzan asked. It was the truth, he swore, but Arzan merely responded with a callous, "Do you expect me to believe it?" The only things Draven kept to himself were Aemon's part in this, and his ability to see the runes. Everything else he told. But it was not enough. It was never enough. The pain came again, stronger than usual, intent on finally breaking the shield surrounding his astra. His throat had long since stopped making sounds. His consciousness retreated inside his astra, hiding amidst the giant lake that had become his reserve. Yet the pain still followed. He hid further inside the lake of Hexion, shivering inside the fruits of his training. The torturous stabs did not relent. Draven looked at the rift that floated inside of him, the bridge between himself and the Crimson Realm. He had never attempted to pass through it before. The consequences of it might have once made him hesitate. He had so much to lose once. Not anymore. Draven jumped through it. The pain vanished. Space distorted around him. Draven lost all senses and thought for a second. For eternity. Cold stone pressed against his back. The pain was gone, he realized. With a startled gasp, he came to himself. Obsidian floor, forged of smooth, liquid stone, stretched around him. It looked like a twisted form of glass, too dark to see through. Walls sprouted from the ground, forming intricate designs of artfully crafted lines and patterns. There were no light spheres or torches to illuminate the strange room, yet his vision stretched on unimpeded. The six-fold corridor. Astagon! He stood up, surprised to find all his limbs there. Astagon, where are you? He shouted the name, but only the sound of his voice echoed back. Minutes passed, and the strange man with silver skin and golden hair never showed himself. The hallway that led to the corridor itself was nowhere to be seen. There were no exits to this place. A plain, square room with nothing else but empty space and his soul. The thought of being trapped in it for all eternity was terrifying, but it somehow paled compared to the prospects of returning to his body.
Draven closed his eyes, feeling the tiredness that spread throughout his entire being, and let the whispers of sleep take him to a place where he had nothing to worry about. He slept for hours, or even days, no way of telling without the torches. For the first time in weeks, he felt like a person again. No sovereigns to torture him, no goal to drive him to insanity, no family to call his own. He hugged his knees and sobbed. Dan and his mother were gone. He had failed. By the Maker, he had failed them all. Helven had failed him. With all his power, aided by the vast network of the Witnesses of the Beyond, that heartless man still fell short of keeping his word. Abyss take him and tear his soul to shreds. All it would have taken was Helven and another Empyrean to rescue Draven's family. It was all so simple, but he still failed. The elderly sovereign never cared to try. I hope he dies a horrible death. After everything he put Draven through, he was not even man enough to fulfill his end of the bargain. Bastard. Piece of shit. I hope you die screaming.
Draven punched the walls, roaring all his frustration, rage, and grief into the ears of no one. His knuckles bled, his bones cracked, and that took him aback. Even as a soul, his spiritual body seemed to behave like flesh and blood. He urged Hexion to fix the damage, hearing the distant beat of his heart devouring it and reverting the damage throughout his body. The wounds closed promptly. Draven was not afraid to admit he knew little about the sixfold corridor, but as far as common sense went, he was the only person to visit it twice. He still had a connection to his reserve of refined Hexion. He could channel it inside his spiritual body, but what about emitting it? The feathers forged of Viatherium restricted his Empyrean abilities to nothing, yet he was unsure if their clutches stretched into this place. One way to find out. Draven inscribed his intent into the will-imbued Hexion and let it fly outside of his body as a sphere of blood. The goblet shot out of his finger, shattering against the wall without leaving a scratch. He tested again, with the same outcome. The hatred burning inside Draven was strong, but the sheer weight of reality had suppressed it. To get revenge over those who took his family from him required power and experience he did not have. Until now. This changed everything. The sixfold corridor was the key to his escape, to his vengeance. Other menders emitted Hexion without hurting themselves, something which undoubtedly saved a lot of their reserves. But whenever Draven tried, there was always an exit wound. That had to change. He sat and focused his intent on the Hexion. Blood sphere. Gentle. The Hexion traveled inside of him, fracturing blood vessels as if it was a foreign parasite wreaking havoc on its way out. It came out of his finger alongside droplets of blood on its toe. Better, but still not good enough. He was missing something. Again and again he tried, the attempt not even making a dent in the giant reserve he had secured. The damage diminished every time, but as soon as he lost focus or tried to attack with little thought behind it, an accident would occur. Shit! Draven looked down at his finger, or what remained of it. To his surprise, Dyad Vessel did not suppress or absorb the pain. Flesh hung by the skin as the bone lay exposed. Blood splashed in front of him in a violent spurt of red that colored the monochrome black. Draven tried to shoot consecutive spheres as fast as possible, but somewhere along the line he had forgotten the word gentle. and the Hexion avenged its earlier mild behavior. It had to be kept in check. Inscribing his intent into it each time proved a hindrance. Nobody he met seemed to have this problem, which meant Draven was stupid, or his approach to emitting was wrong. An idea bloomed in his mind as he remembered his battle against Altavir. Instead of inscribing only parts of his reserve, the droplets that were about to be used, he turned to the whole thing and said, "Gentle, no harm." It shuddered, ripples spreading through it as his will mixed into it, acknowledging the command. Oh, no liquid either. Mist poured out of Altavir's body, not liquid Hexion. Maybe there was a reason for that. Mist. Gentle. Harmless. Mist. He pointed out his finger and mist streamed out of it, congealing into a sphere before flying and striking the wall without destroying his finger. It was so simple. Damn, Myra, why didn't you tell me this before? Draven inspected his body with his senses, and sure enough, the Hexion had damaged nothing. No ruptured blood vessel, no broken skin, not even a scratch. The only drawback was that the speed at which those spheres congealed was slower than before, and that gave an enemy plenty of time to prepare for an incoming assault. With a deep breath, he repeated the process with single-minded focus. 1 time, 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, until he lost count. Congealing the Hexion became faster, instinctual. With each attempt, he glimpsed the road of optimizing the process just a little more. Missed. Instant, he said to himself, but the words were directed to the reserve within him. Draven did not know for how long he sat down, only that his reserve was now half of what it had once been, even though he had consistently been beckoning and imbuing more Hexion. He raised his finger, and a congealed blood sphere materialized almost instantly before crashing against the wall. For a little while, he forgot about his grief, or the fate that awaited him. For an unknown stretch of time, Draven gazed at the fruit of his hard work and took pride in it. But a goal, once completed, was only an achievement, a sweetness that lasted but a moment between rest and the next step. He had finally learned how to walk, but that alone brought no lasting satisfaction. To accomplish his revenge, he would need to learn how to sprint faster than anyone else. Hunger never came. Even after what must have been weeks, his stomach never rumbled or asked for food. Draven remembered little of his previous visit to the six-fold corridor, only that it had been long enough to drive a normal person insane. Years, perhaps. He might not be the average sovereign or miner, but keeping his sanity had to be a feat aided by the timeless place where he stood. The corridor preserved it somehow. No hunger, no exhaustion, no insanity. Tendrils of streaming mist stretched around him in all directions. It was harder than he thought, much more difficult than shooting blood spheres. The action required precise control and a great deal of experience. Draven lacked both. Intent traveled through one tendril, far from his body, and a blood spike shot toward the floor after a few seconds. Slow, far too slow to be of any use, but there was potential in it. As reluctant as he was to admit it, Altavir taught him more than Myra in all her lessons. The man was a master in all regards. To beat someone like him, Draven had to at least approach his level. Dyad Vessel was unlikely to work again. Altavir knew of it. He sat down in the middle of the room, letting the tendrils spread from him like blood vessels eager to irrigate the obsidian confines of the obsidian chamber. There was no sensitivity to the network of woven Hexion, so it failed when used to perceive incoming objects. It was immaterial, after all, just a glorified stream of mist that somehow held its shape.
The issue with emitting so far outside his body was that his will took too long to reach the ends. It traveled with a speed almost visible. But he wondered if that was the right approach. Whenever Altavir used the technique, it was as if his presence was stretched throughout the entire hallway. Myra once said that a presence was the manifestation of will outside the confines of one's soul. Draven let his will spread throughout the room. The gigantic fog visibly diminished, and a tightness in his forehead struck him, the start of a headache. Spike! The thought spread from his soul to his presence like an exploding spark. A crimson spike congealed in the far ends of the room and shot at the wall, exploding in a shower of crystalline shrapnel that soon dissipated into mist. It was instant, but it also drained his will, leaving him more susceptible to succumbing to any psychers or suppression from other Empyreans. No wonder Myra had said to use it sparingly. It was a double-edged sword. Time continued to pass. Or perhaps it did not pass at all. Draven wondered if it was possible to return at all. Was he entrapped in the corridor forever? Replicating the same process used to get here did not wrench him back to Elysium. He was trapped, having escaped from one prison to another. At least there's no pain in this one, he thought.
Training was an efficient way to keep his mind away from what happened in the chamber. Empyrean art became his solace in solitude. Draven continued to refine what he had seen, what he had heard about what menders were able to do. Spheres, spikes, tendrils, domes of protection. It all came easier after thousands of failures. The art of ruling and the forging of a blood armament still eluded him, as there was no foreign blood to rule in this place, and he was still not one bit better at wielding weapons. When his abilities as an Empyrean plateaued, he began amassing Hexion inside his Astra. Refine, compress, repeat. Draven went through the motions, powering through the pain, forcing his Astra to expand. Lesser reverence would get him nowhere. His enemies were stronger than that. Surprising them again was wishful thinking. I need power. He gritted his teeth as his Astra expanded. Blood seeped out of his mouth as he forced his will to push the refined Hexion against the insides of the crimson sun that burned within himself. More. It's not enough. Days passed in motionless silence, in single-minded focus, until he felt a change within himself. Projecting his consciousness outside the small sun, Draven realized it was much larger than before, at least double its original size after heightening. The scripture appeared in front of his eyes, confirming his suspicion. Draven von Astreus, Dyad Vessel. Refinement, median. Blood path, reverence, median. Not enough. Draven closed his eyes again, resuming his training regimen. Each realm had a barrier that prevented progress at the end of its road, but he was far from it. Until he reached it, stopping was foolish. The flows of time did not touch flesh or signal a new day with any noticeable changes to the environment. But Draven knew months had passed. It did not matter in the end. As long as he was stronger by the time an opportunity came, his hard work would pay off. The gigantic cloud of his will forced the refined Hexion against the boundaries of his Astra. Faster. Continuous. Draven willed the Lake of Red to revolve into a whirlpool, leveraging the raging liquid to shave away at the insides of his small sun. As he did, he beckoned more from the rift, imbued it, and commanded it to do the same. An ethereal chime rang through his soul as his Astra doubled in size once more. The crystalline walls that built his Astra became harder, less malleable. With an exhausted sigh, Draven summoned the scripture once again.
Draven von Astreus, dyad vessel, refinement, median. Blood path, reverence, greater. Finally. He let himself lay down in the plain room, taking pleasure in the minimum comfort after an untold amount of time pushing his limits. Helven was an eminence, if his conversation with Corvanus at the Overseer Tower was to be taken seriously. Given that Altavir had a similar feeling to his presence, he might be just as strong. Draven still fell short of matching the bald man in raw power, but such complications were the least of his problems. A battle between them would never happen as long as he remained trapped in the sixfold corridor. If only I knew how to get back. Aiden! A faceless man appeared out of nowhere. His voice was frantic and muffled. "Where are you?" he insisted, pivoting his head from side to side as if looking for something. "Who are you?" He pointed a finger at the faceless man, but it was a tendril behind his back that spelled his doom. A blood sphere congealed instantly and pierced through where the creature's head had just been. Bet you didn't see that one coming. Aiden! The faceless man resembled Aemon the more it talked. "Can you hear me?" He looked around, but there was no recognition on his face. His eyes blinked and squinted as if he had trouble seeing. "Guess I'm crazy now, Aemon." Draven sat down with his back against the wall. The figure did not seem to hear him. Maybe the sixfold corridor can only hold insanity for so long. An errand thought brought Draven back to the time where Helven warned him about speaking the Maker's name out loud. A dreamer could hear their name being spoken, depending on how powerful they were. "Aemon," Draven tried, but the figure still looked confused. "That's not your name, is it? You've always hated it, Finn." Finn's eyes snapped to him with undisguised surprise. A smile blossomed on his face, but none of the playfulness that he once had accompanied it. "Are you deaf, man? I've been looking for you. For 4 days. Where is this place? Where are you?" Finn tried to move, but something held him still. "Well, Finn, it's a long story. They captured me. Tortured me." Draven hesitated, the memory of what followed bringing back the pain he had been trying to bury. "Killed my family." Maker's mercy. Finn looked at him, and Draven was glad to see no pity in his eyes. Otherwise, Draven might have just broken down into tears. "What's a soon-to-be dead guy gonna do about it?" Draven laughed to himself. "As for where this place is, it might be the sixfold corridor. I've been here for a long time now. I'm probably dead, and this is all a hallucination. Maybe this is the abyss. It's not as cold as they said, though." "Snap out of it, man!" Finn roared suddenly. "I'm here to get you back, and I'm real, all right." "We've been looking for you for days, Aiden. 4 days. Wherever they hid you, none of us can find. Someone is blocking Myra from tracking your blood, and even the evoker Helven hired lost track of your soul just before we tracked you down. But I found you, and I'm gonna bring you back. There's nothing left for me to go back to, Finn." The surprise on Finn's face shamed Draven to the core. Finn had not given up on him, but Draven had given up on himself. Nothing but pain. Finn roared, shattering the restraints that held him in place, and walked toward him. "If you want to stay here, I'm okay with it," Finn said, surprising him. "The world is an ugly place, Aiden. You and I know that damn well." Finn sat beside him, eyes looking ahead. "Sometimes I just want to watch it all burn. That bastard who forced himself on my mother, the ones that treat us like cattle. Everyone can just drop dead. Or that was what I used to think. Theodore is strict, and he beat me up with the ladle a few too many times. But whenever I got tired,
He's the first one to tell me to get some rest. Weird, right? You know, Eridol risked his own skin to get that girl out of the city. Finn spoke with a collected voice devoid of bluster. The world is only as ugly as the people in power make it to be, man. That's what I realized. His voice cracked. Sovereigns, low bloods, minors, we are all the same deep down. Or are you going to tell me there are only good people in your district? I'm not going to forgive what my father did, but I'm not going to turn my back on everyone else just because I can. You're making me sound like an uncaring asshole, Draven chuckled. You're strong, Aiden. Stronger than me, or so I'm told. Whatever happened to your family, we can make sure it doesn't happen to others. Finn looked at him with a blinding purpose. Together, we have a shot at changing things. He stood up and offered Draven a hand. Time to go back, Aiden. His cheeky smile returned. Draven closed his eyes. Was it acceptable to hope again? To live for a purpose greater than revenge? The deaths of Dan and his mother had reforged who he was, shattering the naivety through which he had once perceived the world. But it did not need to snuff out all hope. He refused to let it. They might have broken him, but Draven was a mender. No matter how many times he fell apart, he would mend himself back together. No matter how many times it took. Until nothing else could break him. Draven took Finn's hand, and the world shattered around them.
Chapter 38. The Last Archon.
Fire burned in Draven's lungs as if he had been holding his breath for a long time. He gasped, coughed, and shuddered as sensations overwhelmed him all at once. Itchiness, pain, burns, coldness in his wrists, foot, and around his neck. "What did you do?" Arzon rasped with a frigid tone. "How did you hide your soul from me?" A quick look inside his Astra told Draven that his reserve was as vast as they had been inside the six-fold corridor, deeper than a lake and endless as the vast horizon. Greater reverence. The space inside the burning crimson sun was filled to the brim. "Answer me," the giant demanded. Needles of emerald glass materialized around him, their mere presence an unspoken threat, a living reminder of the pain that caused him to flee. "Do your worst, big guy," Draven mustered a smile. When the pain came, he was ready with renewed purpose, and the resilience birthed from escaping the brink of collapse. The needles pierced him, dug holes into his soul, their torture unimaginable and inescapable. He suffered through it, embraced it, and focused his entire being on not uttering a sound. Arzon left hours later, and Draven thanked the Maker with tears of relief. New purpose or not, enduring this sort of trial shaved away any kind of mental fortitude. He knew it was impossible to keep himself together for long, but he did not need to wait forever. The powerful sound of a beating heart broke the silence in the prison, appearing from nothingness to chase away the building insecurities that festered in his resolve. He did not need to look up to know who the man in front of him was, or his purpose in being there. "Hilvan," Draven snarled out his name. "Aiden is dead," Draven interrupted. "You can call me Draven. Draven von Astreus." The elderly man dressed in black robes nodded. Though his demeanor was collected, his eyes betrayed alarm as he observed Draven's mangled, broken state.
I could apologize or beg for your forgiveness, but I suppose that would not appease the rage you feel at the loss of your family.
"You suppose?" Draven chuckled humorlessly. "They died when you could have stopped it, you bastard. You gave me your word. Everything you said was a lie. You want the truth, Draven? Very well. Helvin sighed, suddenly looking tired, utterly spent. Months ago, I ventured into the beyond. For all the power you believe I hold, I was powerless out there. Only the shreds of my former strength allowed me to survive the way back. But I knew the outcome before the journey started, ever since I learned about the illness that shaved away at the Maker's life. That was 30 years ago. You knew, Draven whispered in disbelief. He knew all along the Maker would die. Why did you send me here, then? I ventured outside of the Haven to acquire the tools to forge a weapon, Draven. A living armament, stronger than any Empyrean art alone could create. Helvin raised his head, not one hint of reluctance on his face. That weapon was you. The dryness in Draven's throat became uncomfortable. I did not send you here, Draven. It was your father, Corvax von Astreus, who orchestrated this plan in the hopes you secured the tools necessary to walk further than any Empyrean ever could, into the ground that not even Archons have dreamed of. I always doubted your father's wild prophecies. Some even deemed the man insane. But that all changed the day I met you in the gate. Helvin looked at the branded mark on Draven's cheek. The day I realized you were capable of seeing the runes, the sixth cited to exist besides the Maker and the Perfected, I knew Corvax was not insane. No. Just stop with the nonsense, Helvin. Draven pulled at the chains, but they did not budge. How dare you use the name of a dead man to validate your lies? That's low even for you. Helvin opened his palm, and a rectangular pink tablet appeared within it. Your father was more than the man you knew, boy. He foresaw many things, even the day I revealed such events to you. He approached Draven with the tablet at hand. Without asking, Helvin pressed the tablet against his forehead. A few pieces of coal set the small fireplace alight, the warm flames licking the cookpot and heating the food within. A comfortable rug, made from pieces of old clothing, rags, and other fabrics stitched together, was placed in front of the fire to provide comfort against the cold ground. A man sat down in front of the fire. Draven, he said, his tone filled with warmth. I'll die tomorrow. Dad! Draven ran toward him and tried to hug him, but his arms passed straight through his silhouette. It can't be avoided. Not this time, Corvax sighed, poking at the fire to breathe some life into it. House Astreus will hunt me down until they find the Az Tenri circlet I stole. It pained me to kill my brother, to take what's rightfully his. But I had no choice. He wouldn't listen, even though I dreamed of the end. There's too much at stake, way too much. There was no joviality in his tone. He carried himself with the finality of someone facing their impending death. The future changes every time we glimpse it, like the surface of a puddle rippling whenever it is touched. But those waves are bound to settle, so whatever events are set in the distant future are difficult to change. Some would say impossible, but I don't believe in that word. There was something in Corvax's hand, a pink tablet, a dreamstone. Sounds simple when I say it, but to change dreamed events requires power beyond what I can achieve. Power like yours. Corvax closed his eyes. An Archon, the sixth to exist in the thousands of years since the creation of the Haven. Someone whose affinity to the paths is beyond that of a normal Empyrean. Someone who is born sighted. How long had he carried that knowledge? Years before Draven was born? It seemed like a crushing burden, To carry it all alone required a kind of strength that was difficult to fathom. I can't reveal much to you. I'm sorry, son. I tried to protect them, but no matter what I did, the future remained the same. Tears streamed down Korvax's face. I'm so sorry, Aiden. If there was another way, I would die before entrusting this to you. His voice trembled as he sobbed. Draven had never seen his father look so broken. I hope you can forgive me one day. Helvan looked at him, the expectation palpable. He did not speak. Words were unnecessary after what he had shown, but he awaited an answer nonetheless. I'm an Archon? Draven asked. As am I, the 5th Archon. You are the 6th, Draven, Helvan stated matter-of-factly. So you are sighted like me, Draven accused him. Why had he kept that information to himself? That power could have changed things. Not anymore. The ground shook, rattling the chains that held Draven with a cacophony of metallic clicks. But I once was, and that knowledge still resides within me, even when I'm nothing but a shell of my former self. Korvax must have told you, but there are things I cannot reveal to you. You broke your word, your oath. You lied, Draven cut through his speech. I don't trust you, Helvan. Trust your father, then. Helvan placed his hand on the contraption. Draven did not see what he did, but the bindings opened effortlessly under Helvan's grasp. He fell to the floor, his body devoid of strength, though the Hexion was already working to restore it. Urging his heart to mend his body, he let it drink from his reserves as much as required, but the wounds healed slowly. The tears in his soul, though diminished after Arzon had healed them for the next session, still lingered as half-mended scars, preventing him from carrying himself with any measure of finesse.
Hexion rushed out of his astra to mend them, but the damage was so extensive, so old, it would take time. A loud explosion echoed above. The ground rumbled, throwing Draven a few inches from the cold stone. What is going on? He demanded. We are rescuing you. Is that not obvious? Helvan extended a hand, but Draven slapped it aside. We lack the time for tantrums. The ground beneath Draven changed color in the blink of an eye, monotonous gray becoming lustrous purple. His one-eyed reflection stared back at him, his mangled face in all its ugliness. He wore ragged, half-burned clothes. Helvan transported them out. Abyss, take me. What did they do to you? Red hair brushed against his neck as Myra embraced him. They'll pay for this, Aiden. Draven, he corrected. Never thought I'd see you again. Aiden, Draven, she stammered, looking away in shame. Her eyes were black with the lack of sleep. I'm sorry. I couldn't keep my promise. It's not your fault, Myra. I know you tried. That's all that matters now. He shook his head as foreign Hexion entered his body, attempting to mend the extensive damage. Don't drain yourself. She nodded, her face pale after examining the state of his wounds. The sound of clashing steel echoed relentlessly through the vast hall, as guards all around fought people dressed in black clothes. The Hexion in the air was an erratic mess of colors, a consequence of many Empyreans wielding their arts with abandon. Like an interlacing, multi-layered veil, numerous presences permeated throughout the open hall. To use my Chronos domain in these circumstances is not something I want to risk. From here on out, we keep our heads down and leave as quietly as we possibly can. Helvan nodded to Myra, who helped Draven to his feet. We are moving out. Helvan guided them ahead, using his keen perception to avoid any guards. The main door to the Amethyst Palace was locked shut.
but the hallways that led to the east wing were unmanned by House Oren's guards. That was where they headed. The sound of footsteps ahead, 4 beating hearts pounding with fear, passed in front of them. Dark purple armor adorned the guard leading 3 people away, Nerovian, Seraphina, and Lady Oren, while another followed closely behind. Helvin pressed his body against the wall to minimize their exposure, and Myra followed suit. His efforts were in vain. Nerovian's eyes widened as he spotted Draven. His mouth opened, undoubtedly to utter a warning. Hexion raged inside Draven, eager to be unleashed, crimson tendrils stretching out in all directions along with his presence. But Nerovian looked away after nodding, urging the guards forward and out of sight. "Withdraw your presence, Draven," Helvin admonished. "Do you want to give our position away?" "They are headed for the hierarchy stand arena, my lord," Arzan's deep voice roared behind them. "Abyss take us all." Helvin shook his head. "Run! Now! Just do your thing and take us." 2 presences encompassed him as they ran. "It is too late for that. As I am, activating Chronos' domain against the presences of 2 Empyreans of their caliber is all but impossible," Helvin snapped as he ran. The hallway opened into a vast open field. The light of the torches above assaulted Draven's eye. Rows of seats, grown out of the ground itself, surrounded the arena, a feat only a transmuter could accomplish. While they were crossing it, a man emerged from the exit they were heading towards, with a dark face and a glistening bald head in the light. Altavir.
Chapter 39. The Might of a Perfected. 2 daggers congealed in Altavir's hands as mist poured out of his body before manifesting into a ruby set of armor that covered him entirely. Tendrils of will-infused Hexion stretched out from his body. "This time you die, boy." He walked with weary steps as Arzan and Paradius also joined from behind. "I won't underestimate you again." "It does not surprise me that your masters came to the rescue, Low Blood. But to dare attack my house to this extent, death alone is an unfitting punishment for your lot." Paradius paced to the side, and Arzan mirrored his movements until they surrounded Draven on 3 sides. "All to no avail, I'm afraid to say. An elderly man who looks old enough to fall dead at any moment, and a girl whose piddling presence might as well belong to an unheightened," the Virian lord laughed, as purple lightning crackled over his clothes. Draven smiled, using the time to mend his soul. Dark purple scales grew over Paradius's skin, black claws bursting from his fingertips. 2 horns jutted out from his temples, as if a crown made of black bone. When the lightning subsided, Lord Oren looked like the unholy offspring of dragon and man. "Abyss take me. He's a median eminence." Myra paled. "Not counting the other 2 lesser eminences. Truth be told, it's not looking good." "Surrender to your death, and it will be painless." The Virian's voice slithered through sharp teeth with the rage of a wild beast. Arzan raised his greatsword, plunging it into the ground with a thunderous explosion. "Heed me," he spoke, and 2 figures emerged from his body. Specters? Draven narrowed his eyes. Their green silhouettes were translucent, faces devoid of a will of their own. But their armor mimicked him, albeit on a smaller scale. The specters reached out for the silver greatsword plunged into the stone, and each brought out a misty blade of their own. Helvin closed his eyes as he sighed. "Myra, get Draven out of here. I will deal with them." Altavir roared with laughter. "Big words coming from the dead." Helvin blurred out of sight.
Steel crashed against the congealed Hexion, and Altavir was sent flying, blood spurting from a wide gash on his neck. Paradius roared, opening his mouth to release a torrent of golden fire streaming toward where Helvin had just been. "He is a Kroner!" he shouted in alarm. "Release the full weight of your presence before we all die! Arzan, send the signal to Nosfio!" Arzan stepped back and punched the air in front of him, opening his hand to grip thin air. He clenched his hand, and a thrashing humanoid appeared within his grasp, held by the throat. The giant man grunted and closed his fist, ending the struggle of the soul he held within his grasp. "Done," Arzan rasped. Helvin's movements slowed after the three Empyreans focused their presences on him, but the elderly man was still nothing but after-images. A pulse spread from his body, a wave of darkness interlaced with air that dimmed the light shining down from the torches, as if it were an approaching night. The movements of the roaring, armored evoker became sluggish, slower, almost as if his body waded through mud. "Paradius!" His rasping voice sounded distorted. Helvin rushed at Arzan, dodging a stream of golden fire that went his way, his green-edged sword in hand. Though the domain of darkness slowed the movement of the living, the specters remained unaffected by it. One screeched an ear-piercing sound, pouncing at Helvin with its great sword cleaving downward. The old man sidestepped with ease, letting the blade fall a few inches to his side, and brought down his sword at the creature's neck. The specter fell headless against the floor, its body dissipating into the air. Arzan stumbled, but regained his momentum an instant later. With a roar, the mist emanating from the felled being swirled in a torrent until it coalesced into chains that darted at Helvin's body.
A cloud of fire crashed against the ground, turning the stone red-hot.
The remaining specter burst out from the flames, its body intact, and brought its sword down at Helvin, who parried the incoming attack with his blade. The stone beneath his feet shifted, becoming soft mud. Helvin's heart beat with alarm, but it was too late. His feet sank into the stone, which turned solid soon after, courtesy of Paradius's transmutation. Chains of emerald glass sank into his body, tying him to the ground, as Arzan brought the greatsword slashing at his waist. Helvin closed his eyes. A bronze shield manifested in Helvin's other hand, blocking the sword with a clang as he activated his providence to retrieve the item from thin air. But Arzan was stronger. One look at him was enough to know that. The force of the blow spun the shield from the old man's hand, while simultaneously deflecting the greatsword. Draven had been waiting for this. Though his wounded soul was lethargic, a flicker of his will sent 3 blood spikes shooting at Arzan from different directions. One pierced his left knee, but the others struck his armor without effect. The giant roared in pain, but ignored the attack. A green pair of translucent arms holding a sword emerged from his back, slashing at Helvin even as more blood spikes shot at him. "No!" Myra shouted, her presence reaching Arzan too late. There was no escape. The sword passed through Helvin, striking not his flesh, but his soul. The old man dropped his arms, his body sagging. The sword, however, did not drop from his hand. The giant froze for a second, constricted by the art of ruling. He gritted his teeth and roared.
"A mere reverence tries to bind me? Know your place!"
Myra fell to her knees, blood streaming from her eyes, her art shattered. Draven stretched his tendrils farther, consequences be damned. This was a fight for their survival. He needed to be ready. "I've got you, old man."
"Your shielding technique is powerful. I couldn't even sense your soul."
Arzan lowered his sword, withdrawing his presence. "You will take the place of the spectre you killed." "Get away, Arzan!" Altavir stumbled out of the broken wall, the deep cut on his neck still not fully closed. "He's alive!" Helvan's sword blurred. Arzan's severed arm fell to the ground as he stumbled back, his other hand held defensively in front of him. The stone exploded as the Helvan disappeared from where he had just been, shaking off the chains, the suppression of 2 Empyreans reduced to 1. Hexion flowed out of Draven, congealing into as many blood spikes as he could form before shooting them at Arzan. "Die, you giant piece of shit!" But a crimson dome formed around him, cutting off his control. Draven turned to her, rage twisting his face at the interruption. "Myra, what are you doing?" Golden flames engulfed him. The crimson barrier melted in an instant as the flames burned Draven's flesh with the hunger of a sun. He redirected his will to form a dome of protection around them, but the stabs in his soul crippled his focus, his ability to hold it against the assault. Something crashed against his body, and the overpowering heat disappeared. "Myra, are you—" Draven coughed, blinking away the temporary blindness. "All right?" It was Helvan who answered. "Run, Draven." The old man dropped to one knee in front of Draven as the strength fled his body. The skin on his back was gone, and so was the muscle. All that remained were blackened bones. He blocked Paradius's devastating attack at a crippling cost to himself. "Like the abyss, I'll—" Draven looked down at the person who held him, shielded him from the fire. Myra, or what remained of her. It felt as if the ground had fallen from under his feet. Her hair was gone, and her skin turned coal. She did not breathe. Her heartbeat was gone. "No!" Draven urged his Hexion through her skin, letting it permeate every corner of her body alongside his will. Where is it? He searched for her will, but found nothing. The only way to mend someone else was to link the wills of the mender and mended, but when it mattered the most, he could not find it. "Where is it? Helvan, I can't find her will," Draven pleaded. "Help me, damn it!" Helvan sighed, looking over his shoulder before returning his vigilance to Paradius and a stumbling Altavir. The evoker, Arzan, was on his knees next to his remaining fading spectre, trying to stop the blood pouring from his severed limb. "The dead have no will, Draven." His shoulders trembled. Even his voice seemed fragile, defeated. "There's nothing you can do. There's nothing I can do." "What is the matter, traitor?" Paradius burst into laughter. "Upset at the death of your masters? Be not in grief. The golden flames of the amethyst dragons grant a swift death. She can thank the Maker to have escaped the fate that awaits you." "Dead? That's not possible. How? No, this can't be real." Myra's wounds did not look much graver than his. She should not be dead. If her heart had stopped, Draven just needed to start it again. She had done the same for him before. He wrapped Hexion around her still heart, squeezing it rhythmically with care. Blood poured from her closed eyes, ears, and mouth. "Enough!" Helvan slapped his hand away, uncharacteristic rage consuming his face. The old man knelt and picked her up. Myra vanished from his arms, but Helvan still held them up, his gaze lost. "The old bastard also has an Aztenri circlet, my lord," Altavir said, as he sealed the wound on Arzan's arm. But the giant looked in no shape to stand after the blood loss. "Who are these people?" It dawned on Draven then. Myra's dead. She died protecting me. She died because I'm useless. She died because of him. It was his fault.
Good bounty indeed. Paradius walked closer, the scales on his body unscathed.
The foreign will inside his heart urged Draven to destroy them, to turn his rage and thirst for blood against them. Myra didn't die. They killed her, murdered her, consumed her. Paradius walked toward him with a reptilian smile on his face, mocking all the suffering Draven had been through. Helven took a step forward and fell to his knees, too wounded to stand. Hexion surged out of Draven as his rage boiled, guided by the will within his heart. Paradius! The rune under his eye burned, screamed, and he listened to its rage, to the ancient power that spread through his body as the Hexion fueled it awaking. Molten stone flowed in Draven's vessels instead of blood. The Hexion that mended his soul and body sped up, glowing, rampaging with a power that was magnitudes greater than what he wielded just moments ago. The tears in his soul closed. His missing arm sprouted from his shoulder. The destroyed eye reformed in its socket. Burnt skin peeled off from him, revealing the unblemished flesh underneath. As the rune under his eye turned red, so did his hair. Power coursed through his veins. Rage consumed his thoughts. Darkness swallowed him whole. When the hemomorph stood up, mended in an instant, Paradius took a step back. Aberration, Altavir snarled. The combined presences of three eminences pressed down against the hemomorph, cracking his unbreakable veil. But instead of falling to his knees, he released his presence. The rune that burned into his skin made his will, already as vast as three Empyreans combined, become stronger. Berserk. Altavir's knees bent. Paradius's purple scales whined. Arjan's face lost all color. The hemomorph snarled like a maddened beast. Rather than be suppressed, he single-handedly strangled the strength of all Empyreans gathered in the hierarchy stand. It begins, Korvax, Helven whispered. I hope you were right. He moved forward, every twist of his muscles carrying him further than they used to. One step became a leap as the Hexion enforced him in ways he thought impossible. He wanted to beat the half-dragon to death with his own hands, gorge in his blood. The purple beast raised his arms to block his punch, but the hemomorph was faster. One punch to the gut made the Virian lord gasp. Another to his chin cracked the scales on his face, revealing the light purple blood that flowed underneath. Altavir! Paradius rolled to his feet, yelling for help, but the hemomorph did not relent. He groaned as an arrow of congealed blood shot through his thigh, but the wound closed immediately after, not even making him stumble. Another one shot at his neck, but he ducked to the side with ease. The scales around Paradius's throat shone brighter, his chest inflating as he took in a deep breath and roared, Die! The hemomorph was about to leap to the side, but the stone grabbed his feet. Golden flames engulfed him in pain. He lost sight, then regained it an instant later. The world went silent. Then noise flooded back in. When the flames stopped, the hemomorph was still standing, though wounded beyond recognition. His burnt flesh knit itself together in a second, mending the damage as if it had never been there. That's it, he thought. Weak. The fire reduced the red-haired woman to a smoldering corpse. Part of him even felt sad about it. She had been there ever since he had been born. Was that why he felt so enraged at the half-dragon? No, he concluded. He was angry because she was weak. By the abyss, Paradius's reptilian eyes widened. He looked over his shoulder at the exit. What are you? This is not the power a reverence should have. Altavir howled, slicing his heels open with the blood armament. But the hemomorph stood unfazed
as the wound closed immediately after the blade departed his flesh. Weak prey. Nothing short of the giant armored man could threaten him.
It had been hard to keep the unbreakable veil standing for 4 days under constant assault. But this, it was easy. Altavir jumped on his back, trying to tackle him to the ground.
Arzan, what are you doing? Assist us!
Blood daggers fell on his neck. The bald man turned them up, stabbing him in the head, then the heart. The hemomorph grinned a malevolent smile as the Hexion mended the damages effortlessly. The more time it passed, the stronger the rune burned under his eye, but he did not care. Consume. Prey. Kill. He only wanted to drench himself in the man's blood. He would pay for making the red-haired woman die. The strong preyed on the weak. That was the way the world worked. But the half-dragon was not strong. He had no right to hunt under the hemomorph's sight. He had no right to harm those he cared about. They were his prey.
Why?
Altavir brought the dagger down, trying to sever his head.
Won't.
He congealed new ones, stabbing the back of the hemomorph's head. Why won't you die? The shadow of a thought formed in his will, but that was enough. Countless blood spheres shot from his back, piercing Altavir's body until even his face was unrecognizable. A crimson tail sprouted from his back, ending with a sharp spike at its tip. It blurred in the air, severing the bald man's head from his neck. The purple beast snarled, swinging claws against his throat, ripping his flesh effortlessly. But the wound closed instantly. Another clawed hand burst his chest open, ripping off his heart and crushing it. The hemomorph did not even stumble. Instead, he caught the beast's arm, breaking it under his powerful grip. Weakling. Prey. He let the well of pain within himself flood over to the purple beast. Will pay. Lord Oren's eyes widened with terror. Wait! He burst into a cloud of flames. His scales melted, sticking together. He gasped rather than screamed, the air burning in his lungs. The flames vanished a few moments later, before his chest exploded alongside his heart. Numerous cuts appeared on his head, neck, and legs. The hemomorph snarled. The warmth of blood spraying on his face was a great feeling. He did not want it to end, so he let his rampaging Hexion surge within the beast's body, offering aid. Salvation. The half-dragon welcomed the mending. It did not want to die. Not yet. This pleased the hemomorph. All the damage, all the blood and wounds disappeared from the half-dragon, leaving a naked, trembling man in its place. "Spare me," he begged. "No more, please. Maker's mercy, please." Tears trailed down his face. Pain racked the hemomorph's body suddenly, stealing his attention away from his prey. His skin broke like glass shattering under a mace, and the muscles beneath were torn to shreds. It lasted but a blink of an eye before his augmented Hexion mended it. A moment later, it happened again, this time longer, stronger. The whimpering, naked man fell from his grip but made no move to run. The hemomorph was confused. He knew this body better than anyone, better than the man he had been hiding from. Draven was his name. Just thinking about the lengths he had gone to hide himself from that hunter made him shiver. Draven was no prey. He was better left slumbering. Steam rose from the hemomorph's skin as if the fire in his blood was evaporating all the water inside him. Something was not right.
Wounds of this degree would have killed him if his heart did not mend them with expedience. He had to end the half-dragon before that. Paradius Auron, an emotionless voice echoed through the arena. The hairs on the back of the hemomorph's neck stood on end. He was in the presence of a true hunter. You have conspired to spread deceptions, lies woven from greed disguised as kindness, against the golden firmament, he who sealed the darkness, the Maker. A silver-skinned man entered the arena. Runes covered his bare torso.
His body was muscular. His face was confidence itself. His voice carried a final sentence. Perfected, the hemomorph recalled. Make way, in the name of the Maker, protector of the haven. The perfected threw a glance in his direction, noticing the rune beneath his eye. The traitor's mark. Disgraceful. Do as he says, Draven. Helvan stood up, using his sword as a cane. How dare this creature come and demand what was rightfully his? Paradius Auron, the half-dragon man, killed the hemomorph's prey. He did not belong to the shiny man. The hemomorph leveraged his will to suppress the perfected. Mine! The perfected appeared in front of him, though he had been several paces away. Cold reason filled his eyes. Impudence, he stated, with an unconcerned tone. That was the last thing the hemomorph remembered, before everything went black.
Chapter 40. He Who Ventured Beyond. 3. It was rarely that Helvan enjoyed the company of one of his brothers, for he had spent centuries in hiding, crawling through every dark corner of the haven in search of answers that might lead to a path of salvation. Now 2 of them met in this forsaken arena, and he knew it would not end well. Draven had tapped into the power of the runes, but something was wrong with him. Helvan wished to know which rune Draven had carved into his flesh, but he had lost the memories of their mysteries along with his soul. No longer was he able to see or understand them. He was blind, like everyone else. The perfected, his enslaved brother, spoke. His voice was ice, devoid of emotion, unlike how it had once sounded in life. Ulisson von Meers had been a kind man, but now he was nothing but an empty shell. Do as he says, Draven. Helvan stood up, ignoring the smoldering pain on his back. Astral Razor was reduced to a cane. Draven did not do as he said. Helvan focused his Hexion within himself, slowing the flow of time around him with Chronos' domain, but he did not intervene. Had he been what he once was, able to yield the full extent of an Archon's power, he would have stood a chance at stopping Ulisson. Now, however, attempting to do so was begging for death. Ulisson raised his hand and slapped Draven in the face. The boy's head exploded. His bones thoroughly shattered under the blow, jutting out from his skin as if an insurmountable weight had hit him. His body struck the walls of the arena like a blood-filled mosquito under the wrathful hand of its victim. No one could survive an attack like that. A gasp echoed out from the crumbling crater, almost sounding like a complaint, a grunt of pain. Helvan let go of Chronos' domain, moving under the facade of old age to ward off the predatory gaze of his brother. He must not be recognized, lest oblivion would soon follow. He arrived at Draven's tomb to witness a sight he had never seen before, even after living for over 300 years. Draven's head sprouted out of his shoulder, one layer at a time. The bones grew with mind-numbing speed, then muscles, and lastly his skin. However, the impression of wellness only lasted a second, for his bones shattered once again, his skin destroyed, and steam rose from his body as if molten metal ran inside his veins.
But Draven was alive. As impossible as it might seem, Draven was alive. Helvin looked over his shoulder to see the perfected carrying Paradius by the neck. The Virian did not protest. He merely accepted his death. He forfeited his life, but his family's lives might still be saved with the help of the missing evoker. What mattered was that no one was left to see what unfolded next. Helvin tapped into timeless void, letting his will wrench an object wrapped in bandages back into reality, into the palm of his hand. He unwrapped the artifact, a giant silver finger covered with blurred runes. Asthagon's finger. It was time to use it, old friend. Draven was the one. There was no doubt about it anymore. If Helvin let him die, then the haven would be lost. Helvin took a deep breath, facing the echoes of fear that threatened to emerge in his soulless will. He infused his Hexion into the artifact and crushed it into a silver powder that spread around him and Draven as a dome, isolated them from time, space, and dreams. Elisandor White. The world trembled under the name only a few still lived to recall. Elisandor White. Cracks in space surrounded Helvin as a presence as vast as the unfettered sky crushed him to his knees. Elisandor White. After all this time, you are the one who seeks me, my son. The Maker spoke, and his voice almost shattered Helvin's will. His skin was alabaster white, with long silvery hair that fell to his waist. Emerald eyes, ever settled in a collected, condescending gaze, looked at Helvin, and no secret was left unturned. A silky robe hung loosely around his immaculate physique, a projection of the real him. Asthagon's artifact ensured Helvin's position remained uncompromised, yet Helvin had to stop himself from quivering under a fraction of the Maker's presence. I am not your son, Maker. Murdering my father does not make you so. Helvin stilled his Hexion, urging his will to resist. The Maker ignored him, turning his eyes to Draven. A smile parted his lips. The sixth fragment is reborn. Asthagon must have paid a severe price to hide his existence from me, but your loyalty to me has overcome Shavitri treachery. He is dying, Helvin said. The call of the abyss holds no authority in my presence. The Maker examined Draven, or rather the rune on his face. Amplification. Crude, without outlet or restrictor runes. It will remain ignited until his reserve runs dry, until his body and soul break under its increasing power. He cannot be saved with the seal you placed upon me. Helvin tore away his robe, revealing the intricate layer of runes carved in his chest. Release my strength, and the boy will live. The Maker looked at Helvin and scoffed. That will not do, Osenthar. Not at all. You will release the boundary that surrounds you, this unnecessary veil. Do so, and I shall come. It is in the best interest of all who dwell under my haven that I acquire the last fragment. There is no future if the wrath of the Shavitri is unleashed. Not if I am not here to protect us all. The fallen must not be allowed to live again. 1,000 more years of slavery to the forgotten. 1,000 more years of having their lives shaved away to power the obelisk, while you cower at the prospect of having your power diminished to do so. Something boiled inside Helvin. It felt like an emotion. Rage. But that was impossible without a soul. It is their life's purpose to serve. The Maker's tone was frigid. What difference does it make if a few ratlings die each year? The haven stands strong, does it not? The Shavitri are sealed away, are they not? It is their sacrifice that provides a life to the rest of us. Why should I weaken myself needlessly when others were born to do so? Helvan raised the astral blade and stabbed Draven in the heart. The wound closed around the sword instantly, but the damage to his soul echoed like a wailing animal in its death throes. "What are you doing?" For the first time in eons, the Maker lost his composure. "Release the seals you placed on me, or I will destroy his soul," Helvan demanded. "You would not dare!" Elisandor did not seem quite as sure as his words implied. "If the last fragment dies, then there will be nothing standing between the Shavitri and the Haven." "Do not test me, Elisandor." Helvan twisted the blade, carving a larger portion of the boy's soul away. "Fear, anger, hesitation. I lost all those when you ripped away my soul to claim my fragment as your own." The Maker stared at Helvan. "A truce, then." The glow in his eyes flickered, and the runes on Helvan's chest wavered. He did not release the seal, merely loosened it temporarily. But Helvan knew better than to test his patience. The Maker was a man who would rather die than kneel. "Savor your victory today, Osenthar, for it will not be long until I find you." He vanished without a trace. The Hexion within Helvan ran through his veins as his presence stretched out without shackles. The restraints placed on his will were gone, though not for long, and it felt as if he could breathe again, really breathe rather than gasp for air. He touched Draven's forehead, pulling his body against the flow of time to a state it had been before the rune on his face had ignited. The boy looked like an armless, mangled mess of flesh and burns. Wounds an archon such as him could mend, given the time. He did the same for his soul, erasing the wound the astral razor had dealt upon him. It was a better alternative than death. Before the shackles tightened again, he focused his entire will into his flesh, rejuvenating it, reverting the effects the Beyond had wrecked into it. White hair became dark and full of life as Helvan regained his youth. The shackles tightened around him. He did not have long. Maybe, with his power back, he had a chance, measly as it was, to bring Myra back. She appeared in his grasp, or what remained of her. He leveraged all the power at his disposal to revert time. He had to bring her back. She deserved better than this. His Astra roared as Hexion vanished at an incomprehensible pace. He was close. He could feel it. A little more. Something blocked her soul from returning. Someone. Elisandor White! Helvan roared as the surrounding boundary collapsed. Myra's body looked immaculate, reverted to a state devoid of damage. But her soul was gone. The Maker ensured it stayed that way. He would pay for that. One day, Helvan swore. "Halt!" A Chronos domain froze Helvan's body in time. "What has happened here? Where is Paradius Oren? Answer me!" Helvan shattered the Chronos domain with no more effort than lifting a finger. The shackles tightened further. "Nosfeo, the blade of aeons, if I'm not mistaken." Nosfeo widened his eyes, channeling Hexion to escape. Helvan locked him in time, frozen in a tighter grasp than the other Empyrean could ever achieve. "Ascendants, who are you?" Timeless void recalled Myra into its grasp, and Helvan picked up Draven from the ground. The boy was alive, though unconscious, which was more than most were lucky enough to claim. "I am Osenthar von Karth, Archon of Time."
The sweat on Nosfeo's forehead and the paleness of his face told Helvin that he recognized the name. "Flee this city, for it will soon fall to ruin." Helvin threw him a refined blood crystal. "Keep it close. Dark times are coming."
We will need all the strength we can muster. The torches winked out. Darkness fell on Anavarith. Helvin wished this place alone had to suffer for what happened today, but he knew destruction would not stop there. The Maker was dying. The Shavitri were on the verge of escaping. The Haven was on the brink of collapse. The Fallen stirred. Helvin remembered the promise he had made to Korvax. He would forge Draven into a weapon strong enough to ward off the prophecy, or die trying.